we want to put the laptop on a bit of height.
And we are live.
We've been fighting a long time, and we have all lost so very much, so many loved ones gone. But you are not alone. There are pockets of resistance all around the planet. We are at the brink.
Happy day, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from the west coast of Turtle Island, designated British Columbia by the illegal doctrine of discovery. I appreciate you guys. We have a wonderful, wonderful day lined up. Magic Box Timelines, and that is going to be the subject for this weekend, and it's going to be a good one, guys. Today we've got Patricia Corey, we have myself, Stone Hobbit, Leanne Curtis, Rob Yox, Constance, Briggs, Rodney McGillivray, and our very own Noah, John Shaughnessy, is going to be breaking a new theory here at this conference. So I welcome you guys. Thank you very much for being here. Please give this video a share and a like, and with friends and family whom you think will benefit from this conference this weekend. And really the point, guys, for this entire conference is to define what a timeline really is. Right? If we go to Sally in the local watering hole and we ask her, which timeline are you going to use? And, which timeline are you going to be on? Are you going to be on this side or are you going to be on this side? And when we say that to Sally, Sally's going to look at you and say, you're smoking too much dope. And that, we are on this one particular timeline. So with that in mind, I organized this event with my friend Rob Yox, Stone Hobbit, Leanne Curtis, Greg Bornstein, as well as Matthew Mornan, that's going to be joining us a little bit later on in the day, along with Greg Bornstein. So the idea is to define what a timeline is, because each one of us is on our own timeline, but then we are on a collective timeline as well. Right, and a lot of Sallys out there in watering holes don't seem to understand that. So we're going to try and explain that and define that for people, because we know, guys, in fact, the Hopi, the Anasazi, the original people of Australia have talked about a split in the timeline that's going to happen. Now, it's up to humanity and it's up to us collectively on which timeline do we choose to support. Do we want to be on the line of love and abundance and work from the heart space so that we are in service to the whole? Or do we choose the other timeline where there is fear, wars, famine, disease, things like that? And this is what our ancestors were speaking about. So we're going to try to define that so that people can make the right choice on which side of the timelines that they wish to be on. So that is my introduction. So let me pass it over to Leanne Curtis. And then after Leanne, we'll toss it over to Stone Hobbit. And then from Stone Hobbit, we'll go over to Rob Yox, who is on location. Or should we go with Rob first, right? Because he's on location. So let's go with Rob first. Rob's on location in New York. And then after that, we'll jump over to Leanne and then to Stone Hobbit. So go ahead, Rob.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Magic Box Timelines. This is going to be an amazing event. One of the things that we're doing here is we're preparing ourselves and using all the tools available to us to essentially define a timeline. And when we define a timeline, we're able to resonate within that frequency. And that's how we jump back and forth between the timelines and essentially change the future. Our potential is limitless. So we have to understand that our frequencies bear in mind with the surroundings around us, but also with Mother Earth and with our thought patterns. So one of the things we're going to be doing is using information as an activation to raise our awareness. While raising our awareness, it'll be giving us the ability to resonate with the mother frequency, the father frequency, and the divine masculine and feminine will come into synchronicity, and we're going to shoot ourselves into the stars or the new earth or whatever you think the next level is for humanity. And we're really trying to put forward the best of the best in this event and really kind of portray this new timeline that we feel is this next step. So, I'm really excited for this. It's going to be super incredible. As Omar said, I'm on location right now, securing funding for Full Spectrum Universe, but I will be on camera and in the event a little bit later on in about 3 hours when I get back to my house. But I will pass it to Leanne. So I'm incredible. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Leanne and Stone and Greg and Matthew and everybody out there who's coming by to really, really cement this into the next level. And I'm just so incredibly grateful and have an abundance of gratitude for everybody.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Rob. I appreciate you, and good luck on location, brother. And we will see you in a few hours. Leanne Curtis, Star Sister from Another Mother, please go ahead.
Good day, everybody. All you happy little lights who are so bright. I am always very, 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 very thrilled and privileged and honored to be here with this particular collective, which I hold very dear to my heart. And for me, like the idea of choosing timelines, like I have to go with what Rob and expand a little bit on what Rob was saying about thoughts, and more salient, I think, are belief systems and programs that sometimes don't peep out consciously. So to be able to really dig in and get a hold of what your belief system is, to be able to weed out the things that you do not want to incorporate moving forward on the timeline of choice, is very important. So the idea that your emotions, the emotions that come from the thoughts that you think, are really what are the driver for what is being attracted. So choosing a timeline comes back to being accountable for what you are frequently and feeling happy and thinking thoughts that make you feel okay, and maybe not participating so much with human social isms and going inside is something that after this 3 days, people will have a better grasp on and be able to take their power and be able to choose a timeline more coherently for themselves. And as a result, the collective will benefit. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Leanne, for being here. I appreciate you, sister. Stone Hobbit, another Star Sister from Another Mother who is currently in our future. Please go ahead.
Hello and welcome. And I'm sorry. It's going to be amazing. It's going to crack the layers that you've had holding you back. This is going to take you forward. You're going to be able to see where you want to go. This is timelines. This is loops. This is identifying yourself having that journey, knowing all aspects, being able to learn to communicate with other entities out there through your senses that you have. These senses are connected to the different dimensions. These dimensions are connected to our timelines. Where do you want to see yourself? How do you want to be? How do you want to look after yourself? What you do for yourself, you are doing for all those of the same frequency around you. This is going to be absolutely amazing. It's come at a really good time. We've got new frequencies coming in. We can harness the energies and the new downloads that we've just recently all gotten. So I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be a fantastic few days, 3 days. Some great guests coming along, some good hosts. So thank you for coming, and, step into yourself, identify who you are, what it is that you're here, what resonates with you. You don't have to agree with everything. Agree to disagree, and therefore you are allowing yourself to learn. Be allowed to make these mistakes, and there's no guilt, shame, or blame. We are moving forward. We are shaking off the shackles of the programs that have been out there. We've done this repeatedly. Now we're back to the timelines. We're back to knowing who we are, stepping into our higher selves and knowing what we want for our futures. Take hold of that. So enjoy this ride because it's going to be an adventure.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Stone Hobbit. Love you, sister. Thank you very much for being here. And Leanne, thank you very much for being here. Let's quickly go through our itinerary for today. It's going to be an amazing day. So, guys, the way we have it set up is that we're going to do about a 45 minutes to an hour presentation by our speakers, and then after that we will engage them for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes in a one-on-one conversation. Well, I guess it would be a three-on-one conversation, and we'll be taking questions from you guys in the audience on Full Spectrum Universe, as well as Watcherstalk Network, and over on Odyssey, where we are streaming. So, guys, please feel free to toss your questions on there. And I would ask if you guys please cap locks your questions, because that way they're easier to stand out. We can highlight them and we can bring them on, and we can ask our speakers your questions so that we can engage them in a conversation. So the itinerary for today, my friends, is we're going to be starting off with Patricia Corey, and then after that is going to be a presentation from myself, and then after that we have Constance Victoria Briggs coming on at 1:45. She will be talking about the moon timeline, and then after that we have Rodney McGilvery, who's going to be talking about alchemical timelines, and then we have our very own John Shaughnessy, who recently released a book called Floods and the Pyramids, and he's going to be presenting that for the first time ever on this planet, his brand new theory. So it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful day. And then our MCs and hosts for today are Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, Leanne Curtis from Riding the Frequency, and then Greg Bornstein from Open Loops, Matthew Morden from Realms of Strangeness, and then we have Stone Hobbit from Stone Hobbit. Right, so this is our MCs today, guys, and I appreciate each and every single one of you, and I would second the motion when Stone said that we can agree to disagree. We're not going to agree on everything, and if we did agree on everything, then it would be a very, very boring world, and we wouldn't really have any type of dialogue going on. So it's important that we agree and we disagree with one another, because that creates dialogue, and then dialogue creates awareness. Right? Please, be respectful to one another in all of the three chat rooms. Be respectful to yourself and also to our speakers. And we are ready to rock and roll. So, guys, please share this out with friends and family. We will be streaming until 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the schedule is the same for day 2 and also day 3. All right. So are we ready to bring our next guest on, ladies? Let's do it. Oh, what's going on over here? Why do I have a reverb going on here?
We don't hear it.
You don't hear it?
If that's
I just heard it. I can hear I think we got her. Yeah, we got her. We are on mute everywhere. All right, so my next and our first speaker, guys, is Patricia Corey. I did an interview with her a few weeks ago on my channel, Watcherstalk, which is currently under a hiatus due to a couple of strikes, and we'll be back on there in just a few days. So our first speaker is Patricia Corey. So let me give you guys a short bio on Patricia before we bring her on. So Patricia Corey is an internationally acclaimed author, public speaker, and thought leader with 13 published works in over 22 foreign editions. The former host of popular BBS radio show Beyond the Matrix, she has been a guest on hundreds of radio and TV programs, including CNN and Coast to Coast AM. Her previous books include The Cosmos of Soul, Atlantis Rising, No More Secrets, No More Lies, and The Emissary. And her latest book, Hacking the God Code, is an excellent read, and I'll be sharing those links, guys, in the comments for you guys to go and check out. And as well, my fellow projections, this event is sponsored by Frank Jacob, A Tale of Two Timelines. And if you guys go we have a special going on right now. If you visit cyberhive.tv and put in the code timelines50, you will receive a 50% discount off of the webinar about the tale of two timelines. All right, so let's bring Patricia on and let's get into it. What is up, Patricia? Thank you very much for being here, my star sister.
First of all, thank you for embracing me and being a part of this wonderful collection of souls and being back with you. And I hope I wasn't part of the reason why you got zapped.
No. That was that's an ongoing thing, Patricia, with YouTube.
Okay.
I began doing, the ruling families of the world, and then when I got to when I got to the fellers, and then when I got to the childs, right, YouTube really got down on me, and then after that, when I got into Disney, that was it, right? And they went back 6 years. Yeah, they went back 6 years into my video archives and found a video to hit me with a strike. And then after that, I had Frank Jacob on. And oddly enough, I brought him on because he was canceled in the EU. And I wanted to highlight that. And then once I put him on, they canceled me too. So, and the whole point of this event was supposed to be streaming to Watcherstalk to balance out the damage that YouTube is doing. But unfortunately, that wasn't the plan. So we are streaming now to Full Spectrum Universe and our backup channel, Watcherstalk Network, and as well here on Odyssey. So enough of that, YouTube politics.
Well, I know all about cancel culture, and I've just been through it to the max between my former publisher, who decided I wasn't woke enough, and reissuing all my books, and it's really a challenge. And I really think we should celebrate the fact that regardless of what's being thrown at us, these forces of light are rising, and we are finding our way around these barriers. And the more they throw at us, the stronger we get. It is actually very humorous. In fact, when I was cancel cultured, I laughed. Where did everybody go? I'm all alone here in cyber world at the moment.
I thought I would highlight you, but here we'll stay on screen with you.
That's okay.
All I do is laugh, and everybody thinks I'm gone stark raving nuts. But
because the humor completely disarms them, and it is such a counterposition to the fear. So when a lot of people
exactly,
how do I? Somebody just asked me in an interview, how do you manage to smile all the time when you're talking about such heavy shit?
You can't help it. You can't help it.
First of all, I don't believe, thank you, Captain Kirk, I don't believe in the no-win scenario.
Yeah.
And so, I know that I'm an immortal being. I know that this passing through this tube, whatever timeline I choose to do it on, is a very temporary situation. I've already been on the other side so many times between astral journeys and near-death experiences to know, if you've had a near-death experience, a profound one, without question, without discussion, that you are an immortal being. And when, if you're lucky and blessed enough to have that experience, it cuts right through the BS. It cuts right through everything, because without question that no matter whatever plays out in me, starting to look more and more like a simulation every day, that you're on your way through here. And in my case, I'm not getting any younger. So the passage time to the next dimension, or whatever that will look like, is getting closer. And so that's why I'm laughing, because I think we're taking it all way too seriously. No pun intended, considering I'm a channel for the Syrians, way too seriously. But anyway, so here we are. Today we're talking about timelines, right? That's the focus. And, my experience, this concept of timelines is sort of new for me, because I've always been working with multidimensional beings who refer to parallel universes and simultaneous time, and that as we're moving into the fourth dimension, and we are the fourth dimension to the Syrians is the no time. And so I kind of find it fascinating that we're all talking about timelines and our experience of time, and yet it's very clear to a lot of us that we're moving into the vibrational field of a four-dimensional timelessness zone where the space-time continuum disappears, and where, of course, we create our own timeline through our conscious perception of what we choose to resonate to. So I think it's really good, if we're going to have a conversation about timelines, to really try to define what we're talking about, what we mean by it. And for me, which may be very different than others, the reference to timeline, let me interject that I hear people all the time saying things like they've changed the timeline on they've personally changed the timeline on planet Earth. I'm like, excuse me, there's a few other billion people that might have something to do with that. But I believe that there are strings running through conscious reality, running through the dimensions, parallel universes, and that we can jump on to whatever we want because we can resonate to that frequency. But I don't think one person can alter the timelines of an entire civilization. Perhaps Jesus Christ, but he's not around at the moment. And so I would love to kind of define what I understand timelines to be so that it's easier for me to address the questions at hand. And I caught just a little bit of what Stone Hobbit was saying about it's going to be a glorious ride. Here we are. We've been waiting a few hundred lifetimes to do this. Right? So here we are, and watching the drama play out and feeling the power, the strength rising. It is so exhilarating. It gives me goosebumps. The harder they squeeze you, the Syrian High Council say, the harder they squeeze you, the freer you become. Watching so many souls becoming free, stepping into their sovereignty. I don't know what timeline you want to call that. All I know is it's the right now of my experience. It's where I live. It's where I breathe. It's everything that matters as far as life to me is watching humanity rise. And that's what I came here for. I zoomed into this frequency, and that's what I'm going to achieve in this lifetime. I'm going to see this. And so when people are saying to me that they're struggling and a lot of people are saying, of course, even jokingly, I don't know why I came here. It's such a struggle. It's so dark. And I'm like, you don't? Well, let me remind you, what you came here to do is to be part of this incredible galactic shift, this human shift, this planetary shift. Solar system is shifting. It's all moving on up, baby. And be in it, be present. And I'd like to also add, because I don't want to be ranting here, that I don't want to project myself into any other dimension. I don't want to project myself into the future because I'm in love with the now. I'm living the now with every leaf, with every breath of every animal that I have the joy of encountering, every sunset. I'm not trying to be a poet here. It's just, I live on a beautiful island, which I've chosen. Oh, hello there. I chose to migrate to, which is Atlantis, out here in the Azores. And from Atlantis, I began this Earth cycle. And to Atlantis, I have returned to complete it. And so that's what I have to say for the moment. I don't know if I'm supposed to speak indefinitely or if we're all going to share our thoughts on each other's views.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll share our thoughts. And, Patricia, I absolutely agree with you. I like the now, right? I like where I am in this timeline. I chose to be here. I made a contract, and I, chose my parents, and I chose my experiences, and I came here for a particular reason, whatever that reason may be. It will eventually find me, or maybe I'm doing it right now. But fact is that, I like the now and the moment that I'm in. My only issue with the moment that I'm in right now is the censorship and the control and kind of transhumanism type of agenda that's taking place here in this timeline to avert us into something different, to where we're, half robots and half humans, and our consciousness is like really tied in with that. That's why really my big issue. And
that's from what my is all about. But
yeah,
the question is that the same timeline as standing up as a sovereign being and knowing that it can never touch you. It will never touch me. Absolutely not. So if we're going to talk about timelines, for me, one of them is the Borg future, which they're pushing it hard and strong. And again, this is why I wrote the book. It's just like to wake as many people up to how fast that is unfolding and how they're approaching us, to how they're intending to achieve that by altering the DNA. And when we spoke, Omar, I was talking about the fact that the ultimate weapon is not nukes, it's not weather, it's not whatever scalar. It's the ability to alter a species' DNA, because everything else is temporary. I mean, even if you blow up the planet 100 times and we go out into the Kuiper belt and fragments, that's kind of sort of permanent, but still those fragments will form into new celestial bodies and have their own identity. But when you can alter the DNA of a sentient species, you change it forever. And that is the ultimate weapon if your intention is to change it forever into a slave civilization of soul beings. Well, so the timeline where I live is a rejoicing of how many souls are rising, and the challenges that are presented to me with this ridiculous, I don't know why it cracks me up every time, the censorship. I mean, I'm it's very, very difficult. And I'm out here right now, I'm doing a PR campaign for my new book, and I'm saying everything I think. I'm talking about it all. And friends of mine are saying, don't you think you might want to turn it down a little bit? I go, what are they going to do, shoot me? Go ahead. I've had a rich life. Take me on out.
Right? You can't kill my energy. You can't kill my consciousness. You can kill my container, but I'll just come back in something else. Like, so what?
Maybe not. Maybe just go on. But, my attitude is my mother's waiting on the other side with the cappuccino. And so I'm more than happy to just leave this tube if I'm done with it. It will be.
I just watched my mom go on to the other side of the cappuccino. I watched her take a very peaceful last breath. And it was the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced. And she's no longer in a body, but, my energy field would tell you she's right here. Every hair is standing up on my body, which goes out many feet. So.
Yeah. And so, Omar, my response to you is, I hear you. Okay, every time I say it, I laugh, so that maybe I've got some kind of hypnotic suggestion going on. But the censorship issue makes me laugh, and it's because it is so overt, such overt disruption of dark forces trying to block the light, and we just keep finding our way around it. Now, some people are risking their lives, and some people have lost their lives to do that. And again, the empowerment that comes from saying, this is my reality, this is my truth. Yes, I can stand in it. And if anyone wants to take me out, you go ahead. I'm done here. So it's no big deal. Right? And if they just don't know what to do with that, especially if you're laughing at them, you're laughing at the whole situation. But it is a struggle. I hear you. And let's see what happens.
Stone, let me hear some of your thoughts on what Patricia's saying.
Oh, I love it, Patricia. I'm in the same location, mate, and it's like the frequency comes in. It's like a layer of the onion peel. You let it go, and then whatever they throw at you, you're just going to laugh at it. You can't help it because you can see it. You recognize the frequency before it even gets to you. You know it's on its way.
That's
and
right.
It's just a joke. It is just a laugh, because it's like you see all the levels you've broken in the program, and you see those out there who are still playing that game. And when you can see who they are, they can't defend themselves. There's nowhere for them to hide. And eventually they have to face their own transparency, their own levels of exposure, and then comes their accountability for their own actions. It's fantastic what we're going through. Which timeline do you want to be on? We've got We got to pick what we want. We step into knowing what free will actually is. We step into identifying the self and giving appreciation and gratitude, and it doesn't stop with you. It resonates with your environment, the animals, the plants, and it just keeps intensifying.
It just keeps intensifying. Exactly. And we had this extraordinary test. Talk about having our mettle tested with this vid situation, and how I've never understood how people cannot see through it, because I've been awake all my life. I was a clairvoyant child, and I was encouraged to do that, to be that. And so I never had to wake up as a child. And so when I see that people don't see, I just can't understand how you could not see what that was from the get-go, because I don't live in fear, so they can't hook me. I don't have a television, so they can't hook me. I don't use a cell phone, they can't hook me. And so they can't hook me. So, looking at now the realization that people are experiencing and knowing, it was never a possibility for me to be getting that, ever. Because I'm a sovereign being and nothing goes into this sacred space. And that's my choice. And if they do succeed, a lot of people will be robotized. A lot of them are already acquiescing between what are we calling it in this transmission? The V?
We are calling AI the thing. As long as we don't trigger
the Jabberwock, which is what I call it on the air. Okay, when the Jabberwock program came, it never even for a moment, all the fear, you'll never be able to live again, fly again, walk again, it never touched me. I was like, well, okay, I've got this wonderful peace pod pad where I live with my dogs, and I can wait it out. I'm stocked up always, and I grow food, and I have a beautiful environment that I call my own, and let the people, well, here it's not Mania City because I live on this small island, but it's been a very peaceful process as far as my personal life. And that so many people have chosen to do this, not realizing that they have initiated the Borgization of their physical being. I find shocking, but it's not my timeline. It's not where I live. I live in sovereignty. And if it came to the point where somebody knocked on the door and said, we have a little gift for you, roll up your sleeve, I would say, come back tomorrow. I've got to just check with my embassy. And then I would go take a swim with the dolphins. I really would. It's just that's already decided I'm going to deal with that. So it doesn't touch me. There's no fear attached. But I am, especially since I've put out this book, and I'm talking about this subject on the media, and I surely will be tested. Thank you for putting that out. I surely will be tested, and so let's see what happens. But I will never be silent. Never.
Guys, this is a wonderful book, and I'm in the process of reading it, and I'm enjoying it so far. It's an excellent write, and things are coming together really nicely, and haven't gotten really deep into it, but I'm about 40 pages or so in, and it's a wonderful book, and I'd recommend you guys visit Patricia's website and go and check it out, and perhaps order your copy of the book as well. Here's the website address for Patricia, patriciacorey.com, and it's a wonderful read, as I said. And now, Patricia, I'm just wondering, with this transhumanism type of timeline that these guys are trying to create, I want to try to dig into like the Hegelian dialect of everything that is happening with this censorship. Now, the biggest thing that we've seen so far that has come out of this is the acquisition of Twitter from Elon Musk. Now, we know that you don't become a billionaire just by, being a nice guy, right? You have to sell your soul in order to get into that position. Now, the reason why I say the Hegelian dialect, is because, on one side, they're telling us, censorship, censorship, censorship. And then this guy comes along and says, oh, I'm going to free the bird, right? But you got to pay $8. Now, I'm wondering what's to like really come out of that, because, they're going to say, they're going to use Twitter as an example, because I'm sure that everybody and their dog's going to get on there and start making racist comments and things like that to, give it that image that they've been saying all along, that say, hey, if we don't censor, then this type of activity can happen on a social platform. So, our idea is that, we're going to bring in like the Bill C-31 here in Canada, or, your internet connection could be, connected to your digital ID or your social credit score. And, that's kind of what I'm seeing out of this whole Twitter thing. I'd like to hear your thoughts as to, like what's going on, and am I on the right track in thinking like this and things like that. I'd appreciate that, Tricia.
Well, first of all, I kind of laughed when everybody was just jumping on the Elon Musk bandwagon. Even all the truth, all the spiritual people were like, he's a good guy. Oh, great. He's going to break through the barriers of control. And I'm thinking, he wants to drill a hole in your brain called Neuralink and insert a computer.
Right?
Yeah. Right?
Why doesn't he do it to himself and his kid first? How's that? Do you try it on yourself first and see what happens?
The illusion, I mean, people, it concerns me that so quickly, so easily, the littlest action from an important figure creates this wave of response. And yeah, obedience all over again. So personally, I'd love Elon Musk to be a good guy, but there's a small matter of Neuralink, which he's got planned for 2023. He is right in there with the transhumanists. He is a big player in that AI game. And quite honestly, I think he is AI. He, in fact, said in a video that he put out about Neuralink, which I watched with trepidation, he said, who knows? It fits right behind your ear. You can't even see it's there. He said, who knows? I could already be hooked up. I know, Elon, because I can see it. Your vibe is not human. And so whether what he does with Twitter or not, which is illusion at the moment, it's this great illusion. And I think if you're an awake person, your brain looks through illusion. And so a lot of the people that I thought, or that claim to be truthers and whatever, are still mesmerized by the illusion. Whereas with me, and I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else, but with me, I look and go, okay, what's behind this? I don't buy it. I never buy anything up front. And I go, why are we suddenly, hailing when he's a loaded AI dude? He's part of the team, and therefore I reject him. And sometimes the left brain starts with don't be judgmental, love everyone. Come on, there's potential here. He's doing a good thing. But the gut says, walk away. And so I listen to my gut, and therefore I reject what instantly speaks to me of falsity and illusion. And anybody that wants to put not even a chip, he wants an entire computer in your brain. Have you seen this video where he's got the animation of a robot surgeon, he calls it, a robotic surgeon. It comes into the arena, the surgical arena, comes down, drills a hole in the awaiting human brain, and implants a complete computer. And, of course, he's singing the praises of this by saying this is the future for dealing with paralysis and people with, MS and all this nonsense. But no, I seriously don't think the solution to these problems, these conditions, is drilling a hole in a human brain and then hooking your machine up to the human neurons and then allowing AI to start commanding what that body does. And so that timeline is not the Pat Corey world. Mine is, I'm sorry, I'm a sovereign being. I am a soul clearly aware of my God connection, aware that the DNA within me is a divine blueprint and nobody is going to mess with it. Period. Would that be a timeline?
I think that would be a timeline that would be, that could jump into a personal timeline. It can also jump into our collective timeline as well. Because as I was saying in the beginning of this stream, that we are on multiple timelines. We have our own individual timeline, and then we have the collective timeline. Now, if all collectiveness jumps into this and says, no way, we're putting this neural link or this computer in our brain so that you can connect us and make us into a board, then then we can create that new timeline, because these guys, obviously their agenda is to Borg us, right? And our agenda is to not get Borged, right? Because we've seen what happens to the Borg, right? Once they get disconnected.
Sorry for interrupting. That is the great divide of the moment. If you want to talk about civilization timelines, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
The singularity, the robotization of our species and animals, because they're doing the animals too, versus choosing sovereignty. And Harari, the dude who represents the World Economic Forum, who said the word, you humans are hackable animals, and we know how to do it. So we're moving the human 1.0 to human 2.0. You'll be so much better, and you can let go of this God fantasy. He didn't say fantasy. I think he said something like this God idea, this soul. You won't need that because we'll be putting it. Sorry. So yeah, that would be a collective civilization timeline, which unfortunately, a lot of the people who have accepted the Jabberwocky repeatedly, because they're up to 6 now, 6 versions or 6 boosters, are I believe pretty much on that timeline.
Keeping track of 4. That's crazy. 6. Really 6, Patricia? 6?
Yeah, 6. They're up to 6 now. And
wait, there's a super one too that takes care of everything in one, isn't there?
Yeah, new one, the Omicron variant makes flu relation. That's coming, but
right.
When you sorry, Patricia, but when you mentioned the hackable, right? The hackable, I saw a video not that long ago where they were showing that these people actually do have the technology to hack your body, and that they can, literally see through your eyes and hear through your ears with these computer programs that they have. And so when they say that we can hack you, then to me that goes a long ways, because that again, then that tries to, the way I interpret that is that if I am hackable as a sentient being, then that really points to the idea that I'm interacting with some sort of a digital matrix where I'm inside this matrix and that I can be hacked.
I don't think they can hack us if we don't have the technology in us.
Mm-hmm.
When they're talking about your hackable animals, there is some hacking going on through the cell phone. There's some hacking going on through the TV. Again, I talk about that in the book, which you're reading. But what they want is to load us up with the technology placed within the cellular level, cutting out the godlight, replacing it with technology that can accept those commands. And part of that is the graphene and the building of these structures within the blood and altering the human DNA. So I don't for a minute believe I'm hackable. I do everything I can to block as much as I can consciously, choosing not to have the phone in the house, choosing this, choosing that, as much as possible. And my conscious reality is you can't enter my space and you can't enter my mind. I am a sovereign being. And I mean, I repeat that every hour. I am sovereign. Sorry. But somebody else who's 24/7 on the television set and the cell phone and all the rain zapping the house and rolling up the I hear a really loud noise.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that too. Where is that coming from?
Maybe they're trying to hack me.
I think it's that could very possibly be. It's happened to me before, where it's actually happened to Leanne and I. We
It's
did an
just proving her
interview.
point right now.
Yeah, we did an interview with Frank Jacob about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, I believe it was, maybe a little bit longer. And the stream was going just fine. And then all of a sudden, there was just this mass noise and ejection coming in, and we actually had to kill the stream and start a new one. And then that one was okay. But, so let me, try to understand this, Patricia, like this transhumanism and that we got going on. Right. Obviously, they want to carry this forward through this World Economic Forum, and Schwab the Hutt wants, well, he's really parroting what, Charles Mountbatten really said back in 2021 about the Great Reset. And then this Great Reset, is obviously connected to this transhumanism agenda that these people have been working on for, however long they've been working on it. What I'd like to understand out of this is that why try to destroy the natural, the natural body avatar, and why begin to, insert technology in something that works perfectly fine. As far as I'm concerned, the human body avatar, my cat, stones, horses, things like that, Leanne's birds, they are the perfect technology that can be, it's this mechanism that we have. It heals itself. It's self-stable. It has energy. It's got heat. I don't see why we would need to alter this and start putting technology in us. Like, I'm just not catching that.
It's very simple. They don't want us to be fine. That's the difference. I mean, they're selling, they're going to heal us. They're going to make medicine more accessible in the body. But they do not want us well. They want us drugged. They want us unwell. And they want us enslaved with drugs, with pharmaceuticals, with controls, with famine, for reasons that are so beyond a love-centered being to understand. Possibly, I think I might have said this with you when I was with you the other day, possibly they are alien beings that have been here before we were, because Homo sapiens is not that ancient. Perhaps they were here before we were, and they see us as a plague. That would be kind as far as anticipating what their motive could be. Perhaps they're just ancient aliens who think they own this planet, and then in comes Homo sapiens, star beings, and it's like, well, hold on, because my earlier books, and I'm sure all you agree, talk about the Syrian experiment and how we were brought in from 12 different species. Some say 22, but for me, it's 12 different alien superior beings at the birth of Homo sapiens. So perhaps they're like, yeah, who said you could come here and do that? This is our turf. Get out. That's one possibility. And the other is that they're just evil. Evil and darkness wants, that knows no other end but to spread evil and darkness. And that light is an imposition, an impediment to that intent. So intent is always the word. And their intent is to destroy beauty, destroy love, destroy light, and remove God from the equation. So why not go right into the DNA and strip the God code right on out? That's my thesis. And just like they're blocking the sun with the excuse of global warming and that whole BS, what they're really doing is blocking light from Mother Earth, blocking light from us, blocking light. It is hard to imagine being in that vibrational field, just darkness, darkness, and more darkness. But that's what we're up against. And that is the Armageddon moment that we came here for. And, people like us are warriors. We're not going sweep quietly into that dark night. That's for some other timeline for some other group. But we are, I love Stone Hobbit's background with our warrior tools. We are ready to go. And are those real antiques, Stone?
No, baby, they're all real. I used to be a fighter. That's all
gorgeous.
my armor.
Wow. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so that's my answer to you is they don't want us well. They want us unwell from birth. Well, actually, they don't even want any birth anymore. We may be seeing very limited new births coming into the field. And I also think that a lot of souls are coming in because we know that there are so many miscarriages and stillbirths now. I think a lot of these souls are coming in and then going, oops, oh no, this isn't what I signed up for. I'm out of here. Thank you anyway. And exiting. So there's a lot going on. And what
I feel the same.
to is I live and breathe in the now moment. I do not project into what will happen in the future, because if you get into the future, you still got to be in the now moment. It's an illusion. We're talking about timelines. Well, the future's an illusion anyway. So I don't project into it. I don't care. I really don't care, because in the end, we grow. And if we struggle and if we have pain, we might slip back down the spiral, and then we deal with the karma of that, and then we move forward again, because the essence of the soul is to climb back up to source, return to source. Did I shock you? You're all silent.
No, I think that's absolutely right. You know, it is.
Yeah,
It
we
is.
all know it. Really, it's like love or fear, like one, and don't flip flop. We're trained to flip flop because, like, none of us have been trained from birth to be self-realized and self-sufficient in our own energy and in our own solar plexus, and taught the difference between there's love or there's fear, and you're going to choose one, and there will be learning situations that will provoke you to have to take action in your own mind to be able to choose what frequency you are going to entangle with. And honestly, feeling good here and now, right now, that is creating your future. Because if you're always feeling good now, your frequency is projected forward and backwards from now in the frequency which you are holding. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I keep slipping into this channeling thing. Sorry.
I like that. Stone, when Patricia was mentioning the genetics, right? 12 or 22. Can you speak on that a little bit? Because I know that you know a lot about that. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what Patricia was saying.
I'm not gonna say I know a lot about it. I just in some incarnation, it's led me through this incarnation to be in blood. I worked in the field of human sputum, which is the different fluids the body releases and produces, which included blood cells, the living blood cell, which took me into DNA and stuff. And so when all of this jibby jab stuff started to show itself, I was like, no, it's not real. It's not, we don't need, you listen to the words. They said it was an experiment. I lived my life as an experiment. So when I was working in the field, in the industry, I got to see all of these different new variants of things that were in the human bloodstream, and I got to see how it was damaging the blood cells, and each blood cell had its own arrhythmia and it had its own auric field, and it was a living entity within ourselves. It made a little part of who we are, and it took me further into dimensions. And it's like now we're coming into, after the solar beings came in, they started showing me the Borg stuff. There was Borg ships, there was the squares, there was the assimilation. And then they started bringing in transgender, they changed the water. they changed the foods, they changed the color of the sky. You could see the different illusions that they were tapping into and how they were tapping into all of our senses. Then came the recognition of facial recognition, voice recognition. Then came signature frequency recognition. And now we've got Elon Musk and his satellites and the space junk all becoming one big ship. You know, it's we don't need to, once we recognize, because we've seen this before, this is a repeated pattern. So once we recognize it, we can start doing something about it. You can't change what you're not aware of. And for me, they kept me in the dark for a long time, but there was always this force that kept telling me to keep going and find myself. Eventually I did, and now I'm here, and it's fun. It's fun being me. It's fun recognizing who's not real, the magic that comes from them, the vocals. You can recognize what's real and what's not, what's and it's the same with what's happening with the DNA. The DNA is changing. There'll be people around us that we would never have thought that would have gone down that road, but did. They're not the same people as they were. And it's like now we have to work with the attachments. What attachments are you going to keep? Are you going to try and save somebody? It's what timeline do you want to be in? And I can see a fracture happening. I can see that happening, and I can see it happening with our DNA. There are so many different nanoparticles and agendas within these particles that are going on within ourselves. When you can step inside yourself and understand you'll know if you've been infected, let's say, because there's lots of ways they're trying to get this little thing in, and it's like, no, we're not having it anymore. I'm light. I'm a light being, and I'm just going to keep projecting that until it's all gone.
That's right. And I'm so glad you said that.
Excuse me.
Beautiful explanation. It's they've been trying to get it into us astrally. So, I mean, in my 40 years as a healer, I've seen it all. I mean, I psychic healing, all the astral entities. It was like when I had my center in Rome, it's called Lightworks. It was like I was Whoopi Goldberg in the movie Ghost. They'd all these people would come in with these entities, and they'd just sit in the waiting room, and these entities would be in the ethers, like. And I said, wait a minute, this is not how I plan to use my gift, dealing with entities and attachments. But now that they're still using that spiritual manipulation to get into us, but now they're doing it physically. So we've got the jibber jabber, we've got all kinds of interference. And I truly believe that, first of all, you've got to be sure that you're shielded from the astral impositions. So that's already something very important, because a lot of people are very open, completely open. They have no idea how to protect themselves. And again, I am sovereign is your first method. And then I'm accepting, rolling up the sleeve and saying, yes, do me more. I need more, another one. And it's like, oh, okay. So what you're saying is, and this might upset a few people that are listening, I believe that if you're saying, yeah, do it, stick it in, you're basically making an agreement, just like signing a contract in blood. You're giving permission for this intent to enter you. And today it's the needle. Who knows what's the next thing? But all the choices we make now, all are a reflection of what you said, Stone. I think your name is Stone, or is it Stone Hubbard?
Stone's good enough. That's cool. It's just a frequency after all.
What you said, which is, I am a light being, and I don't resonate to it. It ain't my vibe. It is, if you want to call it a timeline, great. But the whole evil, dark program, which is program in every sense, it's not part of my reality. I am a sovereign being. I repeat, I'm a light being. I'm a sovereign being. I live in joy. I live in my heart. And I'm On the other hand, and I think this is something we should discuss, I am willing to look at it. I'm in the book, I say, come with me. Let's look this beast in the eye, directly in the eye. Because as long as you can look at evil and feel no fear, you really alter it. It hates that you can't fear it. And it shrivels because you don't fear it. So that's what I encourage people to do. And I think that's one of our missions as light beings on this planet. Help people understand that they need to look at it, dissect it, understand how it operates, and then send light into it without fear. And that's our mission.
I really do, because it's we are the ones who we've been waiting for, right? We just keep hearing that again and again and again. And I truly believe that we are the ones that we've been waiting for, because of the fact that since, I would say since about the 70s to the 80s, things have drastically changed on this planet. And since then, right, all of, our aspects, have been coming into this realm to carry out, certain agenda, a certain thing, right? But now it seems that, as you were mentioning, Patricia, with the stillbirths and, the deaths, and, these children that are just not manifesting have decided not to incorporate themselves into this timeline and say, oops, we made a mistake, took a wrong turn, and then push, off they go, and they don't want to deal with this. So, my message would be to, because I seen a comment on here earlier on that somebody had mentioned, how do we create our, new timeline? Like, how do we do it? And it's quite simple. What you've been saying, Patricia, is just hold that space, that sovereign space within yourself, and continue to say that I'm light and I'm sovereign, and that no one has permission over me. And that is the one way to create a personal timeline. But not only that, but if all of us get onto that same bandwagon, then we have that collective timeline that we can create and manifest that we want. Because, we have to understand that majority of the people on this planet, they want to be loved, and they want to love, right? All of these evil entities that are rolling around this planet is, just really a handful of people. But majority of the people just want to love, be loved, and have a happy human experience, so that when they, leave, they can have that memory of that, wonderful experience that they had here on this earth. So that's one way of creating the timeline. I know what I say to myself is that I'm a sovereign being. No one has permission over me. I'm not my mind. I'm not my body. And I'm a point of attention within this stream of information. And I've chosen to manifest here. And while I'm here, I'm going to work from my heart space. And that is it. And that is what creates a new timeline. And I can attest to that myself, because a number of years ago, this Watcherstalk that I have, for me, that's a new timeline. Right? Because 8-9 years ago, when I wasn't doing this, I was just a full-time drywaller, just doing my thing. And that was the timeline that I was on. And then when I switched gears and began doing my Watcherstalk, then that in itself just became a new timeline, which has taught me a great deal. Because prior to this, I didn't know how to work from the heart space. Actually didn't even understand it, heart math, things like that. I just didn't get. Right. But now, since doing this has allowed me to raise my awareness and bring in that information, which has allowed me to create this brand new timeline that not only myself am on, but my wife is also on this timeline with me, because she's on this journey with me with this Watcherstalk, because, she's very well involved in the background. So, that's my thought on it. But, I really have to go back, Patricia and Stone and Leanne, and back to, like 12, 15, 20,000 years ago, when, we had the ability of extrasensory, where we can, telepathically speak to one another, where we can, manipulate energy to do what we wanted to. But then something happened on this planet, right? Something happened. Now we hear this in the Bible with the story of Babel, where it says that we all spoke the same language at one point on this world. And the only thing that I can come up with, for that one particular language, is common sense tells me that there are hundreds of thousands of different dialects on this world, and somebody who's living in, say, Brazil is not going to be able to speak the same language as somebody that lives in Siberia. Now, the only thing that really makes sense to me is that these guys were speaking the language of thought, right? Telepathy, and telepathy would be the only thing that makes sense. And then now, once that connection was severed, not really quite sure how it was severed, but once that connection was severed, they say the tongues got confused, and that tongues getting confused is that regional dialect that everyone spoke. Like, we can go to China and we can find like 300 dialects of Chinese language. We can go to India and find, again, like 1,000 different dialects of Indian language, Hindi and Punjabi and all these things, right? So it tells me that somewhere along in our, deep past, there was a sort of intervention, as you were saying before, they look at us as plagues, right? Now, I wonder if this very same entity that sees us as plagues wasn't the one that was responsible for genetically engineering, through abductions, to change our DNA so that we no longer had that ability of the extrasensory abilities, and we are now where we are at. Because when I think about alien abductions and ET abductions and such, it turns out that 80% of the people that have missing time or have been abducted are women. Right now, I understand that women are born with a certain amount of eggs within them that they're going to release throughout their lifetime. Now, it would be a lot easier to genetically manipulate a woman's eggs than it would be to manipulate the man's sperm, because it's just so much. And with the eggs, it's very, very easy to do that. And when a woman gives birth, then that new DNA has come up, and then they abduct that person, because it's hereditary as well. If you're a woman and you've been abducted, then chances are your grandmother, your mother, your sister, your aunt, and so on, going back into the past, have had this experience within them, right? So what's going on here?
Because you're sort of kind of careening into another subject, and I was just wondering, first of all, I wanted to address what you said about communicating telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you, as a very strong telepath, it's not all it's cracked up to be. In other words, you don't want to be hearing the thoughts of every freaking person that's walking around you, and that this may very well be a matter of the vibrational field was at another level when we were telepathic, so that we, the communication level was of a higher frequency, and that's what it's about, communicating on a higher frequency versus communicating with everybody that's walking around. I personally can tell you that I can't be in a crowd because I hear every kind of thing, and a lot of what I hear I don't want to know, right? So that's something I wanted to bring up. And then that if we're moving toward telepathic communication, the capacity for that, it has to be, in my humble opinion, because we're rising to another level of consciousness. Because 8 billion people's thoughts, I really don't want to know. So that and then those of us who are channels are picking up, you can call it telepathic, you can call it download, whatever you want to call it, communicating, receiving, and sending as a telepathic communication system where we no longer need words. But I like language. I love
me too.
And I love the different languages. And I don't care if I go to another country and I've got to go, ¿Dónde está? Because it's beautiful. It's a learning experience, a human experience. And, I just think that we've got to relax a little bit and just enjoy. I guess that's what I think what I'm all about is I have a very galactic background. I have a very powerful life of service as a spiritual person, but I want to enjoy the simple beauty of life. Because otherwise, what will have been the point? So great. So I'm a messenger for the Syrians. I'm bringing forward all this information. I'm serving as best I can. But what will my life have mattered for my soul if I'm not enjoying the ride? If I'm not making a festival out of this experience? And isn't that the ultimate spiritual progression, is to be able to find beauty within darkness, and by doing that, sending light into it. And that no matter what is the outer world, the inner world is still intact, sovereign, celebrating all the nuances of this journey. I don't know if I got off track too, but I just thought it was important to say that. I keep driving that home because it's very easy for people like us to get very heady about all of the incredible information that's available now as we bleed into other dimensions. I mean, my God, right? But I love the simplicity of children, the ones that aren't being manipulated and destroyed, the ability to jump into a water puddle and start giggling and laughing, and that the earth offers us this palette of life, palette of biology, colors, scents, and that I want to be very centered in that, because I want to, in my book, there's a line in the book that says, when we leave this plane, we're going to look back and say, I was there for that. I was there for that. And that is the splitting of the timelines, the Armageddon scenario, the dark light paradigm we're in. Still, we'll be looking back on, whoa, I knew what I was doing when I went there, and by God, I lived it to the hilt. Is that too optimistic?
I would say not optimistic enough.
I feel so strongly about that, and that we have an opportunity here to, and a need to be grounded, because a lot of people are starting to fly away into the other dimensions here. Stay grounded to this beautiful planet, so that when you are flying around in the fifth and sixth or wherever you are, you have your cords here, and you always remember you chose this life, this planet. You probably chose it a lot of times because it is an extraordinary field of opportunity for higher education. Earth is the great university in the galaxy.
Earthversity.
Earthversity.
Yeah, Earthversity. There's a new term. For me, Patricia, I don't know, maybe, it's my perception, but, what I enjoy about, this earth, right? I'm a, true believer of the idea that we choose our experiences, we choose when and where we are going to be born. So, time in itself, is, like a string, and you can say, okay, I want to be here, or I want to be there, I want to be here. And, to me, that really points to like a copy of a prime reality, to where, there is a reality out there, and then we tap into this conscious experience to experience this experience. You know what I'm saying? It's it's something that we can repeat, like a roller coaster ride, again and again and again. Like, for instance, I decided to incarnate in 1975 because that's the, timeline experience that I wanted to have. But then, if I want, after I expire, I can, come into, say, 1500 if I wanted, or 2200 if I wanted. So, for me, this whole timeline is a personal choice that begins beyond this realm, and then we're looking at it as a field of information and say, okay, well, this is the experience that I want to have, and then we come here and we have that experience. So I don't see the point of trying to alter the experience that we're having.
Right? I agree.
yeah, there's no point in that, right? Like if you've decided to incarnate into a 3D world, then 3D is where you should stay and try to enjoy that and get out of that idea of getting into the 4D and 5D and 6D. Because if you want to get into 4D, 5D, 6D, when you expire, you can come back to the 4D. You can go back to 5D or 6D or 7D. But as long as you're here in this 3D, you made that conscious decision to be here, right?
Well,
and then once you get here,
I agree with you, except I think Earth and our sun and all the planets are shifting into the 4D. So I think you made a deal to come in for that transition, which is all part of why we're in an altered state of consciousness, because we decided to really, okay, solar ascension is my information is the sun, all the planets, everything in this solar system is shifting into the fourth. And we're feeling the shift. We're feeling time disappear. So the discussion of timelines is kind of funny because it's a really 3D concept when you think about it, trying to identify time in a linear way. And here we are moving into simultaneous time. And, I'll give you an example. I think many of us are starting to feel some very loopy things going on. So for me, loopy is part of where I live. And a couple of years ago, I was in Norway and I was going on a cruise. And the day before the cruise, I was there to go see the Northern Lights. The day before the cruise, I stopped in the town because I wanted a clicker for my camera so that I could shoot the Northern Lights. And I didn't want the wobbling camera. So I went into town, it was freezing cold. And I went to this photography shop, and it said, sorry, closed. Our hours are between 8 and 5. Okay. So I went, all right, well, let's see. I can still get there tomorrow. I'll come tomorrow morning before boarding the ship. Okay. I go back the next morning and I said, I've got to get that clicker, right? So I go back the next morning. A guy opens the door and I say, hello. And he goes, you came back for the clicker? I go, excuse me? He said, it was a Nikon, right? And he goes over to the shelf and he wades through these different clickers or whatever and pulls one out. He goes, it was this, right? Nikon? I'm like, yeah. And he said, okay. And he rings it up and he said, don't you remember me? I'm the one who served you. I didn't think that would be the person I wanted to open up a multidimensional reality, simultaneous time conversation with before boarding the ship. So I just looked at him and I wandered away thinking, all right, what just happened here? Because this is not deja vu. This is not like any astral journey I've ever had. This is like, who moved in time? Who had the shift, him or me? Mm-hmm. It was the most bizarre thing because it was the merging of conscious realities. It was like the merging of time and the slipping of time. And to this day, I can't identify it with any spiritual, psychic experiences of my life. That does not fit into anything except that time is mutating and that he somehow went into a future with me or where I was buying it, or I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts are, but that's what I'm starting to experience, these warps of time that I identify as a room full of treadmills, all moving at a different speed. The space-time continuum, like a gym full of treadmills, all of them having a little bit different speed, but all of them still moving forward. And I don't know if you ever, the sensation if you've been on a treadmill, which I can barely remember, and it slips. You're moving forward and it goes zzz, zzz, and you slip backward. And I'm just thinking, is that what the space-time continuum is? Does it have moments when it slips back? And so my approach to the question of timelines is also this: are we in fact experiencing more and more of the fourth dimension? Are we experiencing the disappearance of the appearance or the semblance of the space-time continuum, which is another illusion? And how are we possibly going to manage that? Because our 3D consciousness is all about time. Things like gravity that we don't understand, it just is. Things like time, we don't understand, it just is. But it's mutating. And I think a lot of people, I mean, people are always saying, oh my God, where'd the day go? Where'd the month go? For God's sakes, it's November 2022. It was just summer. It was just like you wake up one morning and 4 months have passed. And so I think that when you're trying to discuss timelines, we need to embrace the question from a grounded place. Like, what really is going down here? Are we, in fact, as the Syrians say, moving into this 4-dimensional framework and still trying to apply 3-dimensional perception in a realm that we have yet to understand? I'd love anybody else's thoughts on it.
That's pretty profound, and you're so right. Stone, go ahead. I know you were going to say something. I cut you right off. Sorry.
I think while we still hold on to the solid matter that is, we'll still be attached to this 3D. Yeah, I agree. We're doing a lot of different types of slips that are going on. I mean, the time thing for me is, where did the day go? I know I had a set of tasks to get done, and I got them done, and I got all this other excess time. What am I going to do with it? And then before I realize it, it's gone. And where did the day go?
Almost every day I go, how is it possible that it's 6 p.m.? Every day now, it's just amazing me. And then it's also reflected in the months, because seriously, I cannot believe that it is November 2022. It's just like,
I hear you.
Have you seen it in the numbers? Have the numbers been showing repetitive patterns when you have these slips?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I can say, I can look at the time in the early part of the day, and before I know it, I'm seeing the same time at the other end of the day, and I'm thinking, I just saw that number.
That's interesting.
What's been happening with me is that we fell back 1 hour because of daylight savings, and what I find now is that time seems to be moving a lot slower for me. Right? I wake up early in the morning, and I'll look at the clock, and it says 8:30. And then it seems like hours and hours and hours have passed by. But when I look at the clock, it's only like 10:30, 11 o'clock, right? And then before we fell back, I would look at the clock, and it would be like 8:30 in the morning. And then, next thing I would look at the clock, and it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I wonder, like, how that perception, works. Is it the biological clock that's like ticked into something? And, why is time so slow at some points and then so fast at other points? It's very...
If you follow the Pat Corey concept of the room full of treadmills representing the space-time continuum, there's an explanation for that, so that you're going forward and then something happens. In other words, the space-time continuum is not a finite, determined rhythm, pace, unity, but rather, by nature of reality, it could be moving at all different kinds of paces, and that it could easily slip back and then forward again. I mean, like Mercury retrograde. Right. So it's I just love having these intellectual conversations, because even though we tend to be in that spiritual space where we're contemplating these matters, but to approach them also from a really grounded intellectual place is very exciting, because we're still 3D beings, but I believe that we're starting to slip into this 4th dimension. And I also think that we will still be in body in the 4th dimension, and that is going to make us really crazy. So in other words, we start talking about telepathy and like what really happened in that Photoshop. How did that guy, who moved in time was there a conscious connection thought-wise of, you're moving into the next day, I'm going to be coming into your shop, I'm going to be asking you for the Nikon, you're going to think that I already was here, right? I mean, it's just boggles my mind, because this is a new phenomenon that people are starting to experience, the slipping of time and not being able to put it into context. No, it's not deja vu. No, it's not an astral projection. It's different. Time itself, the mutation of it, is something that we are confronting. And perhaps that artificial imposition of daylight savings time is just another thing that completely screws us up. Because here we are trying to maneuver in this new field of timelessness, and in comes this, clock control, interfering with the psychic or spiritual or conscious interaction with what's going on with this mutation of time. It's really heavy duty, isn't it?
It is. It's extremely heavy, and I like the fact that when you mentioned that we're spiritual people and we're looking at this from a spiritual aspect, but it's always good to get into the grounded side of it as well, and to really recognize what it is and not be in that woo space. You know what I'm saying? Just be on, just to be grounded and to understand what we are interacting with and what we are dealing with. That's just that's my opinion on that anyways. But when it comes to that guy in a Photoshop, I would imagine that because you were thinking of getting your clicker, and I feel that maybe this man was on another vibrational frequency to where you guys synced up together, and once you guys synced up together, he was able to understand what you were looking for, and perhaps that's how this happened. Is what I'm could be like a million different reasons, but I'm thinking that you guys came into sync together.
But when I went there was nobody in the shop, because if he had been in the shop, I would have explained this to myself as he picked up my telepathic need for this thing and said, come back tomorrow morning, babe. But he wasn't. It was lights out, right? So for him to say, I'm the one that served you. You wanted the clicker, right? And I said, how did you, that's how he said, you came for the Nikon, right? The Nikon clicker. And I seriously, it was as close as I came to spitting on myself. I go, how did you know that? And he almost was irritated. He said, well, I'm the guy that served you. Remember? And he goes off to get the clicker. And I'm just standing there like an idiot going, what's happening here? Red alert. I can't fathom. And then, and I'm thinking, is he are we in the same dimension? Whoa, perhaps not. But it's so exciting that this is what we're thinking about in 2022, despite all the outer world horror that's going on and all the struggling and all of the things that we're dealing with. It's a lot, but that we are, capable, conscious of dealing with these incredible shifts, the ultimate timeline shifts, where time is actually mutating. Oh my God, talk about a timeline a reversal. How we're going to perceive that, how we're going to migrate from 3D understanding of time to it's like this happening more and more and more. You want another story? I got another one.
Yeah, hit me up.
So a couple of years ago, I was staying in an Airbnb on the island because I was getting work done on my house. And the place that I stayed had the main cottage where I was, and then she had another cottage on the same property, which had a mutual driveway. So I'm sitting in the little house at night, and I hear a car drive in, the door slam, a baby crying, people speaking Italian. I was listening so intently because I'm Italian that I made out that they were Venetians because I could tell from the dialect. And I was thinking, oh my God, they're from Venice. Italians, that'll be good. I'll introduce myself tomorrow. And I heard them, they were arguing, they were arriving. So they were cranky, and you get the baby and I'll get the luggage, and off they went into the cottage. I heard the door slam. And I thought, well, tomorrow I'll present myself and see if I can be of any help also, if anything they need. Next morning, the owner comes. She knocks on my door. She goes, "Hey, I'm just here to prepare the cottage I've got a new arrival today. And I thought I'd hit you up for a cup of coffee." I said, "They've already arrived." She said, "No, they're arriving tonight, today, this afternoon." By the way, it was 5 p.m. on the dot. Okay. She said, "They're arriving this afternoon." I said, and I thought, maybe these people snuck in an early day. I better not say, "I'm sorry, they really are here," and get them in trouble, right? So I said, "I'm sorry, they're Italian, aren't they?" She said, "Yeah, how did you know that?" I said, "Look, I don't want to make any trouble for anybody, but they're already here. They came yesterday. I heard them arrive." So she gets all huffy. She goes, "Come with me." And we walk over to this cottage. She swings the door open. There's nobody there. The beds there are no sheets, nothing. Okay. So I'm like, okay, well, that's bizarre. Maybe they came and left. The 3D brain is trying to figure it out, right? The analytical mind is like, wait a minute, what just happened? She goes away. She prepares the cottage. She says, "Look, they're coming tonight. Yeah, they are Italian. And I'll tell them to pop in and say hello." And I'm still there with the drooling going, what's just happened? And then that night at 5 o'clock on the dot, the car drives in, the baby's screaming, the door opens. You get the baby, I'll get the bags. Same exact words, same exact sounds. They get out, they walk into the cottage and close the door. Now,
Damn.
again, this is not like a psychic experience because it's happening in 3D time, but I'm experiencing it on some other level, some parallel timeline or conscious level of awareness. And it blew my mind again. And I just think that we better get ready because this is going to start happening to us all a lot, especially people who are awake.
That is phenomenal. It's almost hard to believe, right? Like I don't know what to say, Patricia. You
very
got
hard.
Speechless here.
Well, I do have, a peculiar life. Let's put it that way. But even for me, I mean, when phenomenon happen that are psychic phenomenon, clairvoyant things, I mean, that's my world. But when you can say to yourself, wait a minute, this is not like any other experience you've ever had. Something else is going on here. This is time mutating. What the hell? And when I heard that car drive up again, because let's put it this way, okay, hearing the car, imagining all the sounds or whatever, that could be considered a psychic experience, right? For foreshadowing or whatever. But then the next day when they come in 3D, that's another experience. So I don't know how you would interpret that, but for me, it's about jumping around. Either you can call it jumping around on timelines, or you can call it jumping around parallel realities. I'd love your thoughts. By the way, is my time up? I'm talking a lot.
I love the fact that you're talking and you can just keep on going, Patricia. I love hearing you. It could be a combination of like both, right? Because this experience is, I've never heard anything like that before. So this is something that's really, really new to me. It's amazing, actually. And to have it, so vividly, right, is something that, it only points to the fact that it's almost like a deja vu that became physical, right? Is what that reminds me of, right? And then parallel realities to where, it's like a sine wave to where they're overlapping one another, and and then your reality overlapped that one, and then I don't know, but that is profound to have like numerous experiences like that. You're vibrating high, girlfriend.
I think that you described it very well by saying it's overlapping realities, and just are you familiar with Michio Kaku?
No, I'm not.
So he's considered the Einstein of our day, and he's one of the founders of string theory, quantum physics. And he did a video that blew me right off the map. He enacted the story of a woman who was walking through a mall and people kept bumping into her. And she was just beside herself. She couldn't understand what was going on. Just bumping right into her, and she'd be stopped. And then they'd keep walking, and she'd walk into the next one. And he described this as finally, after a lot of examination of this woman's experience, that she was living testimony of being in another reality, another dimension, or another string of consciousness or string universe that was, like you just said, overlapping with the 3D reality. And I think we need to talk about this because this is starting to happen. And this is right in the discussion of timelines, but from a different perspective, I think.
I'd love to hear people's thoughts in the chat rooms on what they feel about this experiences that Patricia's had, and we'd like to hear your thoughts on it too. Like, what you think? Is it an overlapping realities? Is it parallel realities that are being experienced at the same time? Is it a deja vu that just became physical? Is it that Patricia is like tuned into like a different channel and was able to pick all of this up? It is quite amazing, because my philosophy in life is that there's no difference between myself and this telephone. This telephone it's a device that connects to the internet, and then the internet becomes physical on here, and the body computer avatar is the same thing, to where we are an antenna and we can dial into different experiences, different consciousness, perhaps even different realities. And I'm just wondering, if you were tuned into a different channel at that time. How when you go between one radio station to the next, and then in between you can kind of hear both of them, right? I'm wondering if you were like in that spot with both of your experiences, right? It's phenomenal. I have to study this and look into this, because now you got curiosity.
It's one thing if I'm in channeling mode. Well, of course, I have to say that as a channel for 25 years for I'm using parts of my brain that, facilitate picking up other kinds of signals. But the difference is I was in repose. I mean, I was, having a cappuccino and playing with my dog. It wasn't like I was in a meditative state or anything, right? In the case of the second example. And so I still feel that, yes, I'm blessed with quite a strong gift here, but I still feel that I'm interacting with a mutating universe where time is shifting, and that we're all going to start. Right now, most people that I talk to, spiritual or not, are aware of time completely mutating. It's just, and the awareness is, I can't believe where the day went. Or, like Stone said, some people are like, oh my God, it's 11:11 again. There's that number. It keeps repeating. But that we could be moving into a framework where we're pulling out of 3D reality and moving into this slippery slope of time mutating and then disappearing. What's it going to be like to be in simultaneous time? That's one of the reasons why I'm so adamant about being in the now moment of your consciousness, so that when things start spinning out of control, because I'll tell you what, that night I was sitting on the bed going, I don't think I'm in Kansas anymore.
Not in Kansas anymore, Toto.
And so I think that's something that's very exciting, but it's also scary, because how we're going to manage it beats me. And I think a lot of people are going to start flipping out. And the Syrian High Council said long ago, if you don't clear these miasms in your chakra system, clear out the debris, you're going to blow your fuses when this shift starts to really happen.
And that's a very, sorry, Patricia, a very good point when you say that it can be scary, because like when you were experiencing your experience, I would say, two different realities at the same time. And now people who, don't have the part of their brain open, like you've been channeling for 25 years. And, it's kind of like language, right? When you practice one language, other parts of your brains open up, and then you become more susceptible to learning, and you open, and kind of like that. So I'm assuming the same thing's happening with you, but there's a lot of people out there that don't understand that don't have that, decades of experience behind them. And then when they're experiencing something like this, right, it's, fair to say that that person, number one, would freak out. And then secondly, right, they would think that they've gone crazy, right? That they're delusional, they're suffering from schizophrenia, or whatever the case may be, right? So, how do we, get the word out to people that if you do experience something like this, you're not crazy, that this is, a part of that ascension that's happening to you, right? That's my concern out of that, like, of what you
Oh,
said, because I don't want people thinking that they're nuts.
We need to have the dialogue. First of all, those of us who have been awake or waking up for a long time have had, time, and the vibrational shifting has been gradual. So people that are waking up now, it's like Disneyland. It can be daunting when you just, one morning you're awake and you're dealing with all of this quantum physics and parallel universes and timelines and all of this incredible stuff. And I think that's why I wanted to introduce that aspect into our conversation of 3D to 4D. Although we're all excited about moving into fifth and sixth dimensional awareness, and a lot of people think they are already in 5D, which I have trouble understanding. But I think it's important we have this conversation, and that is, what's it going to be like? What's it going to be like if, in fact, we're moving away from time? If, in fact, the idea of a space-time continuum is going to be our past and our future is without it? What does that look like? How do we navigate it? And I don't have an answer, because I sat in that cottage all night long going, okay, what exactly just happened here? And I couldn't find it. In my life of psychic experience, there was nothing to relate it to. As when the car actually came the next night, exactly at 5 o'clock, I was like, this is definitely different than anything I've experienced.
Like, you're giving me goosebumps every time you say that. It's like, oh my God, man! Like, all the hair all over my body is standing up, because that is phenomenal. I would think that myself. I'd be like, fuck, I'm going crazy. Like, how did this happen, and why did this happen? Number one, right? And I'd be pretty alarmed. Even though I'm waking up myself. But if something like that happened, I think I'd be questioning reality. I'd be like, oh boy, what just happened here?
Now that we've had the conversation, perhaps you'll say, all right, let me go back to what Patricia said. And maybe I don't have to freak out here. Maybe this is what she was talking about. So it's so important that we really explore these aspects of the shifting human being, not shifting into robots, because I'm not going to go there, but shifting into higher consciousness, other dimensions. I mean, this is, cosmic soup. And we have no definition. We try. I mean, our conversations here are about trying to define it. But the bottom line is, we're in for quite a cosmic ride here.
Leanne?
I feel if the collective would adopt a new, yes, I would have to call it a new trend of teaching children what we are and who we are before they go to school. Like, instead of socializing your child, you don't socialize them, because that society is not something you want to socialize them into if you're looking to keep them free. Because freedom for me is not being bogged down by all these programs or letting them in. Like you said, like, I can't not be human, but I can choose to not entangle with human societal habits that are making the collective sick, and model that behavior without telling people that they suck because they're stuck or whatever it is. Like, I don't need to scrutinize. I feel like every human being has had the experience of the phone's ringing and you know who it is. And it's like, I knew it was you. Like,
Yeah,
that
that's
needs to be normalized. That needs to be normalized,
but that's
in my opinion.
That's a pretty common experience. I mean, a lot of psychic people, and even not really evolved psychic people, have that faculty to say, "That's my mother. I'll get the call."
Exactly, which is why I'm saying that's a very simple thing that is so common that
Yeah.
makes it easy to use as a springboard.
Mhm.
Like, it brings the collective into, oh yes, I get what you're saying, and that's normal. That is normal, because too many people say that. It happens to too many of us. But to
Yeah.
take that and build on it, and if it's too scary, okay, little by little, step by step. Nothing is like in stone. Even stones change. Like, it's not what you think. Like, nothing does anything but shift and change. We breathe, we expand, we contract, we expand, we contract. Our breathing does it. All the dimensions likely do it within each other. It's like a cosmic soup dance that they're doing. And the idea that it's not normalized to understand that all these dimensions are in the same physical space you are in, but because the frequencies range on octaves, if you want to use music and notes, because that's also easy to understand, like this array that exists now, it's all there. It's always been there. We've been trained to, right? And all the
Ignore
junk
it.
DNA, it's not junk. Like, it's inactive. And as it activates little by little, like, I can't say that I've had necessarily time slips like Patricia, but I remember times in my life, certain experiences, like where I was in Montreal. I had gotten there for a film festival, for a film that I had been in. And I was just taking a little rest because I just needed a little rest. And I went in that weird half sleep thing. And in my head, I heard this male voice make an announcement of what movie, what film won. And I heard the voice, and it was just like, and I came out of it and I thought, oh, that was kind of weird. Wouldn't that be fun? So I walk in the next morning to the hall where they're going to distribute all the prizes at the film festival. And one prize goes, the second prize goes, the third prize, or back in the other direction, 3, 2, 1, and then the grand prize. And pardon my French, fucked if I wasn't just like stuck in some kind of stasis weird as I heard him go, and the Grand Prix goes to the kid brother, Claude Gagnon. And I'm like, oh my God, that was in my head last night. What just happened? Like, it was really weird. Like, but I think that's not really weird. I also think that conscious communication at a higher frequency eliminates the static of everybody at the same time coming in. There's got to be a way to filter and consciously communicate with the person that is also focused in that frequency. It doesn't have to be static. Right now, I experience what Patricia experiences. I'll go outside and I can't. I got to come back in. Broadway, it's filled with everything from bougie people to homeless people, all of it. And the static, I can't. I have to come back inside and breathe and just come back into my sanctum where it's not like that. So everybody seems to be going through a shift. It all happens individually, uniquely to your frequency, such as it is, as it raises. There are things you can do in physicality to help shift your energy, so that you can little by little start entangling with what has always been, instead of being sucked into this compartment of heavy, dense, left brain, male, not creative, trying to squeeze creative out. Like, it's a mess. It's still a bit of a mess, but there are enough people, I think, that are seeing and feeling and hearing and coming up and out of this weird, like, amnesia fog. We're all remembering, and I think we're all helping each other remember, so that's what I got. And I don't know if that was too much or what, but that's what
I wanted to also say that I'm really resonating with Leanne Curtis in the comments. She's
That's
really
me.
on my. Oh, that's you.
Ah!
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
Here, I think this probably is a friend of yours. I don't know. I want to say that this is probably a friend of yours. That's not complete, but like.
It's a depiction of a Syrian, for sure. Yeah.
That's why I went and got it out.
The junk DNA.
So I got goosebumps. Now I got goosebumps. Stop it.
Yeah.
So before we close out this session, Patricia, maybe you can give us a quick download on where people can get a hold of you, how they can order your books. I've been sharing your link in the comments, and things like that. Just final parting words for our audience.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's been wonderful being with you all, y'all, and having such a heady conversation. So thank you, and thanks to all the people that are tuned in. The book is called Hacking the God Code, The Conspiracy to Steal the Human Soul. And it is on all of the Amazon, all of the online sellers, or you can go into your bookstore and ask them to order it for you, because we do want to keep the bookstores alive. But please note, it is a print-on-demand book, so it takes a few days for them to get it printed and sent to you. And so a lot of people are wanting to order it for the holidays. And if you're interested, please jump on it and get it now. And my website is patriciacorey.com, and that's Corey with an I. And then there you will find my links to my YouTube channel, which I still manage to have, considering my strikes. I still have a YouTube channel up, and I'm on Facebook. I don't do a whole lot of social media because it's too tedious for me. So there you go. But I hope people get the book, and of course the other books are also available online.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Patricia. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the time that you've given us this morning and given us this epic download. And, I'm really, really taken back by your two experiences. And really, I'm going to study that and
Let me tell you, when you have the time, I'll fill your ear with some really unbelievable experiences. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I would love that. I really would. And, thank you, Patricia. Like I said, I really appreciate you. And guys, please visit Patricia's website at patriciacorey.com. And her latest book, and that is out, is Hacking the God Code, which is available really in any bookstores around the world. And, I would suggest to order from your local bookstore, the Ma and Pa bookstore, because we want to keep those people in business. And but otherwise, you guys can go to Amazon or wherever, you buy your books, and they're available there. And like I say, it's a wonderful read. I'm about 40 pages in, and I'm really enjoying it. So keep an eye out for a talk coming up with Patricia about her book in the near future. And other than that, thank you, Patricia. I appreciate you, and have yourself a beautiful, happy day. And hopefully that you can catch some of the conference that we have some more speakers coming up today.
Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you, everybody. Keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking. Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are we done? You want me to say goodbye now?
Yeah, please.
Keep on
say
trucking.
Good night, Grace.
Keep on trucking, baby.
All right, guys. Thank you very much, and thank you, Patricia.
Thank you so
much. So, all right, Patricia, we'll take you off the screen.
My dogs are actually.
Bye.
Okay,
love you,
girls.
Patricia.
My dogs know that the end of the conversation is here, so we're getting rambunctious. So I will say good night. Thank you all, and all my blessings to you.
Thank you. Love you. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Wow, that was quite the conversation we had with Patricia Corey. And guys, again, here is her website address, patriciacorey.com. And visit her website, check out her other books. And and also, guys, this conference is brought to you guys by Frank Jacob, A Tale of Two Timelines. And when you visit cyberhivetv.tv, if you put in the code timelines50, you will receive a 50% off on this epic webinar that Frank Jacob has about the Tale of Two Timelines. It's broken into 3 parts, and it's quite long and quite enjoyable and full of really great information. And I appreciate Frank for sponsoring this conference. So thank you very much, Frank. And Frank Jacob will be with us twice during this conference. He will be with us tomorrow morning at 10:15 a.m. And then he will also join us on Sunday, November the 13th at 1:45 p.m. as one of the panelists. So really looking forward to that. And again, big, huge shout out to Frank Jacob for sponsoring this. And guys, smash that like button and, share this out with friends and family with whom you think will benefit from this information. And I wouldn't mind if you guys will hop over to my backup channel, Watcherstalk Network, and give that a subscribe and a like, because I'm trying to build that channel just in case YouTube does something to my main channel, which already has 2 strikes. And, I really don't want to lose my channel, because I've got literally 50,000 hours invested into my YouTube channel. And that's no joke. Like, I literally have about 50,000 or so hours into that. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys can jump over to Watcherstalk Network and give me a like and a subscribe there and hit the bell, because then, that could really become my main channel. I hope not, but, you just never, ever know, right? So guys, we are going to move forward with our program. We've got about a 30-minute download coming from our very own Leanne Curtis, and then another 30-minute download by our sister Stone Hobbit. And then after that, you get a 30-minute download from myself. And then right after that, starting at 1:45 p.m., we will be with our guest, Constance Victoria Briggs, who will be speaking on the moon timelines. And again, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to toss them into the chat rooms over at Watcherstalk Network, Full Spectrum Universe, and as well, the people that are watching us on Odyssey. I would love to hear from people on Odyssey. So if you guys have any questions, please post them, and I will ask our speakers as they come up, or, I'll just wait until they've stopped talking, and then I'll toss your question in. And with that being said, Leanne, do you want to go first, or Stone?
I Stone, me, I don't know. Who wants to
Go
rock,
ahead.
paper, scissors? Rock. Me?
Go ahead,
Okay.
Leanne. We'll
No,
let
you go, Leanne. You go, Leanne.
Alphabetical order, I guess, because L comes before S. don't
That's
know.
right.
Literally.
Oh.
And here it is. Like, I'm so Velcro decided to give me a present. It's not nice. It's good. So sorry. I was a little bit if I play with my hair, it's because there's bird shit in it. Sorry. All right. So like I something about Mary going on. Yeah, here. Yeah, I don't know why my hair is just sticking up like that. Some kind of weird organic hair gel.
It's a new product. It's a new product. Organic.
It's green. It comes from a green being, and it's green. It's organic. It's good for your hair, maybe. I don't know. Is there a safe word, Omar? I'm just kidding. So I think the only thing I can think to speak right now is the idea that, like, if I can come out of a space where I really feel like I was trying to, like, please, not to get back to pleasing myself, I chose a path of external triggers instead of internal, because I wasn't taught, like most children in the global society. I mean, unless you're brought up without TV and in a tribal community, I feel like we really miss out on an experience of spiritual self-sufficiency, the ability to self-soothe, and getting to where I am now, which is by no means arrived. I've got a long way to ascend. But the ability to separate myself and get into a neutral space to observe, so that I don't have to get caught up in, entangled in, and realizing that it's a choice to step onto a merry-go-round or step back off onto a merry-go-round. It makes me feel very powerful, not in the sense that I can control others, but I can control how I respond to my reality, which I can be accountable for, because how I see things will color how it's mirrored back to me. That gives me a way of navigating a space where many individuals have adopted a societal something, where you can adapt to that and still model something that is more true to oneself. Like, what does that mean? Like, it means going on the DL sometimes. Like, if you have to go into a room and wear a mask just because you don't want attention, doesn't mean that you have adopted, I have to wear a mask or I'm going to get sick, or I have to wear a mask or I can't go in that store. Like, I'm more like Patricia. Like, you know what? If you guys want to play that, I'm just going to entertain myself here. Because really, at the end of the day, where does entertainment start? With the thoughts in my own mind. I entertain myself. And then where does that go? That's what causes me to go do something. Oh, gee, I'm hungry. Let's go make a sandwich. That's a creative act right there. Everything is art. Breathing. Ooh, I expanded. That's cool. My lungs can, like, it's a game. Like, what can I do with my physical body? Like, what if, when you become like more in tune with what we are, what we can do, seeing things that aren't necessarily there, like in the third dimension, but knowing that it's there and feeling it, like goosebumps happening, like that's a thing. It's a thing that the species has detuned. Like, it's not like goosebumps. Oh, I must be cold. You can rethink the same thing in 15 different ways. And those 15 things can all be true in different slices of time. And then after choosing which frequency into which you'd like to tune, you can then choose how you want to maneuver through all this stuff, because there are so many options. It's not just the option that's given to you by the story that's told by society, that's imposed on you by your teachers, by your parents, and then up the scale it goes with this whole mind, collective mind being completely numb. Like, I think the neuropathy of the collective is fading a little bit. Like, people are starting to feel their blood flowing again, like in the waking up. So signs of ascension, maybe signs that you are waking up. Sometimes your left brain will play tricks on you and go, yeah, but like, you know, I'm just so bummed today, or this person did this, but then reining that back in and going, did that person did that, but that reflects on them. Why am I having a feeling? Okay, I'm having a feeling because maybe my dialogue is resonating with that. But what is that dialogue? It then becomes nothing about that person doing anything to you. It becomes about what you're doing to yourself with the dialogue in your own head. And that comes back to a choice. So really just sort of the idea that I'm my own galaxy, I'm my own universe, but I'm also a teeny tiny fractal sand in a beach's worth, like 50 million beaches worth. Like, that's how many little points, you know. I am having the idea of wanting to know itself and fractalizing into 7.5 billion consciousnesses in human containers on this planet at this time. Like, that's a choice somewhere. So the idea that we are not always at a point of sovereignty, not always at a point of a light being shining out of a container. That will always be true, whether it's consciously acknowledged or not. The idea of consciously acknowledging that fact in every single fractal would surely affect the collective and hopefully push it forward into a more cohesive, love-based movement in consciousness, you know. And then it's who wants to go back? Like, once you see things differently, it's very hard to go back into the original way you were taught. Like, for me, like, and again, what I'm saying is my observation, my experience, my baby steps from the time I got here to New York, came back to ground zero, no pun intended, to self-realize in the space in my bedroom from when I was 13. That's what you're looking at. I grew up in this room. Like, and coming back here as an adult to help my mom go back and integrate into the ethers. You know, it's been quite the journey. And I feel like I just opened the door. I'm just peeking in. And it's been a lot. So, the human holiday can be a holiday. That doesn't mean that there are not things around us which need to not be entangled with. To take the dark spaces around us, shine our light into them. Not refuse and rebuke the dark. Can't do it. That's more separation. Gotta make the whole thing, light the whole thing up, move up to the next note on the scale where maybe it isn't dark, light, big, small. You know, at some point, duality has to stop. And then I think, now that I'm hearing myself and what I'm saying, how is that not timelines? Dualistic timelines merging into one cohesive timeline. That's what I choose. You can't come from love and also come from fear. You can flip-flop by not being secure in your discernment with information coming at us. And God knows there's so much information coming at us so fast. But that also, don't buy into that necessarily. If you realize that that's what's going on, that's your tool right there, the realization. Oh, okay, so they're coming at me with crazy. Well, I can just surround myself in some kind of my own coherent energy, in my 0 point, in my creative space, in my inner sanctum, in my heart, not necessarily in my head. Feeling things, feeling into things from this space, not in my body necessarily, but this space around the container. You know, chakras are a thing. There are more than 7, the 7 main ones. Yeah, like, again, something I feel deeply that parents who understand this and are able to teach their children to know themselves. This is the evolution. This is the sentient evolution. This is how we avoid transhuman and AI and getting Borged, is by understanding who and what we are, even if it means shutting out the noise that they're telling you you're supposed to believe. So I don't know if that was too bombastic or bossy or related only back into myself and my own experience, but that's kind of all I have to offer. I can't tell you what Omar's thinking. I mean, I suppose we could consciously connect and I could speak what I am feeling off of him, but like, really, he needs to speak his truth. Like, it's not my job. It's not my story. But so I guess if anybody has any questions or would like to jump in and discuss that. stuff that I just said, that would be great.
Yeah, I got a question. Got a question for you, Leanne. It's a very interesting question. It comes from Gabriella T. and asks, "What is a timeline mechanics?"
Timeline mechanics. Did I say that out loud?
I don't think so. I think that's just a question.
Just a question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Well, if I
Constance
feel
is
into
on
the
there.
question, timeline mechanics. Timeline mechanics. I feel like timeline mechanics have everything to do with projections of each fractal into the timeline. The mechanics of a timeline are directly related to the collective in the duality, either the love line or the fear line. The mechanics are in quantum physics, just like what you focus on collapses in front of you. So if you want to get, let's see, how do I say this? If you focus on something you don't want, that's the same thing as focusing on something that you'll get that. You'll get what you don't want because you keep saying, I don't want this. That's like putting in an order of what you don't want. You can't focus on what you don't want in the I don't want it or in the I'm trying to avoid it. Like as long as you're naming it and focusing on it, you're just going to keep in it. So the idea, timeline mechanics, what you're focusing on will lead you to the next thing. So you want to focus clearly on one or the other and not flip-flop best you can. Like, did that answer anything? I hope.
It did. I'd like to hear Stone's
Well, yes, right.
on this.
Sorry.
Okay. It's like words are spell casting. Words are spell casting. It's a form of energy, and it's like, you know, when somebody says how old you are, the first thing you do is you think about how old you are, and then you become that age. You age because you're thinking. You've taken time out and thinking about something else. You're using that process. It's being manipulated. So you start going, okay, so if we're going to go back onto the question, which is the time mechanics, I personally see time mechanics as, okay, now you see that you are a multidimensional entity, a being, and you can traverse through any one of these different timelines. Some of these timelines have loops. Some of these timelines have extra dimensions to them. This is the mechanism. This is the knowing of these routes, these channels, this parallel universes that you are stepping onto. These are the mechanized data input. So if you like, your frequency is at a certain level, you're going to pick up on different dimensions or different timelines. So when you are thinking and you're putting that process in, you don't go, I wish I was, because you're limiting yourself. You already are, therefore clear intent will get you there sooner. So it's like you will get exactly what you wish for, and it will be what you wish for, but it won't be the way that you wished for it. It's like Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will. So clear intent, not doing it out of emotional, like, oh, I really, really want this. Oh, you put that energy into it, you put that emotion behind it. You'll get that energy back in return, but it won't be of clear, calm intent. When you are chaotic of mind, you are chaotic of receiving. So it'll take you longer to decipher. So if you are in clear mind and calm state with clear intent, then when the information comes in, you're able to filter through it a lot faster, which is what I call the mechanisms of time. As soon as you know the knowledge, and it speeds up. The faster you practice with these little things of knowing, the faster it starts coming in, because you're receiving it, you're packing it away properly. When you need it, it's there. Suddenly you're in an environment that's alien to you. But if you stay in these practices of calm intent, therefore you will see as it unfolds a lot faster. You'll see what plants are communicating, what conscious forms are communicating with you. When your body's having certain reactions to certain things, it's communicating with you. It's communicating with the object and the object's ancestry, DNA, genetics, where it's come from. So to become into your higher self and understand where you're traveling to, you need to know what you're putting in. You need to know the frequencies that you are putting in, where you're wanting to guide yourself. And we can be knocked off the path anytime, here and there. And, this is just how it goes. It's about the mechanisms are recognition, recognizing the frequencies as they come in, and being able to discern what you want to take from that journey or not. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah,
I'd like
to add too, though, like when we ascend, like 3D moves slowly. When you go up into 4D and 5D, you're going faster. Like, have anybody seen a whirling dervish? Like, you think the whirling dervish is something that's just rolling around out of control, but it's not. A whirling dervish is very focused, very centrifugally focused, very much so. So the intent and things collapsing, the rate gets faster as your vibration and frequency rises and goes faster. Okay. And I think that the whole galaxy right now is this ascension people are talking about, the rate of speed of the frequencies and vibration. Everything is frequency. Like, let's go back to that. Even my physical container is frequency. It's energy. It's not dense matter, really. Not really. If you break it down molecular, it's not. We're all frequency, 1,000,000% frequency. Some of it is slower. That's why we can, you hear that?
Feel it.
Right. But that doesn't mean that when I'm talking and then Omar's thinking, wow, I really like Daisy, Miss Daisy, so pretty. He's now astral projected into cat world, cat bubble. He's not even here. This is the same thing as astral. Like, people don't understand that daydreaming is with intent going off and creating a world. We are creators. We do it all the time. Changing the vocabulary. You're daydreaming. Okay, let's throw that out. You are creating a world. Now, if people thought in their guts that every time you daydream, you're creating a world and a timeline, then what do? Do you abandon it? Do you say, like, I want to write a song and I want to make a record? And then what happens after that? Where does the daydream go? Yeah, but who are you? You're in movies, people who do movies, and then they try to go to music. Nobody takes them seriously. What are you even trying to do? Vomit. People get in their own way all the time, and they don't even know that it's via the daydream, and then the daydream turning into a nightmare, and then nothing gets born. It just gets... we get in our own way. We need to give ourselves permission to stop that. People need to give themselves permission to stop it. Permission to get off the merry-go-round. Then at least you can choose to get back on if you really liked it before. Have fun. But you got options, people. You really have options. And they start in here, not because somebody out there gave you permission. That's part of the mental illness on the whole societal, global society. Part of it. Part of the wrong idea that we believe we need somebody's permission to change how we think. That's no. True freedom for me, like my definition of freedom today is I can think whatever I want. Nobody's going to change what I think. Can I go out and murder somebody? Yeah, but there are repercussions. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can, But where is it? Where's the intention? Where's the vibration? How's it going to come back at you? Like every morning I create with intent some idea of future that I would like to enjoy. Is it my business how the universe delivers it? No, I don't control that. I know where I want to go, and I keep doing what my physical body needs to do to change my energy, work on my conscious communication with one person at a time, just little muscles, trying to like little, little tiny bits at a time. Nobody says it's a race. It's not. I mean, there's definitely stuff going on, but that doesn't mean that it's a race. You can race with yourself. Stop racing with outside. It's not a competition with outside. My middle child would always compete with himself. He'd be in his room. People would worry that he doesn't have friends. Of course he has friends. He just chooses to be very focused on doing better than he did last time, the next time. That's healthy competition, I think, until it turns, but I never saw him turn it on himself, which was a real pleasure thinking back on watching his matriculation through the indoctrination system. How he never really let whatever it was turn him into somebody who's trying to get ahead of somebody else, which is also amazing because he was a scholar athlete. He was a very good baseball player. So, it's focusing, intending, keeping a check on how you feel. What do you believe? And you don't need to shit on anybody else's parade if you see them stuck or not, and also don't take crap from people if they accuse you of being elevated because what you're saying triggers off some kind of speak in their own heads that's attacking themselves. What people do with your words, take them and then either attack themselves with it or I don't agree, neutral, or wow, thank you. Well, that doesn't make you a savior. It doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make you nothing. It's just what they're doing with your words. So, live your truth, live your reality, be true to yourself, try to come from a love place. Like, this is what I learned in the last almost 4 years now, coming back here in New York. I don't know if that helps or if that was too bossy. Be bossy.
Not bossy enough. Not bossy enough. I agree with you guys. And for me, I think the biggest sickness on the world right now, as we speak, is not the Schwab the Hutt.
Schwab.
There's no pastels, anything like that. I think what it really boils down to, ladies, is that the humanity is suffering from Stockholm syndrome. And
yes,
Stockholm syndrome has been going on for centuries now. And we are in love with our captors.
Our captors, exactly. Oh my God, we had this conversation a while ago, Omar. I'm glad that you're saying those words again because we talked about it and we likened it to Stockholm syndrome. But it's
and this is, to me, that's the biggest sickness on the planet because once we, snap out of that Stockholm syndrome, then we can begin to make conscious decisions for ourselves rather than making decisions.
Our abusers.
Yeah, that's based on pleasing our abusers and acquiescing to our abusers. And I think once we cross that threshold, then things can change, timelines can change, because then at that time we're out from beneath the thumb of these individuals. And literally it's individuals. When we look at the bigger picture, there's really just a handful of people that are administering a policy on this planet, and that policy is just simply fear,
Right.
And
If you
again,
leave me, you're gonna die. If you leave
yeah,
me, you're gonna die. Oh, but we love you. We're never gonna leave, even though like we're not always happy here. But you know, like it's better to be here and a little bit unhappy than to go free out there, because then oh my God, I'll spin out. There's no daddy. What daddy? He was never your fucking daddy, dude. It's your poison daddy. It's not your sugar daddy. It's your poison daddy.
the sugar daddy.
It's your poison daddy.
Yeah, you're right. You know, and that's the problem. And
Where's
once
Frank?
we
I want Frank.
identify, right, and that's the problem, isn't it? Is when we do identify what the problem is or what the symptom is. You know, there's something, you know, almost like a block within the person, to where even though you acknowledge the problem, you still are acquiescing to that problem. You don't choose to do anything about that problem.
Well, but that's the level where I'm just going to overspeak you because I'm just a bitch.
Do it.
It's I think it's a matter of people. Okay, I see the problem. I get it. What do you want me to do about it? I can't get off the merry-go-round. I've got to pay my bills. I can't stop what I'm doing. Like, they're literally addicted. So not only is it Stockholm syndrome, there's like a chemical, and this is where Joe Dispenza comes in. What you think instructs your cells at a molecular level. When you think something and you feel something, it causes a chemical reaction. So people who got pissed off when they were 3 because mom wouldn't let me have the thing, then got stuck in it, then you're in a mood, then it's a personality trait. The next thing you know, you're always getting cheated out of your dessert. Like, and you don't ever know why. Like, because you didn't fucking get over it when you were 3 years old and mommy said no once. Like, you know what? Really, seriously, get over control, yourself. You know, what is that? Stop it. So, like, at the molecular level, you are giving yourself a chemical shot every time you get pissed, every time you feel scared, every time you get depressed. These are all different kinds of chemicals. And after you think it, like cigarettes, like my weed, you get used to the chemical, you get addicted to the chemical and the behavior, and then refuse to acknowledge that you're doing it to yourself because you think it's just this enigmatic depression, anxiety. I understand there's mental illness, but pills aren't the thing, guys. It's just not. It's just not.
So let's look at this from a different perspective, right? Like you're speaking of this anger, and you know, mommy didn't do this, or you know, daddy said this, and blah,
I guess
blah,
where I was going is the collective. I think the collective as a collective is addicted to a certain, like, if it's individual addiction, why isn't collective addiction to an energy the same thing? So you got to break it down.
So
be aware.
But
you're not aware, you know,
that I gotta look at it from the perspective of, is it a collective symptom that we're suffering? Because, you know, from what I'm seeing, right, this seems to be the problem in, you know, G20 countries, in the G7 countries, the you know, the developed countries is where I find this type of mindset to be at, right? The hard done by. I'm so hard done by. You know, the world is against me. But, you know, when you travel to, you know, other nations that are not part of the G20, like if you go down to, say, South America or Central America or in Asia or in Africa, you don't have these problems. You don't have these people that are like hard done by. They're very happy
people.
So is it the symptom of our society, right?
Yes.
Rather than, you know, the global
technocracy. It's not our society. It's technocracy. It's the more money you have in a culture and in a collective. Now I'm talking nationalities or places. The more money you have, the more crazy you have. It seems, and it's not that money is bad. It's that the definition of money being power it's perverted. the energy of money is not bad. It's the projection of power into the collection of money and then the control. Like it's what you do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had a very strange experience. An old friend called and said, I don't know if you can help me. A friend of mine's kid, I think he's been wrongfully convicted. So I called the people I know to call. I put everything together. Child happens to be Nigerian. He's in jail. He's getting beaten within an inch of his life. Like he needs to get the fuck out of there. Right. So I did what I could. But within this, I talked to the mom and I talked to her best friend, both Nigerian. And this is going to be a little bit racy. Like, and I was kind of shocked. Olalua said to Chioma, this woman, I've never met a happy white woman before. And I was like, wait, what? Are you kidding me right now? She said no. But I mean, honestly, she's from Nigeria. I don't know what her experiences of white women are. Probably horrendous. But she was shocked because I was just laughing and I was just happy. Like, never experienced that before. So yeah, I would say it has everything to do with our culture. Like, how are the poorest people the happiest ones?
Yeah, and I've wrestled with that thought on many occasions. And, for me, I can only come down to just a single action, I guess, or, problem is that it's the culture of the West, right? Not necessarily of the West, but the culture of the G7, G20 countries, because I find that within these countries, right, you have this delusion that's
Maybe
happening.
We should start talking about it as countries. Maybe we should talk about it as instead of culture. Sorry, change the word culture to programming and see what happens in the conversation. I'm all into like, let's change one word and see where it goes.
Well, the programming, I would say,
there's a difference between culture and programming. I think programming has taken over cultures.
Yeah, you're correct on that. But again, when I look at this problem, I've traveled quite extensively. In my life, I've been to many remote places around the world. I've traveled to many countries around the world, and the thing that I find is that when I go, say, from Canada to the U.S. and from U.S. to Britain, I haven't been to Australia, but it kind of seems to be about the same. Is that and the perception of the hard done by, it just never changes. It's only in these G20 countries where you have this, transgender issues going on that, I was a man, but now I'm a woman. I was a woman, but now I'm a man, right? I'm so hard done by. The world is after me. Nothing ever works out for me, and just constantly beating themselves. And that problem, really only exists in these G20 countries. If I was to go to India, let's say, you're not, well, you probably will, but, very, very, very rarely, will you cross, someone in, say, India that would be, with a transgender program, or, just simply hard done by because, mommy took out the slipper and gave them a spanking 25, 30, 40 years ago, and they've just never let go of that. It doesn't happen in these poorer countries. It seems that the number one thing over there and these other, programs is the respect aspect of the elder, right? Respect aspect of your parent, the respect aspect of your older brother or your older sister. And that seems to be lost in these G20 countries. We have kids that are telling their mothers to fuck off, right? We have kids that are telling their dads to fuck off. We have, a lack of respect towards aunts and uncles and older siblings. My family comes from, well, half my family comes from Pakistan. And in Pakistan, if you're an older person than you, it's required, by the program of the culture, it is required of you to show respect. When your older brother, even if he's only older than 2 years or 3 years, It doesn't matter. The fact is that they're older. They have that 2-3 years more life experience, and that you are to show them respect. And if you give them disrespect, chances are you're going to get beat. Yeah, exactly. And then over there, getting the beats is kind of like just getting a reset, right? But over in the G20 countries, suddenly it's violence and it's abuse, and it's just blown way out of proportion. If your kid does something wrong, and if you give them a smack on the ass and give them a spanking and says, hey, that's bad, you don't do that again, in the old world, it's normal, that's regular, and then we don't have people turning into serial killers, right? Because they got their ass spanked by their parent a couple of times long ago. But over here, in this program, that seems to be the case, right? Oh, he had such a terrible childhood, became a serial killer. It's like, how does that, how does that even make sense? That parents
makes sense because they don't want to talk about MK Ultra, mind programming, and all these other weird things that they're doing to people through electromagnetic frequencies, and all of the, like Dr. Stephen Greer, the lost century. Yeah. What about all of the tech that they've got working just fine, that the population would go, oh, come on, that's a sci-fi movie. Stockholm syndrome.
Mm-hmm. So with that, with this MK Ultra Monarch program, all of these, programs they have, I'm wondering if that is only directed towards the G20 countries, right? Because when you go into these poorer nations, you don't see that MK Ultra, you don't see that monarchy program happening.
They also don't have like 8 smart TVs in their houses and the electricity. Maybe they don't also have all the devices through
Guys,
which.
No, I want to jump in here. They do have them in all of these countries. They use the MK Ultra. They just find the right pattern to play it. Okay. Yeah. So when someone is sitting down doing something, I mean, you are a slave until you realize that you no longer can be.
Right.
Okay. You can see the shackles, but to get that seed to plant into that ground, you've got to go through the different programs to get it. Unless you have broken your programs and you grow your own seed, you know the seasons, you know how to protect that seed. This is what we forgot. They took us off the land and they put us into concrete buildings. They put shoes on our feet. Okay, it's all part of the program. When you take that stuff away, then you can turn around and say, I'm freer. I'm freer. And until you know how to leave this planet, how to communicate with the beings that are already here in the multi dimensions that are here, then you're still under programming. Mm-hmm. You break the programming when it presents itself. You cannot change what you are not aware of.
Right.
But as soon as you become aware of it, you become
an option of choice. Right? Then you've got a choice. Okay. That's where the choice comes in. That's where you can step off, or you can go, wait a minute, what am I looking at? And then discern. Then you're not a slave anymore because you're choosing.
Yeah. Again, though, I got to play the devil's advocate on this. It's, when people do become aware, of certain things and certain situations, but they are still acquiescing to the Stockholm, right? Like what we saw, with this whole, thing that we went through, you could have asked somebody a day before, right? A day before, how do you feel about the governments, right? Then they tell you, oh, I don't trust them. I couldn't fucking throw them, as far away from me as possible. Right? But then the next day, right, they're acquiescing and listening to everything what the government has to say, even though their liberties and freedoms are being taken away, but they're still, with a big smile, accepting that, right? So for me, the problem is not that, well, I guess that is the problem, even if people become aware, they choose to not comply to that newly found awareness. right? And they choose to remain ignorant and can choose to remain on that same path that they're on, and they don't want to change from that. Right now, I'm wondering how that is going to affect our timeline. Like, we're on this Anasazi, Hopi, original people timeline. So how,
It's up to you. It's not going to
it's up
change
to
my
you.
timeline.
Right. It's not. It's that's their choice.
Yeah, that's their choice.
That's
They're not going to
their
change my timeline.
We don't need to
because-
focus on what they're doing. We're
Yeah.
focusing on what we're doing.
I know the work that I've done to get here. So any little ripple over here or over here, it's only going to be a ripple. It's not going to last long. I analyze, I filter, and I move through it faster. I recognize the signatures when they're coming in. I recognize who's trying to, mess with me in whichever way, put me in a stuck state. You want to talk about Stockholm syndrome. For those who know where I come from, I can tell you dark stuff about what Stockholm syndrome is. And it doesn't matter how much bloody work you do on it, it's always going to be there. If you tell me that you're out there voting for this person or that, I'm sorry, but you are in Stockholm syndrome. You've got to realize that we've got Hegelian dialectic, left and right, black, blue and red. We've always got the blue and red. One means blood, one means water. They both equal some of the C's.
I like
you break it down. You break it right down and you realize they're working for the same outcome, to keep us in stuck states.
Well, and the idea that these politicians actually are in charge, they're actually kind of not. They're not even briefed at the highest levels. They don't even know what's going on half the time above presidential level, because there is actually above leaders. There's a level or more, way more above that. But they don't talk about that as far as they're concerned. This is the lead. The president said what he was told to say. So what? And then what? Doesn't matter which one. They're all told to say whatever they're saying.
That's why there's a
go the way they want it to go. So I don't know.
That's why there is a huge obelisk that is viewed from the president's bedroom and from his office to remind him on a daily basis
that it's coming from up there. Yep.
On who is actually in power, and that they're just simply a puppet. But again, I got to go back to that again. You don't become a president because you're popular. You don't become a president because people like you. You become president because
you're an inbred.
That's right. You're part of a bloodline. You're part of fraternities. You're part of secret organizations that have allowed you to be in that particular position because you take orders well, and that you can administer policy well. And beyond that, they have no, real power. Right. Yeah. And, I would say,
little Johnny's having his own thoughts. Better bring him right back into step with everyone else. Yeah. No.
What I do personally is I've practiced and I've put into play my Fourth Amendment, the right to choose. Right. And I don't participate within the political system of my country, because if I participate within the system of electing this guy and that guy and this guy, as Stone has said, I'm programmed, and that I'm just following along with the herd. Right now, the way to fix this problem, because really, these governments are dictating on which timeline people are going to be on. So the only way to defeat the system is just simply not participating within the system. So if you had, let's say we had these midterm elections that happened in the United States yesterday or day before, and now let's say out of all the 400 million people that live in the United States, none of them decided to vote. Every single one of them said, no, I'm not voting for this guy or that guy.
Everybody just didn't show up. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's showing up at the polls. What's going to happen?
That's how you fix the system. Well, then the media
hell would probably break loose. That's when... See, voting one way or another, that's not when the military is going to come. When everybody sits out the vote, like that's just complete anarchy, insanity. Like I don't even know what the world would look like for a hot minute. Like after that, I'd love to hear what Frank would have to say. Oh my God.
I don't want to be in a misconception, of thinking that everything is going to be easy breezy and that there's not going to be no pain or heartaches coming from this. In fact, there's going to be a lot of it.
How do you navigate it though? That's the point, is how to if there's no way out of there being heartbreak, stress, this, that, or the other, or like a complete rehashing or breakdown of civilization such as we know it, like, yeah, that's like an all black and white movie with no traffic light and the cars are going this, like that, back, but you gotta get through that to get to the other side.
But are we at a point though, to the point where civilization in itself needs to break down in order for a new system to come into place? Because obviously the system that we're working with is not working. It doesn't work for people. It only benefits very few, and it cannot be fixed. Like you're saying, if everyone decides to sit out, the military steps in, right? Then we're ruled by the military.
Bank. What if everybody took all their dollars out of a bank? Sorry, what if everybody
have to go into, say, a civil war? Right? We've seen this before in 1812 when slavery was happening in the South and the North said, no, we're not going to deal with this. And the war started and they went down there. They fought their war and the system was changed, right? Well, kind of changed, but not really. Just the
people
words.
were still getting taken out who weren't thinking along the lines that they were supposed to. Abraham Lincoln, like all these people.
That's my point. It's not going to be easy. There will be lives lost. There will be lives lost. There will be blood spilled, because these people have entrenched themselves so deeply into the
psychology of it. It's the psychology
of our system that it needs to be, it needs to be destroyed. You cannot acquiesce with it, and in order to break away from it, it's going to cost. It's going to be a heavy, heavy cost, because these people are just not going to simply let go of their power because, we want to ascend to 4D or 5D or 6D. They're going to say, no, you're sticking in the 3D, and they're going to do whatever they can to try to stop us from creating this new timeline. But then we're going to have to fight back viciously in order to create it, right? So
But see, this is all leading into fighting and fighting back and fighting back and fighting and more fighting. We're focusing on fighting again. Why are we even like, I wish we could reframe somehow and remove, like, if they want to do this, I don't want to be in a position to fight back. I just want to step off the merry-go-round and let them fight amongst themselves and not participate in any fighting. Like, what is fighting? Fuck the fighting. I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting anything. I'm just not participating. As soon as you're fighting, you're entangled. Like, step off. Let them fuck off. Fight yourselves. Get out of here.
I don't want to fight either. My intention is not to fight anyone or anything. But again, being stuck here in the 3D, I have to realize.
Are we stuck? Or do we believe we're stuck?
Well, we believe that we're stuck,
Right. So then maybe again, like here I am, I'm just gonna fuck with you the whole time. Change the vocabulary. Are you stuck here in 3D, or are you observing people stuck in 3D while you're maybe not so much because you've removed yourself?
I see myself as someone who is locked into 3D, right? I chose my pattern, I chose my experience, and when I chose to incarnate into 3D, then 3D is what my reality should be. I shouldn't be, looking towards moving to 4D, 5D, 6D. I shouldn't be doing that. I should mainly stick in my 3D reality. And within this 3D reality, again, I have to understand and allow myself to digest the fact that there is a strong power that is working against me. And if I say to it, well, no, I don't want to, acquiesce to you, and I don't want to play your program, so I'm stepping out. I've done that. In my entire life, I voted one time. Out of my 47 years, no, literally, out of my 47 years, I voted once. Now, beyond that vote, I was probably around 21, 22 when I did that. So it's been, a few decades since I voted the last time. But, I chose to not participate with it. Now, because I chose not to participate with it, that's my business. But fact is that the system is still having an effect on me. You know what I'm saying? They still want me to pay them to, control people through taxes. And the only way in this 3D for me to say, is no, I'm not going to pay you. I'm going to fight you, right? Because in this 3D, you physically have to fight people. You physically have to fight it, because if you don't fight this power, it's going to continue to oppress you. It's going to continue to put its weight on you. It's going to continue to try to rule you. And the only way out of that is to fight it, right? To say that, well, I don't want to, participate with you. Fine, but it will participate with you, right? Just like in the South during, the slavery, the Civil War, the South said, no, we're going to keep our slaves, right? Now, had the slaves not fought back and joined, the Yankee armies in the North, right? Had they not done that, slavery would still be happening. If they continue to acquiesce and say to their slave owners, yep, we're your slave, and you can control us as much as you want. I don't want to participate within your system. You get whipped, you get beat, you can maybe run away for a week or two, but they'll find you, drag you back, maybe kill you, maybe hang
They'll
you.
probably lynch you. No, they'll lynch you and make you an example for the next guy, so that they can be really scared of. Yeah.
But had they not fought back, right? My point is that had they not fought back, that system would still be in place, and that system is,
it is in place on the globe, on citizens.
We have to fight it. We don't have a choice but to fight it, right? Like, I don't want to be negative about it, but I still want to keep the option open, right? It's kind of like in the United States, for instance, right now, the government wants to take away everyone's guns, right? And everyone is saying, no, you can't have our guns, because if you take our guns, you're going to come kick our ass and you're going to rule us. So we need to have something to defend ourselves with, right? That's a form of fighting, right? And they're not giving up their guns. They're going through legislation, things like that. They're still involved in combat with this other force. And for me, we are in that same to where, this, Stockholm syndrome, for instance, is that we need to fight it. Now, whether it's a physical fight or whether it's a spiritual fight, I don't know. But I do know one thing is that we can't continue to go on like this, because if we continue to go on like this, guys like Elon Musk are going to drill a hole in our head, and they're going to put a fucking
door with a drill.
Yeah,
Have you gotten your Neuralink? Well, we're here to install it for free.
Yeah, or it'll be like
$50 and some candy.
Right, or it'll be something like Colin Farrell off of that movie. What's that movie called? That Arnie did on Mars. Whatever that may be, he had a phone in his hand, right? And then, that's the type of things that they're going to try to do to us. And, my idea of fighting is like fighting that, right? Now, if it needs to become physical, so be it. But I would rather not become physical. But I don't know. Stone, let me hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Help, not help, but speak.
Okay, well, basically, when I was trying to break through what Stockholm syndrome was, I didn't even know there was a terminology for it at the time. And once I discovered there was a terminology, I went into a breakdown mode. I broke down everything. All my emotions collapsed. Everything I thought was my reality just went. And it was major. It was okay. Now I can see what organization, what person, what member of the family, every single person that came in and said they were there to do or give or be a certain guide for me. It didn't happen. They're there for your, well-being and stuff. That didn't happen. Everything that all of these outside sources, and when I say outside, I'm saying not me. I'm saying thems, They did nothing good for me. You know, I look at the governments and stuff right now. We've got chemtrails. We know what they're doing. They're sucking the oxygen out of the atmosphere. You know, they're filling us up with nanoparticles so that we've got food inside us for nanoparticle feeding, you know, for nanotechnology frequencies and stuff. There's so many different levels to this. And, you know, what I'm seeing with the change over the gender-based agenda, transgender-based gender, they're dehumanizing people, transhumanization, and it's like, okay, we're going to turn them. We want to know what their emotions are. We want to be able to tweak these emotions, play them. You know, it's like I've been sitting back watching this whole stage performance. Now, to break out of it, you have to just start saying no. You have to believe in yourself strong enough that you count for something. There is something more to you. That's why you're here. This is why you've got through this existence so far. You know, they bombarded us with everything they possibly can, dumbing down all our senses, or, you know, messing with our dream states and frequencies and everything. We've been bombarded for a long time. But, you know, when you trap a mouse in the corner, it's going to turn vicious. And we wake up, we crack under pressure, we wake up and we become something else. And there may have be a time that comes and you might have to protect yourself, whether it's dimensionally, or, you know, whether it's them coming in or whether it's physical 3D. You know, are you prepared for that? Because it's not just a physical action, it's also a mental action. It also has ripple effects. You know, it's like when we're feeling somebody over here who's going through a bad day, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel a little bit of that tension, and you don't know where it's going to come, where it's coming from. So you have to be able to decipher between what's yours and what's somebody else's. You know, so like when you're breaking down a Stockholm syndrome, where did the baggage come from? Where did the trauma come from? Where, you know, the anger that you hold today, is that compounded injury? Is that transferable anger when you're blaming somebody else for something, but you haven't looked at yourself? You know, this is a huge, the deprogramming is a really massive thing. When you're deprogramming from Stockholm syndrome, you know you have a base to work with. You know, you give yourself that label to work with Stockholm syndrome. What is it? How does it work? How has it, you know, affected me? What are the long-term, short-term, you know, reactions, ramifications? How can I change these? You identify where it came from in the first place. You have to believe in yourself. You have to give yourself that appreciation, that gratitude for getting here, the acknowledgement, because at the end of the day, the battle is about you, yourself, how far you want to take it, the energies. You know, go back to the seed. You want to plant that seed. You want to watch it grow. You want to know what it's capable of doing. That's you. That's a connection of you to it. It is connected to the land. That's another dimension. We're now connected via the topsoil, not the bottom soil. So we've got to reground ourselves. We've got to go back into ourselves and know what the clear intent is. And it honestly, it comes down to navigating yourself, navigating through the identity of who is you, who is yourself. Well, how important is self to you? When you start seeing that you account for something, you have worth, all right? You're magic, mate. There's so much to you. And you start seeing why they have compounded your injuries, why they have misguided you, why they've pumped you full of toxins and pollutants and slowed down your aging process, slowed down your ability awareness. There are so many levels to it. It's absolutely fantastic. When it comes to war, silent wars, multidimensional wars, space wars, planetary wars, what do you want to participate in? How far are you going to participate? And the best thing I can suggest is get to know who you are. Get to know what you need for your physical, because yourself will tell you if you listen. You know, it's not just a vessel, a meat suit, an organic. It's a filter. it takes in information left, right, and center. We're always communicating with many forms of consciousness around us. When you sleep close to somebody, you're going to wake up with imprints, but they're not going to be complete because they weren't yours to begin with. They're shared. And eventually, over time, you get more of the picture unfolds. Before you know it, you're becoming telepathic. You're finishing each other's sentences. These are the abilities that we have. We can do this without the technology. Our visual senses, our hearing senses, because they have mimicked all of them, including facial recognition, voice recognition, frequency signatures. They're doing it all. And I at this point don't really know why they want to replace such an awesome vessel and awesome inhabitants. A time on this planet is absolutely, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I can't describe the utopia that we have at our hands, at our fingertips. The awareness, the conscious awareness. If we get off our soapboxes and start saying, accountable, what are you accountable for? What are you consuming that's not good for this planet? The best way to pull a company out of business is stop participating, stop purchasing their products, purchase local, stop using plastic cards, use cash, be accountable so you know how much cash you've got, know what food is in your cupboard, how long is it going to last, do you even know what you've got? These little things. What can you do when the power goes out? Because they're going to throw everything at us. The weather wars, we know they're manipulated. We know they're putting toxins in all our foods. We know they've manipulated all our plants, our seeds, the fertilizer. We know that they've been using sonic frequency to kill off mass populations of particular species. We see it when there's a big shellfish wash up on the shore. There are so many different levels of wars going on. You can choose any one you want if you want to play that game. But when you can see that it's coming towards you, you are pre-warned. You can do something about it. We couldn't stop the guns from being taken from us over here. All right, now they've got all these new laws about it's harder for somebody to go out there and get a weapon, a gun. They're even changing the rules for farmers. Farmers and hunters used to have more rights to being armed for protection and hunting and gathering than the common man who just wanted to go out there and shoot something. So now they've taken away that, but they've taken away so many other rights. They're blocking people in. We can see a mass farming going on that's happening around the planet. So I hope you're all ready for the next wave, because there's another one coming. We've just had this massive moon, fantastic. But the energies are fast. There's more entities that have come in. The stargates have opened up. The influences are on high. So you have to be careful. You have to know that there are those out there who are just waking up, and you'll be able to tell from how fast they talk to how slow they talk to body language. They will try to take you down these certain roads, and they're fully confident in, and they're not fully aware of their own ramifications of what they're doing. Each of us can be used as an agenda towards something else. So recognize the signs when they come in. You have to stay true to yourself. If you stay true to yourself, there's nothing that they can hold against you. Remember the saying, anything you say can and will be used in a court of law against you. So knowing what your free will is, standing in 100% truth to yourself. There's no point in lying to anybody, including yourself. There's no point in making up stories or exaggerations, because you don't need to. You don't need those programs that were put out there to lower your self-esteem or bring your confidence up. You don't need that. You need to know what's in the stuff you put on your face or in your hair. You wonder why your hair is falling out. What are the frequencies that are around you? What are the chemicals you're ingesting? Chemicals can come from frequencies of interacting with crowds of people. You know, there's all these little elements to it. When you become important to yourself and you, excuse me, and you become better to yourself, you respect yourself, you give gratification and appreciation, you give yourself forgiveness, and you move forward. And each day becomes a better day than yesterday. Of course, you're going to get shit come in left, right, and center, but excuse me, you are going to get through this. There are those voices that you've heard for ages and ages telling you what to do. You get to a point where you go to do one simple job, and on the way from A to B, you've done A, B, C, and D. You've picked this, that, and everything else up because you know you're going to need it at the other end. So you take it with you. You're dealing with your problems faster. You're clearer minded. You can see it when it comes in. You're not procrastinating when you get a love letter from the government in your letterbox. You know, you're starting to put some focus and attention into yourself, what you put into yourself, the exercises you do, getting the right amount of sleep, knowing that you're on other adventures in different dimensions, allowing yourself to come back and go, okay, well, yes, I went and did that. You know, there's so many levels we could go on this. It's absolutely crazy. But be respectful to yourself. Give yourself that appreciation. You know, when we start doing it for ourselves, we're better prepared to do it with and for others. When, like, just recently, we bumped into somebody we've never had a conversation with, and we've pretty much been in their circle for about 3 to 4 years. And because of the situation that they're in their family, they have nobody that they can reach out and communicate with. So what was started off as a 5-minute pull over to the side of the road and have a conversation about how's your day going ended up being over an hour conversation into down the rabbit hole, out through the other side, through the matrix, and here we are. So, and it's like then they go away and they have a massive download. They have to analyze everything that they just experienced because they've got no one else around them that they can reach out to and have an open-minded conversation. You know, so allow yourself the time to digest information when it comes in, and don't kick yourself about anything. You break that programming, like he, she, they did this or they did that. You then go to other levels and you don't even realize you're doing the work. You know, once you're on this track, you're doing it. And it's like the stuff that I did in a past life, I now recognize, because these are the skill sets I have today that I fell into that were really easy. You know, they just came to me. They just innate knowledges and stuff. It's because we carry through the information that we stored from previous incarnations, whether it's here on Earth, whether it's in another dimension, whether it's out there somewhere. So we're bringing all of this stuff together right now. We're speeding up. So as we speed up, we're clearing ourselves. We're clearing ourselves of all the rubbish, the stuff that doesn't belong to us. And those out there, you know, what you were saying was, you know, they're going to keep building these machines. They're going to keep doing this and that. They're going to keep fighting at it. So the more you pull away, the less people they have to play with. Eventually, when they come together, they will find that they have, club politics. You know, every club has politics, in-house politics. They start fighting amongst themselves. And when they do that, left hand doesn't know what right hand's doing. And the cards start to crumble. And that's already started to happen. They're showing themselves. I don't trust anyone out there. There's no way. You know, you've got people saying, we're going to do the best for you, and yet we're still, you know, pushing the jibby jabs and I've got a reputation of being a womanizer, but nobody worries about that because everybody loves me, you know, color, 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 color. But yet, you know, they work with the other party. They live under the same roof, they're under the same frequency, they get the same phone calls. Of course they are in the know. So you've got to be careful of what you are accepting in, because you don't want to be signing up to these contracts, these false contracts. You've seen them sit down with their magic pen and sign away trillions of dollars. They're going to keep doing that. Where's that money going to? Where's the accountability for it? How come people aren't asking more questions about their life, their welfare, what they're being pumped full of? If you're getting no answers from real people in the positions, you got to do it yourself. You got to make sure you start filtering your water and know how to gauge its pH level and whether it's good for you or not good for you, whether you need to add salt or baking soda or lemon juice or vinegar. Learn how to make these things, because they may not be on the shelves for you tomorrow. And, you know, do you really want to keep going to the practicing doctor? I don't want to see a doctor that's still practicing, I'm sorry. But I want to see a healer. I want to see a medicine person. I want to see somebody out there communicating with nature. This is what we are here for. So, yeah, I sort of went on a rant there, sorry. You've got to believe in yourself, all right? Yourself is the most important thing there, because without that, you can't help anybody else around you. You can't help and be part of your environment. You give yourself that appreciation, that acknowledgement, that love. Forgive yourself for what you did not know yesterday that you do know today. And if you make a mistake, fantastic. Allow that. Celebrate it, because you're going to move forward to the next one. But if you keep making that mistake when you're already aware of it, you're guilty as hell, mate. Can't hear you.
Yeah, so correct on that. You know, you do have to look after yourself, number one. And, you know, I really like what you said. I don't want to go see a practicing doctor, right? That's correct, Amando, because, yeah, no, I don't want to be a guinea pig for them to test their things on. I'm more natural medicine, right? More into the holistics, the earth type of you know, healing is what I'm into, you know. So you're right. I would much rather have a healer than some guy who is a practicing pharmaceutical agent. Is really what they are. You know, I want to point out that, again, you know, the system that we're working with, right, is not working with us, right, and that's the way it has been developed, and that's the main purpose of this system, is to work against you at every possible level that it can, because its object is to bring you up and then have you fall, right? So when you fall, you create that very dense energy, right? And then that dense energy is food and sustenance for the things that are actually controlling this planet from up there, or from, you know, different dimensions. Who knows where these things are from? But that's who they're getting their marching orders from, right? So when we interact with these types of things and, you know, get triggered, right? It's really is what that is to become triggered by these people's actions. You know, when you become triggered, then obviously there is something within you that needs working, right? Because somebody's sitting there, you know, and signing away $1 trillion of, you know, part of your money. And if you allow that to trigger you and put you into that dense formality, then, you know, their object, you know, their objectives have been accomplished, because that's kind of where they want you, right? They don't want you vibrating at a high level. They don't want you vibrating at a point where, you know, you see them sign away $1 trillion and say, oh, well, there goes a little bit of my money, but that's okay. You know, I can deal with it, right? You know, the trigger aspect of our being is something that we need to bring under control. And I'm guilty of that, you know, as much as anyone else is, because I get triggered very easily, It's due to trauma from my, life. It has to do with my environment. And, I can fly off the handle like very quickly. And, it's like turning on a switch, right? And I don't like that about myself, right? I don't like the fact that sometimes anger can get control of me, and that I get triggered by someone or something that I see. That's an aspect of myself that I'm working very hard on to try and control, right? But it's very difficult, just like it is with anybody that's watching, that we can be triggered, and then the repercussions of that are, consequences to yourself, right? No one else is going to suffer the consequences of this. Only you will suffer the consequences, because when you're getting mad, right, you're getting mad at yourself. And when you get mad at yourself, you begin to abuse yourself. You begin to call yourselves names and, saying, oh, I'm so retarded, I'm so stupid. And we have to remember that our subconscious doesn't know the difference between that. Once you start saying that, well, I'm so retarded, I'm so stupid, then your subconsciousness is going to play on that, because that's what it thinks, that's what you want, right? So we need to change that perception of ourselves. We need to be in absolute control of our faculties 24 hours, 7 days a week, because we can be triggered at any time. It has a lot to do with the Stockholm syndrome that we've been talking about. And once we can begin to identify that Stockholm syndrome within us, then we can begin to look at the triggers that trigger us, and then what causes us to go into that low density. And remember that when we go into that low density, it physically harms us to where it makes us sick. We can get tumors, we can get cancers, right? We can get like all that type of stuff just simply from the act of becoming triggered and then becoming angry. That affects our spiritual essence as well, just not physical. So we really, really have to be on guard, right? Is really what my message can be to people, is to stay on guard of your thoughts, right? Because your thoughts are the number one thing that dictate on what you do and what you don't do. That silent voice in your head that sometimes comes along, and we fall into the trap of it, right? I know I do, to where, so for instance, I can be taking a shower, and once I'm taking a shower, a negative thought will come into my head. And then once that negative thought comes into my head, I'll play on it, right? I'll, create like all these different scenarios of how that can come into play. And all I'm doing is harming myself, because then I'm creating this intention of this negativity happening. And then when that negativity happens, then I say, oh, fuck, I did it again. Why did I do that to myself, right? And, so that's what I mean by being constantly on guard, is that when that negative thought comes in, we have to dispel that negative thought, acknowledge that negative thought, just don't ignore it, acknowledge it, allow it to wash through you, and then say, well, I don't want to have anything to do with that negative thought. I would actually rather prefer to work on the positive timeline, the positive aspect of this. What's the opposite of that? What's the polarity of that? And that's the mindset that I'm getting myself into. Go ahead, Leanne.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Then you get doing that, and it's exactly that. It's not getting down on yourself for having slipped into that thought pattern again, and catching yourself sooner in every time, to the time where you just don't do it anymore. You're not in the shower thinking of anything except shit that makes you happy, and then laughing at the stuff like, I dropped the bottle of soap on my foot. Ouch, that hurt. Not fucking god damn it. Like, people have that. Like, you drop something and people go right into god damn it, like in a flip. Like, that's that addiction, that hit you need to get that anger hit. Like, if your body gets real happy, like, and you're fucked up, and boy, oh boy, isn't your chemical hit just, and it's actually not. You're going to get sick. You keep doing that. So understanding the correlation between the thoughts, what it does to your body, and not have it just be words that somebody's saying on a TV screen, like actually integrating what that means, and then changing your behavior You're the only one who can change your behavior, not the pill they tell you need to take. That doesn't change your behavior. It might melt the fat off you, but it doesn't change the behavior that put the fat on there in the first place. Like if that's what you're talking about, if that's your goal. Like people mind screw themselves all the time into thinking, oh, and then I'll do it tomorrow, and then the ego's happy because she didn't do the work. Ha 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 ha. Brownie, I got her not to do the meditation. She fell asleep on the TV show again. Aha! Like, where's the self-discipline? You know, people hate it. I think sometimes. Okay, you know what? Hold on a second. Excuse me.
I think when you want to break down some of the triggers, you catch yourself.
Right.
You have your outburst, and then you go fuck, and then you're like, okay, now why did I do that? First of all, you've got to cut away all the excuses for, okay, this is why I did it. You cut away those excuses because that's just rubbish, you know. And then you go, okay, well, there's an issue here. So then when it starts to trigger you again, you've already dished a whole lot of that rubbish because you've gotten rid of the excuses.
Well, now you're changing your neural pathways. When you do the different thing, you're actually changing your brain. Your physical brain changes. Every time you focus your attention off of the negative pathway that you went down, every time you go down a negative pathway and decide not to go, oh, fuck, and then laugh instead, it morphs. Every time a little something changes. You don't have to become perfect the first time you try. That's nuts too. That's just setting yourself up so that you can put yourself right back into the situation of going, fuck, see, I couldn't do it. Aha, guess what? The chemical addiction won. You did it again. Even in your attempt to heal yourself, you're still doing the same damage. Like people a lot of times say, oh, these people come and they don't give us a straightforward way. They say you've got to raise your frequency, but how do you do that? Well, first, you got to take accountability for who you are and what you're doing to yourself inside your own head. You can't raise your frequency until you notice what you're doing and then make the choice to change your chemical molecular structure, be a different person, change your brain. Every thought's an electromagnetic signal. I mean, we're talking about how all these EMFs are coming in from outside, but what do you think happens when you have a thought? You're generating one from inside. What is in that EMF? Is it a negative feeling accompanied to a negative thought? And then your physicality your filter then becomes sludged. You're putting sludge in the filter. Stone said it was a filter. Why are you want a clean filter? You don't want to stuff it full of goo.
Yeah. Every day, give yourself that thank you. You know, that little bit of thank you, that little bit of appreciation, it grows. It grows. You know, you make a mistake or you just identify that, oh, I just recognized I could have been triggered then. Oh, wow, that's really cool. I wasn't.
Right.
Give yourself that little bit of thank you. You know, you don't need to reach for a glass of wine.
I do that.
You can have a glass of water and say thank you to the water. Wow, you're doubly enriching yourself. You know, you are magic. You are so much magic. It's you've got to remember how to read yourself.
Magic is normal.
I reward myself for when I catch myself from being triggered and getting those negative thoughts, because when that negative thought enters my head, instead of playing on it, I recognize for what it is, and then I use the polarity of it. What is the opposite of that? And then once I do that, I reward myself. Like literally, I'll be like, hey, wow, that's really cool. You know, so I'm just going to take a few minutes out and I'm going to smoke a bowl. And then I'm going to just zone for a few minutes to try to understand why did this thought enter my mind? What is it that's going on inside of my mind? What is it that's going on inside of me that trapped this thought, that fished this thought into my conscious thought? Like, why did that happen? So rewarding yourself is is really good. You know, I reward myself all day long with the bowls, but it does feel good when you recognize it and then you stop it dead in its tracks. The story that that Leanne was just telling us that she dropped, a bottle of soap on her foot reminds me, of another story that I heard from a very long time ago. I was a kid when I heard this, and I think it was like one of my dad's friends who had mentioned this, and I must have been around 7 or 8 years old at the time. But the example that he put forth was, you can have, two different people walking down the street, and a potted plant falls out of a window, and it hits you on the head, right? And one guy will just freak out and start cursing the world and kind of what have you. And then you can have another type of person that's walking along but was wearing a hat, and that same potted plant came down and hit them on the head, and instead of freaking out, they quickly jump back, grab their hat, and they go, oh, thank God I was wearing this hat, because if I wasn't, it would have hurt a lot more, right?
Oh,
and what you were saying is the same thing. It reminded me of that, because thankfully you were wearing shoes, right? And then if you weren't wearing shoes, it would have hurt a lot more. But good thing that you were wearing shoes, so it stopped excessive amount of pain. And to me, we should look at life like that, and try to find optimism to wherever we can, because it is, this fear entrapment is very addictive. It's extremely
right. You
addictive.
can get just as addicted to the other. That's what I wanted to say. You can get just as addicted to the other. And if you find yourself, for me, when I find myself contemplating where my mind was and why, I take it a step even further than that, and then let that go. I let it go, because I don't have to be like that. I give myself permission to let it go, so that there's space that I can fill with the new behavior, which then doubles down on it. It just gets more and more addictive. And then you notice, oh, look at every day I seem to have good coincidences. Oh, gee, I wonder how coincidental that is. Like, am I making connection with the infinite intelligence? Like, and am I creating my reality by staying in a frequency? Oh, fuck, I just dropped something. Ouch, my toe. Not fucking goddamn that goddamn bottle. Like, why do you want to curse the bottle and cast a spell and put that crap back in the filter? Like, there are 2 books that I read that helped me so much on the recommendation of a gentleman named Randy Weitenheimer. And I was reminded of them again yesterday when I spoke with him very briefly. One is called Letting Go, and the other one is called Power versus Force, right? Great books. One addresses kinesiology and the I won't say even idea, the fact. Here, if I ask Stone to hold her fingers in links like this, and then I ask her, who's the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and she answers Mickey Mouse, it's going to do that. Even if she makes a joke and says it's the H word, it's going to do that. What's the name of the Prime Minister of New Zealand?
Jacinda Ardern. Mickey Mouse.
Sorry. Like, if
I think it's Archon 66.
But dude, like, lawyers would be out of a freaking job, or if they did still have a job, it definitely wouldn't entail files full of let's kill how many trees now and keep it for 7 years, and I don't know what they do with this stuff, but it would overhaul the legal system if you just put kinesiology, which is a fact. It's a thing. You cannot deny it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, there are simple things you can do to fuck up the system for the better.
Yeah.
Simple things. Start little. Get rid of the attorneys, get rid of the judges, start telling the truth, and make people hold their hands out. End of story. People think that's nuts. Not so much. Sorry. Soapy, boxy.
No, I call it tea time, transparency, exposure, accountability time.
Better than transhuman time.
Eh?
That's better than transhuman time. That's a T2.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was like a bad
mine came first.
He's laughing at the joke. Even the bird is laughing. It was bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's tea time. You're right, but not the bad one that I said.
No.
No.
Could be a mushroom tea, which would even be better.
Reishi.
Because then it would allow you to go into the ether and explore yourself, right? Now, I think that's really
Is that what they call it now, Omar?
Yeah. That's for today, anyways. That's what I'm calling it. I think what we need to do is accountability is absolute number one, and that's kind of it takes me back full circle to what I was saying earlier on. Of these people in these G20 countries that are like hard done by, right? They're just not willing to take accountability and responsibility for themselves, and they think that society owes them something. And as long as a person, is living in that type of reality, I'm assuming that they're going to be on a different timeline than someone other than that, right? Someone who's willing to take responsibility for their actions, someone who can take accountability and say, okay, well, what I said then was wrong, and I've changed my mind because I've had this new information come to me, and with that new information, I have to go with this. And as long as we don't do that, right, then we're fucked, right? But if we can take personal accountability and personal responsibility, then I think we're in for a beautiful world, because the problem is that we just don't do it. And
it'll add up.
We need to.
It'll add up. The more of us that do it, it'll cleanse the frequency. It'll grow the frequency. And it's just do the little things. Just do something little every day. Just start with yourself. Something little for you. Next, set yourself a goal for something little for your house or your environment. And then before you know it, you do 2 or 3 things a day.
And it just list is good sometimes too. Like if it sounds corny, but a gratitude list is good if you write stuff out.
Yeah, there's many ways. I mean, even playing with stones or crystals, or wearing a favorite jewelry or a color, or there's all these little things. You put your clear intent into it, and it will return.
That's a law, just like gravity. Time's not a law. Gravity is a law. Attraction is a law.
Do you guys think that time could be
the law of reciprocation? It's a law, pretty sure.
Do you think that time could be like a lower form of a dimension?
I say it is a dimension. I say it is because there is a frequency to make that light in the first place. And that light becomes a density, and that's why we can see it. So yeah, there is different spectrums. I mean, there's spectrums we can't even see, we can't even hear, but it doesn't mean that they're not there. It takes me back to the frog analogy. You can stick a dead fly in front of a frog and it won't see it. You put a live fly in there and it'll go for it straight away. It doesn't mean the fly is not there. You just can't see it. And that's because of the thermal energies and stuff. But anyway, we're not getting into that part of the science of stuff. But it doesn't mean that it's not there. So you interact with yourself as if you know that you're being watched 24/7. You know that you can't go and take a doodah and a doodah here or whatever. They know everything.
Well, but get this. You know who else is watching 24/7? Your higher self is watching you 24/7. There's an observer in you that's watching you 24/7. And I, for one, have, when I connect with the observer, felt so much better about everything, because I'm not in my own business. I'm just the observer. And it's such a relief. It's a relief. It's a relief. People call that the 0 point sometimes. Sometimes you have to go into a meditation to get there. Other times I have the ability to bifurcate. I can get in my 0 point while all of the stuff just continues to do whatever it's doing while I'm perfectly awake, you know. And I don't know
And in
what
that
you
state,
guys feel about it, but I think that's like bifurcating and being in two places
mhm.
at the same time.
I've trained myself like that, and it was training was out of necessity. Really, is what I've done. Is now
Who does that?
it's a norm for me. Is where I'm in a constant observer mode. Like right now, when I'm sitting here, right in front of my monitor doing this, I can actually see myself. I can see my back, my front, my sides. I can see myself from the entirety of the room. It's like I'm separated from the body, but the body is still here, but I can still observe myself. No, but when it comes to the higher observer, what I've come to understand of it is that that higher observer is the polarity of yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I've incarnated as a masculine energy, right? My energy, my natural energy consists of both masculine and feminine. And when I incarnate into this realm, I've decided to incarnate as a masculine energy. Now, my feminine energy is my observer, is my higher self, is my guide through this experience that I'm going through. So when some shitty thing is about to happen, right, my feminine side, my higher side will intervene to make sure that that doesn't happen. Like you ladies, obviously you incorporate or incarnated as feminine energy. So your higher self would be your masculine energy that's guiding you and watching you and make sure that your experience is going to be what you signed up for. And that's how I've interpreted it. And I'm beginning to almost suspect that I'm operating from that particular level. As I've mentioned before, I've dropped all of these identities and these labels and such that I took on in my lifetime. And number one of them was my name, Omar, right? But that name, Omar, I gave that to myself. I gave that name before I even came here. I gave that to my parents, or my stargates is what I call them, right? Because I used them as a utility to incarnate into this world, and then they gave me this label of Omar, right? To where they may have confused it for whatever reason, but now I've come to learn that in shedding that identity of Omar and just taking on the frequency of Om, and then identifying just simply with that, has allowed me this great freedom and this ability to be in this observer mode, to where I'm constantly aware of my environment and what I'm doing, and so much so that I can actually see my wife Amy in our bedroom next door. There's a wall, but somehow I know exactly what she's doing. I know exactly how she's sitting on the bed. I know exactly what she's doing. I seem to be in that observer mode on a constant basis. And I think the way to get into that is just by simply acknowledging it, by simply saying, yes, it exists. I can't see it, but I know that it exists. And then once you can begin to connect with that, and once you begin to drop all of these labels and these identities that we've given ourselves and clogging up our system with this unnecessary information. And once we clear that, internet history away, then, it opens up more space within us, right? It opens up more megabytes and more, kilobytes and stuff for us to, fully experience what we're experiencing on this world. So, I would suggest to people to begin dropping your identities, because your name is just your label. That's what's being given to you. And find what you resonate with and adopt that, as your, as your label, I guess. Dropping labels for more labels, it doesn't make any sense. But, in my mind, it makes sense, because I tell you something, when I was younger, my name, Omar, was, I used that name until I was 10 years old. And, I grew up in Denmark, and my family, my father's from Pakistan, and my mother is Aboriginal Canadian. Now, in the Pakistani culture and in the Indian culture, your middle name as your principal name. Now, I was so attached to my name, just give you a quick story on this. I was so attached to my name that when I moved to Canada, the custom in Canada is to use your first name, right? And as far as I was concerned, my name was Omar. But when I got here, they gave me a different name. My first name is Ahmed, right? So they began to call me Ahmed in schools and such, and I still couldn't understand why that was happening. And I thought maybe it's due to my English because I didn't speak any English. Maybe it's due to whatever the case may be. But I just knew that that wasn't my name. But then along with that name, there was a different vibration, a different distortion that came along with that name. Because you see, when I was using the name Omar, life seemed to have been just grand, right? It was normal. Things are just going along the way they were, supposed to have gone along. But as soon as my name changed, right, to my first name, all of a sudden these different things began to happen. Violence came into my life. I ended up living on the streets, and then I ended up going into, foster homes and group homes and institutions and eventually prison. And then once I got out of all of that, and I left the province next door over because I thought that province was just simply bad luck to me. And I moved here to British Columbia. And when I moved here to British Columbia, I decided to drop that name as well because no one knew me here in this province. I can actually start fresh and say, my name is Omar, and that's who I am. And when I began to use that name, Omar, things began to change again. The frequency, the distortion around that name began to change, and the circumstances of my life began to change as well. Now, I don't know whether that's due to changing of the name or whether I'm just getting older and, was becoming more mature and, and aware of my environment. But still to this day, I would say that it had to do with the name change because that one particular name just had some very bad vibration attached to it. And I felt the repercussions of that bad energy. And then when I changed it to Omar, things just drastically changed. It was like day and night. And now what I've noticed is that since I've dropped the A in my name and I've just decided to go with Om, right, that things are actually changing. I can feel it, right? The vibration, the distortion of that particular label. I feel it on myself. So I would say, to reevaluate, like your label, reevaluate which labels have been given to you, the first, the second, the last, right? Which one works for you? Which one do you resonate with? Which one has the more positive frequency attached to it, the positive distortion and love? And if that's what you resonate with, then, I would suggest to adopt that because that vibration from that name will affect, your life experience. It has for me, right? So
Yeah.
little advice there, I guess, and little experience from it as well. I can tell you one thing, that I will never go back to my original name. Now, does that have anything to do with thought and intention, to where I believe that if I use that name again, that shitty shit's going to happen? More than likely, because I've created and fostered that thought in my mind. And now if I do it, eventually it's going to manifest itself. Now, because I've put so much, space and heart into my name, Omar, and because I have this thought in my mind that because I use this name, good things happen, right? Could be a placebo. I don't know, but, it's working. I'm going to allow it to continue to work. And I'm not going to mess with it either because I like what I got right now.
Can I say something? When it comes to your name, we're a frequency, and we're given a frequency, spell casting frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to a stage where they clash. You have to shake one or the other off, and you develop a whole new one. because you're a whole new being, you're a whole new entity, and you want to be able to enhance your auric fields, your dimensions, your access, your communication skills, your true abilities. You want to access this. So you can't if you're limited by somebody else's limitations, and that comes in the form of spell casting. So they're keeping you entrapped. You're entrapped in this frequency bubble. So when you come up with, you find a name or a label, whatever you want to call it, a frequency that resonates with you, you got to work in harmony with each other. Okay, you're enhancing yourself. When you call yourself that name, you feel good about it. You feel powerful about it. Yeah, this is you. You're stepping into your frequency suit. So when you're out there and you're going to, it's like some of us have borderline personality disorders. That's a label. But the true fact of the matter is, I have several different personality traits that I can take with me anytime I want to and call on them in different settings, different groups of people. It just depends on what you want to take with you. If I know that I'm going to get called a certain name, I'm going to act a certain way. I'm going to have a certain persona. I'm going to be on guard. When somebody calls me a certain name that comes with trauma impact, okay, well, I've just heard a trigger. They've just triggered me by using that label. What do they want? They're no good for me, So, okay, so now I'm a little bit on guard. You've got to be careful of all of the things. You've got to be able to read this. I even when I get the voices calling me saying, we're coming for a visit or whatever, they will shout a certain name at me. I can sit up in bed from just hearing that name. And it's like, okay, I don't answer or respond to that name. So if you are calling me that name, you're not coming with good intentions. Go elsewhere. You step into your frequency, you step into your power, your mana. You say, this is my authority. I am nurturing this vessel. I am taking care of myself now. No, I don't need your influence. They all come with different little abilities or traits that you picked up along the way. That doesn't mean that, okay, when I was this character over here and I've now stepped into this one, I don't have that ability anymore. You could still got that ability. You've just been able to accept it better. You can manifest things more faster. You're able to accept it and grow it, nurture it. It's your magic.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, ladies. And it is time to switch gears. And we are going to get into one of our favorite subjects, the moon timeline. I am truly fascinated by the moon. Always have been. As you can see, I got myself a pretty sick telescope behind me. And it has a motor on it. And I can point it at the moon. And as the Earth turns and as the moon moves, my telescope will follow the moon. And I've got some pretty powerful scopes in there too. And I've been hunting the moon, quite aggressively, looking for the landing sites and looking for buildings and civilizations and things like that. Because with that, I can see the rings of Saturn. And now that's pretty powerful. It's pretty far away, so I get pretty good looks at the moon as well. And our next speaker is like actually one of my favorite people in the world and one of my favorite speakers because I enjoy her energy so much and her heart space as well. And we've been working together for about a number of years now, and she's always gracious to come on and enlighten us, raise our awareness on our ET neighbor that is constantly watching us. And the person who I'm talking about, my friends, is Constance Victoria Briggs. I'm sure you guys are aware of her. I've had Constance on a number of different occasions here on Watcherstalk, and as well, Rob has had Constance on on the Full Spectrum Universe numerous times as well. And Constance has recently released one of her new books. It's called The Moon's Galactic History, a look at the moon's extraterrestrial past and its connection to Earth. And we recently did a talk called Are There Cities on the Moon? So, we are going to get into that. But let me just quickly give you guys a bio on Constance, and then we'll bring her on our stage and we will get into it. So Constance Victoria Briggs is a metaphysical, spiritual, cosmic researcher and writer and public speaker. She's the author of The Moon's Galactic History, a look at the moon's extraterrestrial past and its connection to Earth, the encyclopedia of moon mysteries, secrets, conspiracy theories, wandering spirits, and much, much more. Encyclopedia of Gods, an A to Z guide to thoughts, ideas, and beliefs about gods. The Encyclopedia of Angels, an A to Z guide to nearly 4,000 entries. Constance has been invited as a guest speaker on several radio shows, podcasts, and YouTube shows discussing such topics as angels, extraterrestrials, ancient aliens, life after death, after-death communication, out-of-body experience, moon's mysteries, and more. Shows that Briggs has been featured on include Coast to Coast AM with George Noory, Midnight Society, The Leak Project, The Kingdom of Nye, Earth Ancients, Paranormal Soups, The Paranormal of Sacred, Broadcast Team Alpha, Forbidden Knowledge, Quantum Guides, Behind the Obsidian Curtain, Spaced Out Radio, Raised by Giants, and many others. Briggs was also featured in the popular Shadows of Your Mind magazine and UNX magazine. Briggs was also a presenter at the 2021 Total Disclosure Inner Truth Summit and the 2022 Watcherstalk Humanity Unplugged Conference. It is Briggs' goal to investigate the mysteries of the universe and how they connect to humanity. Constance and her family make their home in Southern California, and I'm so happy to bring Constance on with us because I tell you, she is one amazing being, one amazing soul, and I just have a ton of respect and love for Constance. Constance, thank you very much for being here, giving us your time, in your busy schedule to come and give us a download about our moon and its timeline and how it's affected us in our journey through space over the course of God knows how long.
Thank you, Omar. Well, I'm going to have to cut that bio down.
Yes.
Or can I just ask, can you, hi ladies, also can I just ask, can you hear me okay? Is everything fine?
Yeah, I can hear you, and let me just turn it down a little bit because you sound like you are a bit loud, so I'll turn the volume down here on my end.
How is this? Is this a little better?
Oh, yeah, way better. There we go.
Okay, hi everybody. It's so nice to be here. Omar, thank you for having me on.
You are very welcome, Constance, and thank you very much for taking your time and coming on here and really giving us a download on something that's very important. And we're looking through the cosmos, looking for extraterrestrial life through programs like SETI and such, but we are really ignoring the biggest extraterrestrial that's like right at our doorsteps, and we see it every single day. And in fact, there was an eclipse just the other night, and many people don't know a lot about the moon. Right? They just see the moon out there and they say, oh, wow, that's just beautiful. And, it comes in crescents and it comes in halves and it comes in fulls. And it brings the Wolverine out in people. And that's really the basis of people's knowledge on the moon, right? And aside from us landing on there, and some people believe that we didn't land on there. Some say that we did. But that's a topic for another day. But, that's really, we have a very basic understanding of like one of the biggest moons in our solar system. So I appreciate you coming on and raising our awareness on that, and to show us on how it's played a pivotal role in our timeline.
Right. Right. Thank you. Yeah, who would have ever guessed that the moon has a timeline? You know, that the moon basically, for me, I decided a while back that I needed to tell the moon story. Oh my goodness, if the moon could talk, we would get a lot of information. It is not, as we've been told, a dead rock in the sky. We've been taught that. And I think that the reason that people don't pay much attention to the moon, other than it being a beautiful cosmic body in the sky, I think that may have been by design. I don't know if way back when we first started, when the space agency, for example, may have first started realizing there was something more going on with the moon. I don't know if people were prepared to hear some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about today, but we've come a long way. So I'll just get into it. One of the things that I like to start with when talking about the moon is, number one, it is not a dead rock in the sky. There's a lot going on with it. There's a lot of movement on the moon. There always has been. There are a lot of strange lights, unexplainable phenomena, and strange lights on the moon. There always have been. And today, we are even seeing what many believe to be UFOs on and around the moon. So there's more going on up there than we could ever have imagined. But, you know, we just haven't been told about it. I would also like to say up front that we do not know how the moon came to be. This is going to be very important when I get into some of the information to understand that there have been 5 theories that came about the moon the scientists brought up, but they had to dismiss all of them. None of them worked. The scientists do not know how the moon came to be, the origin of the moon, where it came from, and exactly what it is. As strange as that may sound, it is a thing. And if you go on the NASA website, they say that. They say, you know, well, we think that it was from a planetary body hitting the Earth, and then the material from the Earth spewing out into the universe and forming the moon. But, you know, we think. They're not very committed. They're not committed at all to that most popular theory. So anyway, so we don't know how the moon came to be. So I wanted to start that up front. But when I look at the moon, and I tried to put together a timeline for this beautiful, luminary, brilliant body that men have been staring at for, you know, millions and billions of years even, I decided to go way back to before, what I consider before the moon came to be in Earth's presence, as weird as that sounds. So the moon is approximately 4.6 billion years old. So it has a history, a time before Earth knew it as a moon, and the time that it existed somewhere probably out in space that we don't know. I can only imagine where it was and what was happening for those many billions of years before it came to be in Earth's orbit. But when we come to our own history with the moon, excuse me, we are looking at what I call a pre-lunar Earth. So basically, guys, in ancient times, it appears from writings from the past, from our ancient past, that there was actually probably a time when the Earth had no moon. Now, we have always been taught that the Earth needs the moon, and there's no way that it could ever have been without it. But I'm here to say that there are ancient writings that talk about such a time period. And the ancient writings are coming from, excuse me, well-respected people in our history. And it's coming from scriptures and important writings. So, if I may, I will start with, I'll start with the Zulu people. They have a tale that really struck me in their history, because they talk about the moon. They called it an hollowed out egg. And they talk about the moon being hollowed out by two beings in the universe, far out in the universe. And they stole this so-called egg and they hollowed it out, and then they, for whatever reason, they sent this thing across the universe and placed it in Earth's orbit. That is what their tradition is for how the moon came to be. As we move forward in time, I'm going to go back to the Zulu people and talk about them. But I think it's interesting that we have already a tale letting us know that perhaps there was a time in our history that it didn't exist. So as we move forward into the pre-lunar Earth period, I think I got off topic for a second there. I'm just going to share with you something that I wrote in my Moon Mysteries book about this topic, where I stated that according to the ancient writings and the oral legends and tales from various cultures, there was a time in Earth's history when there was only the moon and stars that appeared in the sky, a time before there was a moon. Modern day science teaches that the Earth cannot survive without the moon, that all life would die without it. Still, the stories persist. It is one of the moon's most intriguing mysteries. So there are credible people from ancient times that spoke of a period where there was no moon in the sky. These were men of prominence. These were ancient philosophers, ancient Greek philosophers, and some Roman writers that made these statements. Some of these included Aristotle, Giordano Bruno, and Ovid. These men talked about a people that lived before there was a time of the moon, when there was no moon in the sky. They mentioned a people that they named, that they called the Arcadians. And they said that these people were wild and they were uncultured, and they lived off the land. And apparently, they were just kind of like wild creatures, just human in the beginning of our time. So in the beginning of our time, there was no moon. And I always tell people, if you're going to listen to the Greek philosophers, we should not pick and choose, because we have adopted their writings. We have adapted some of their teachings into our lives even today. So if they're telling us that way back then there was no moon in the sky, we should take it seriously. If we are finding ancient traditions that talk about there being no moon in the sky and the moon being brought in, we should take it seriously. We can't pick and choose history. We can't say some history is correct and some isn't, but that is what some researchers have chosen to do. They are totally ignoring the history when it comes to the moon. So also I would like to say that the Bible, for people who know the Bible, or if you're not, a person if you're a person who is very religious, but I want to say that even the Bible says that there was a time before the moon. Job says the grandeur of the Lord who makes peace in the heights is praised, and time is mentioned before there was a time, a moon, and it did not shine. Psalms 72:5 tells us, thou wast featured since the time of the sun and before the time of the moon, a generation of generations. So we have these writings, is what I'm trying to say, that tell us that there was a time before there was a moon in the sky. Other cultures that mention it include people of Colombia, the Mayans, the Tibetans. And so if you can just, hold that thought. I mean, I know it's, for some people it's a lot, because we were taught that, there was always a moon there. But apparently it's a lie for me. I believe it. So anyway, so that is the first thing on my timeline, what I call the pre-lunar Earth. I wrote a lot about that in both of my books, if anybody is interested in pursuing that. But the next thing on my timeline that we have to go to, of course, would be the moon entering Earth's orbit. All right, so there is no moon, and then suddenly this thing appears. We have, no idea really where it came from, who brought it. But there is a story out of Bolivia that is written on an ancient artifact. The artifact is called the Sun Gate, or the Gateway of the Sun. It has, a few names. And this gateway, this large stone gateway with a door, it weighs, I don't know how many tons it is, but it has symbols and writings on it that talk about the moon coming in to Earth's orbit and creating chaos in the Earth. It talks about, there were storms and earthquakes and, things of that nature because of it, coming so close. And they said that this happened, they named the time as 12,000 years ago. This thing was built on an observatory where the Bolivians from that time were studying the sun and the stars and everything, all the cosmic bodies. And over time, of course, it was destroyed. But it's interesting that this artifact is left with this story so prominently and easily readable, and written there. So that's just another piece of the puzzle, or the dots connecting, when it comes to the moon having a strange history. And it supports, I think, what the philosophers were saying about a time that there was no moon in the sky. So we have the story that it came in. Interestingly enough, this story that the Bolivians wrote coincides with the time of Atlantis. This was about the time, this was the time period that Atlantis is said to have been destroyed, and one can only wonder if there's a connection there, with and the reason for what happened to the Atlanteans. So that's just a thought, and I find that to be rather interesting. So as we move forward in time, we can take a look at the ancient history that we have that talks about humans being advanced technologically. This history that I'm speaking of is taken from the Sanskrit writings from India, and there are a few other places such as Egypt that mentions a time where men were more advanced and we could fly, having advancement in aerial technology. Also, this ties in with Atlantis again. So basically, the Sanskrit writings lay out for us the idea that humans in those ancient times could leave the Earth. They could fly around the Earth in aerial, vehicles, airplanes, but they could also fly into outer space. And some of the writings talk about us flying to the moon and beyond. So I find that interesting because they have found artifacts on the moon, which I'll get into more later too. Artifacts on the moon, these in particular were shaped like pyramids. They found constructions on the moon shaped like the Washington Monument. They have found columns on the moon that look like they may have been something out of ancient Rome or Greece. So if we really did have that technology, were the people from Earth equipped to be able to fly to the moon and, I don't know, walk around, move around? Did they have some kind of spaceship, some spacesuits? I believe they did. And if you look at some of the artifacts that are being uncovered today and that have been in the recent past, we are finding artifacts that look like people in spacesuits. So, or there may have been a time, of course, when the moon had more of an atmosphere, and some scientists say that it does, where there actually could have been humans flying back and forth, moving about the moon. Now, the thing about those writings is it says mostly the gods were able to travel in these vehicles back and forth to the moon and beyond. Now, these gods, many believe, were extraterrestrials. They came to the earth in ancient times to help humanity to evolve and to progress and to become cultured, further out than the Arcadians. They're now being taught, agriculture and medicine by the gods. So perhaps these beings that were traveling, if they weren't the humans leaving Earth and they were the gods, they may have had some other means of existing on the moon, and it was easy for them to travel back and forth. Also, these vehicles that are said to have been taken to the moon, and also the ones flying around the Earth, they were different shapes and sizes. By the way, God Shiva was one of the big ones. It was said that he would go back and forth to the moon, and they likened his ship to a bird. The bird flying, that's what they, how they described it. But, oh my goodness, I forgot my thought for a second. The fact that they were going back, that they may have been ETs able to exist and live up there. They were here helping us. They gave us humans the aerial technology. So that is a thing. And it is, I was talking about the ships. The ships were intricately explained right down to the blueprints in their writings and the power source of how they made those things fly. So a part of history that was uncovered that has a moon connection. And one can only wonder if some of the beings there who had, buildings here, when I mentioned the columns and the walls and the pyramids, the same type of structures that have been found in NASA photos on the moon. And I just want to note very quickly and try to keep this in mind that most of these were partial structures that appear to have been destroyed. But I'll get to that. I also would like to say that in the same time period, the same time frame, Atlantis was said to have also had the capability of flight. It is believed, that Atlanteans could go back and forth to the moon, and there is a story out there that says that the moon was a part of Atlantis' territory, that whatever ancient city that was on the moon previously could have been a part of Atlantis. Okay. And again, I just want to note, hopefully it's a lot to remember, to go over, but the fact that there were partial structures found that, they're relating to Atlantis. So trying to create a moon's timeline, I love the name of this conference, because it really helped me to line things up, because it's such a vast topic. Things are all over the place. When I'm doing interviews about this, we're jumping all around, but this has given me a guideline. So the next topic then, along with the ancients and their ability to fly to the moon then is that of a Star Wars. Did our moon during this period have beings that were involved in some sort of war in space? Were the gods and the people of Earth involved in a war? And I've named it Star Wars. And I wrote about this in my book. And the reason I can get to the partial structures now, because there are structures on the moon that are partial. They look like they have been blown to bits. You know, they were in an explosion, and a part of some sort of galactic war. There are also, guys, there are craters on the moon that were not caused by meteors. These craters look like they were created from an atomic bomb. And there is also vitrified glass, I hope I'm saying that word correctly, that they have found there on the moon. And also the same has been found on Earth during a period of time where we did not know about the atomic bomb. This was, ancient cities that have been found in the South American jungles, where it looked like they were the target of nuclear weaponry. If I can just read a little bit very quickly from my Galactic Moon book, because it's sometimes just easier to share that way. So under this same topic, I called Star Wars, and I said, today, right now, somewhere in the far reaches of space, there is a possibility of a war going on. Scientists are claiming that there appears to be what looks like a Star Wars happening today, as they cannot explain the anomalous, unnatural explosions they are seeing in deep space. In an article titled Nuclear Wars in Antiquity, it says 5 or 6 years ago, in an article in the Herald Tribune, said that there had been at least 80 unexplained explosions in deep space during the last decade alone. This had baffled many of the leading scientists and astronomers who were at a complete loss to explain the phenomenon. So the article quoted nuclear physicist and ufologist, many of you may have heard this name, Stanton Friedman, as saying, tremendous activity of this sort could well be life out there involved in a war. So if we're looking at something today that is potentially a Star Wars, that, believe me, you're not going to hear in the mainstream news, but it's going on, scientists have confirmed it. My question is, could we have not, in our ancient past, been in the same type of situation? How else can you explain craters on the moon that appear to be, from an atomic bomb? So I said, could a nuclear war in space have happened in our solar system ages ago? And this is the reason we're seeing these craters on the moon. There are ancient astronaut theorists, lunar researchers, and others that believe that the moon may have been involved in a war in the past. This supposition comes from the shape that the ruins and artifacts were discovered in, and what appears to be artificial debris located there, as well as vitrified glass in the jungles of South America and in some of the cities, ancient cities found in South America. So if the moon and Earth were involved in a war, if this is the answer to why we're finding these elements on the moon and also Earth, were we fighting each other? I have a theory that the moon, Earth, and Mars were all involved in something together. Were we fighting each other, or were we fighting an unknown foe? So way back ages ago, our moon may have been involved in some sort of battle. And there are images out of the lunar orbiters that went up in the 60s that show some of these buildings. Of course, some of them have been erased, destroyed, covered up, but some of them made it through. And there have been pioneers in the lunar research in our past that talked extensively about some of these structures. So, moving out of the ancient past and moving forward, I'd like to bring us up in time to the invention of the telescope, because up until this period, we don't hear a whole lot about the moon, except that, it was worshipped. People, loved it. Lots of songs were written about it. Romance was associated with it. But when the telescope was created, things started to really rock and roll. Things changed. So the astronomers during the period that I think it was 1608, I think that the telescope was invented, and moving forward, the early astronomers were very intent on figuring out the moon. It was the closest planetary body. It was the easiest to check out. It was the most popular. So they were watching it very carefully, and they were astounded to see that the moon had strange lights moving across it. They had strange lights not only moving across the surface of the moon, but moving around the moon, above the moon, and even during a lunar eclipse, you could see lights. Okay, so they thought, okay, well, there must be someone up there making the lights. For them, that wasn't, eventually they came to that conclusion, and they settled on that, and as they studied it more, they said that they saw valleys and, mountains, and that the topography was very much like that of the Earth. They saw movement on the moon. They saw, one astronomer said he thought it was a kind of like I want to say a flock of insects. All of these, this dark cloud of what appeared to be insects or some kind of animal moving across the surface of the moon. And he even wrote down how fast he thought they were going. Long story short, the early astronomers took it for granted that there was civilization on the moon, and they called these people Selenites. I hope excuse me if I just ruined that, but they thought that the moon had original people that existed there, just like Earth, that were going about their lives. One even thought that he was seeing structures and roads and things up there, and that was considered scientific fact at that time, that the moon was inhabited. Stories came out after that about who the inhabitants might be, what they might look like, all of this. So some interesting fiction came out of it. That's kind of fun to read. But as we come forward in time into the more modern era, as our science grew, and I for one wonder now if this was by design. Our scientists told us that because they told us the moon has no atmosphere and it's too hot for anything to live there. So forget it. The moon is not inhabited. There's nobody there. There's nothing happening. It's a dead rock on the sky, in the sky. And that was accepted by most people, and that's what we believed. However, what the astronomers were seeing back then was still going on. There was still strange lights. There was still movement. There were even, fog was said to have been seen. Mist clouds were seen. All kinds of things going on. Still, we were told and are told that nothing can live there. Okay. So once we understood that, we stopped looking. I think we stopped checking out the moon so much. But what's interesting is that when the space agency was created, then they turned their attention to the moon. We thought it was for space exploration, but I wonder if there wasn't some, and this is my opinion, some underlying motivation, because if it was a dead rock, then they wouldn't have gone, I feel like, as far as they did to explore it or check it out. And I think that had more to do with what we knew as the space race. But they came up, and I'll show you this little book. In the 60s, they published this little book here. And it is, it's called the NASA Lunar Technical Report. And actually, at that time, it wasn't a little book. It was a classified document. Excuse me. Today it is declassified, and you can get it on Amazon. But what's interesting about this is, even though they were still maintaining that there was nothing going on with the moon or on the moon, they have this listing of astronomers dating back to the 1600s, where they had kept records of what famous astronomers were seeing up there. And they have the astronomer's name, they have the date, they have what they saw, they have the time period. For example, if they saw a strange red ball of light on the surface of the moon, how long they saw it, 15 minutes to an hour. It's pretty amazing stuff. And they were still maintaining that it was a dead rock in the sky. And it wasn't just lights. Like I said, it was mist, fog, streaks of light, things moving across the surface, and they falsified this. So they knew something was going on, even though they were saying there's nothing going on. And not only that, but then, they, as we know, they sent people to the moon. So I need to go a little quicker, I think. So we're up now to the most interesting time. We're up now to the 1960s and the 1970s, when things really became hot. Of course, we know about the space race. We want, the United States wants to beat Russia, beat the Soviets to the moon and all of this. Well, they did, as we know. I know there are a lot of people who don't believe it. And my point in my research isn't to prove that NASA went to the moon. It really is to prove that, we're not alone in the universe and there's something more going on. But they sent up, the space agency did send up, if you don't believe the Apollo missions, they did send the lunar missions that took a lot of pictures. And in these lunar photographs, you can see structures on the moon. Books have been written about this. Now, between you and I, obviously, someone placed these structures on the moon. Some of them were partial structures. Some of them were our whole structures. But that was discovered in the 60s. When they started sending up probes and when they sent up the astronauts. Some of the structures included pyramids, monuments, walls, bridges, buildings, with some partially destroyed, others complete. As I said before, a few of them are you can find, some of them have been wiped, some of the photos have been destroyed. But that just confirms that, something more was going on up there. So for NASA and the scientists who wanted to let us know how the moon was created, they kind of just ran into more questions and more mysteries. And even today, as I said before, they don't have an answer as to what the moon is or where the moon came from. And perhaps the reason they can't explain the origin of the moon is because the moon is something that they could never have imagined and would never admit to. So anyway, there were, after the NASA astronauts went up and the lunar orbiter probes were done, 2 Soviet scientists got together. They were prominent men that worked for the Soviets, they worked for the government, and they put their reputations on the line by coming forward with their theory as to what the moon is. And they basically stated that the moon is artificial. So I wrote, in 1970, 2 government Russian scientists published in an article in Sputnik magazine their conclusions about the moon. They believe that it is an artificial satellite created from a hollowed out planetoid. Does that remind you of the Zulu people? Does that remind you of their story? Created outside of our solar system eons ago, engineered by advanced beings, and sent across the universe and intentionally placed in Earth's orbit. They based their idea on NASA's findings. Interestingly enough, they based their idea on NASA's findings, but of course, we didn't hear anything from NASA, but other people were looking at, what they came up with. They based their findings on some of these things, that the moon is hollow. So basically, we've all heard the story of the moon ringing like a bell. The astronauts crashed the ascent stage into the moon a couple of times, and the moon reverberated. It really didn't sound like a bell, but it, was reverberating. And that, that tells us that the moon is hollow. And, people think that the hollow moon theory may have been a joke or a hoax. It's not. This is actually something that NASA did come out with at their press conference. And they said that, it rang like a bell, but we really don't know why. It's a thing. And, one of them even said, I'd rather not comment on it because, they understood that it's hollow, and a natural satellite can't be hollow. Anyway, these 2 Soviet scientists also said that the surface of the moon is, only around 2.5 miles thick. That's what the research from the astronauts showed. So what they mean is no matter how hard and how big or small, no matter the size of a meteor that hits the moon, the craters never penetrate more than 2.5 miles. And that, of course, shouldn't be that way. And so that's a very strange thing, that you can't really penetrate the hull of the moon very much. Why? And so also they looked at, it says, I wrote, the moon's dust primarily consists of strong elements, chromium, titanium, and zirconium, to name 3, that are used to, they said they use these to protect what they consider to be a giant artificial satellite from the effects of temperature, radiation, and meteor bombardment. In other words, they use this material to coat the moon, it looks like, and protect it from all of these elements that could, harm the moon. So the question would be, what is inside the moon? This now, what we believe to be a hollow moon, what is inside of it that requires protecting? The scientists concluded that the moon is a spaceship. They believed it had engines inside, but on the outside, it is coated with this moon-looking substance to make it look natural. So to quote those scientists, they said, the scientists said, it is more likely that what we have here is a very ancient spaceship, the interior of which was filled with fuel for the engines, materials and appliances for repair work, navigation instruments, observation equipment, and all manner of machinery. In other words, everything necessary to enable it to serve as a Noah's Ark of intelligence, perhaps even as a home of a whole civilization with idea of having a prolonged, perhaps thousands of millions of years existence and long wandering through space. So that sort of brings us up to speed in the timeline of the moon. And where we are now, and this is what my latest book is about, is what the heck is the moon? What are we dealing with? Is it, as the Soviet Soviet scientist said, is it a spaceship? You know, when I first started this research, I came across a book titled Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon. It was written by Don Wilson, who was a ufologist. And I couldn't understand in the beginning why he was calling it then that. But now I do. And this whole idea of it possibly being a ark of some sort carrying extraterrestrials, you know, it's really something to think about, because, you know, maybe this is the reason that our scientists, you know, can't answer the question. You know, it's funny because the question is, what is it? If it's not a spaceship, I guess, if it's not a natural satellite, what is it? So Isaac Asimov had one of my favorite quotes. He said, "What in blazes is our moon doing way out there? It's too far out to be a true satellite of Earth. It's too big to have been captured by the Earth. The chances of such a capture having been effected and the moon then having taking up nearly circular orbit about the Earth are too small to make such an eventuality credible. But then, if the moon is neither a true satellite of the Earth nor a captured one, what is it?" So for me, just, you know, to have a little fun in my book, you know, I'm a Star Trek person, and there's a Star Trek: The Next Generation with the character Data talking to the captain of the ship, Captain Picard, about something in space. And I just love this quote because I think it's apropos here. Data told Picard when looking at this, I think it was a nebula or something, and Picard said, what is that? And Data said, "The beginning of wisdom is, I do not know. I do not know what that is." Our scientists do not know what the moon is. And that's why they're having a tough time, and they're scratching their heads. Now, I believe they knew something was going on up there. But I don't think that they ever imagined there could have been, you know, beings possibly living inside of the moon coming, you know, and I don't know if they made the structures on the moon later, if they were inside and outside the moon, who knows. But in my book, I talk about the possibility of the moon being a generational ship. You know, did we have beings running from a planet going nova, the sun exploding, or some catastrophe on their planet? Did they build a machine to escape in, or to save part of their civilization or their species? It's not an unheard of idea. I mean, today our scientists are looking at similar possibilities. Of course, we don't have the technology, but they certainly are talking about creating large vehicles or mechanisms or what have you, that if something happened, quite possibly we could live in them or escape, you know, to another planet. You know, it's really interesting for me too, as I'm going to tell you a quick fun story. Gene Roddenberry, who is the creator of Star Trek, as most of you know, he was sitting in on channeling sessions with a woman who said that she was channeling extraterrestrials, and that these beings that she was channeling told her that they were from different worlds throughout the galaxy. So, you know, there were different beings on this ship, and they are traveling the stars, and they were here to help. Now, Gene Roddenberry was sitting in on these sessions, and it is believed that the Star Trek series may have been created from those, the idea that he got from those sessions, and also some of the scripts. And I tell you, there is a script, a show from the 60s titled And the World is Hollow and I Have Touched the Sky. I have it in my, I talk about it in my book. It's one of my favorite episodes, but I did not realize, I didn't remember this show. It's been a long time since I watched it, but long story short, the captain and his crew were encountered an asteroid that was heading towards the Federation world, and they had to stop this thing. This big asteroid. So they beamed over. The first thing they saw on this asteroid were structures. And then they found out that there was a civilization living inside of this asteroid. And these people were on what we are calling a generational ship. There were people that have lived and died for generations as they travel across the universe towards a new home that had been programmed into the asteroid, turned out to be a ship, and it was designed to look like an asteroid, and it was programmed on a journey that lasted thousands of years. Now is the moon that? I mean, we don't know, but I think it's very interesting that that same kind of mentality was put into a show way back then. But I mean, other theories as to what our moon could be is a mechanism used by extraterrestrials to watch Earth and her progress. It's also been said that it is a mechanism used to watch not only Earth, but a lot of the planets in the solar system. And one can only wonder if the other cosmic bodies, a number of them may be hollow as well. Phobos of Mars is looking to be something strange going on with it. We all, we know that there is a monument that it was found there as well, and it appears to be hollow. And there is talk about the Earth being hollow. So one can, and there being beings inside the Earth. One can only wonder if how many of these stories are true, and if they're all connected. The moon could be also a way station. I've been, some researchers think that from the looks of it, we have seen today with, better cameras, we can see what looks like UFOs leaving the moon, entering the moon, flying around the moon, fleets of them moving across the surface of the moon. And when they're leaving, we can only wonder, where are those fleets of UFOs going? Are they coming to Earth? Are some of the ships or the UFOs that we are seeing around Earth, the Tic Tacs, even although they're smaller than some, but are they coming from the moon? I mean, it is very close to us. We have seen it. It's not even a secret anymore. It's just that certain agencies don't comment on them. That doesn't mean they don't exist. Because we don't see it on the news doesn't mean they're not out there. They are. There's plenty of video footage, and we see a lot of footage of things leaving the moon. So are they coming here? Do they have a connection from our ancient past? When they moved the moon in here, were there beings in the moon? Did some of the beings come to Earth? Were they humanoid? Are they us? When we had the ability to fly in ancient times, could we have even gotten stuck out there? Because our Earth has gone through several catastrophes, and it's said that humans have had to start over more than once with their technology. Could we have gotten stuck out there, when there was a catastrophe on Earth and we couldn't come back? Could there be beings on the moon that are us? I don't know, something to think about. So anyway, I hope that this is some food for thought when it comes to, what's going on with the moon and its timelines, And I for one, am certainly hoping to see something happen as far as learning, what really is going on up there. And, in my book also, I talk about a variety of beings that could be on the moon or in the moon. And some of these include the Anunnaki. If any of you are familiar with the Anunnaki, I know that you are familiar with the Anunnaki. It is thought by some that they have a base on the moon to this day, that the moon belongs to them, that they may be mining gold from Earth to this day and taking it back to the moon and sending it off from the moon to their home world, which, people, think is Nibiru. So some think it might be the Anunnaki. There are also witnesses. I know one lady who was at my home a few nights ago was telling me of a friend who witnessed water being extracted from Earth. They saw it being raised up, into a craft and then gone. And there's lots of reports of those. Are they being taken to the moon? There was a contactee. I have several in my book, and I think this was Adamski. I can't remember for sure, but there was a contactee who said that he was taken to the moon and he witnessed bartering on the moon. He said there were alien ships coming and going and bringing supplies and leaving with other supplies. Are they taking things from the Earth and bartering? Or are the ETs, ships that we see around the Earth doing this kind of thing, taking them to live on? The other thing is there's a couple of pictures out of NASA that appear to show humanoids on the moon, interestingly enough. Of course, we can't see them up close, but it does look like that. And I'm just here to say that as much as we hear that there cannot be life on the moon or any other planetary body that they may be saying this about, we do not know the science and technology that an extraterrestrial group may have to be able to exist or visit the moon or any other planetary body. Because we haven't achieved that kind of technology doesn't mean that they can't put on some kind of AI suit and walk about. So there could be anyone up there, on the moon that is of an alien origin, whereas we can't live there. We can't grow there. We can't grow things there. You never know with extraterrestrial beings. We have not come across that kind of information yet, but I don't write it off that someone could be there. And also, our scientists have explored the idea. When I say explored, they've talked about. They've talked about having colonies inside the moon. And they said that these colonies, if we put one up there, being inside would be good because they would be protected from radiation and meteor bombardment and all the other things that could happen when you're on the surface. That inside of the moon would be a good place to be, and that they believe that there are caverns and in things in areas where we could place people. So if we've had the idea, and let's just say we're not alone in the universe, why couldn't extraterrestrials have had the same idea? And if they are advanced enough to create ships that can fly around the Earth, then of course they could be advanced enough to place a colony on the moon and other places on the inside. So yeah, I hope that I've given everyone something to think about. And I hope that you'll take a look at my books, because I can't possibly get 2 books worth of information in 1 hour. I do go into some of the things that the astronauts experience on the moon. They are kind of our biggest source for information as far as whether or not the moon is inhabited or not. They saw things up there. All of the Apollo missions, I'll just say very quickly, because I don't know how much more time I have, but all of the Apollo missions were followed to the moon by UFOs. They all encountered UFOs and strange lights on the way to the moon, many on the surface of the moon. one Apollo mission, I believe it was Apollo 17, ran into a huge building, we believe, on the moon, although it was written off as an accident. You might look that up. Those guys were in their little lunar dune buggy. Walter Cronkite was narrating the Apollo 17 landing, and then you hear Cronkite say, "Oh, that looks like a man-made structure," and then the feed is cut. 20 minutes later, came back on. Cronkite is giggling, or laughing. I shouldn't say giggling, so disrespectful. I'm sorry. He was laughing, and he says, "Oh, NASA's telling us that it was just a little accident, that the camera on the little car accidentally took a picture of itself." But there are people today that will, tell you that they saw something. They saw a building, a structure on the moon. This thing was tall. It was shaped like a rectangular tangle. It looked like a shoebox, and they said it looked to be made of the same material as the lunar dust. And that, if you were looking at this building from afar, you would not tell it was on the surface. So that's another thing. There may be buildings that are hidden up there that we can't see, with our technology. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at some questions here. Hi.
Wow, what an incredible download, Constance. That's amazing, and I've got like so many notes here to pick your brain.
I wish we had 5 hours.
Yeah, right. I should have scheduled for like 3 hours. Let's welcome our brother Rob Yacht to the conference from Full Spectrum Universe. He was on location, and now he is in the house. And
I'm back, baby.
Yeah. So, Rob, what do you think on all these truth nuggets that Constance was dropping on us here for the past hour?
Well, I've just got to say that every time that Constance comes and sits with us on these events, she gives us so many different places of retrospect to look at, to investigate. Like, it's not just she's giving you information, she's also giving you tells and places to endeavor in your own research and kind of come to your own conclusions too. I love how she highlights specific points and then tells you, this is what I think it is, this is what it should be, and gives you an open arena to really dive in on your own and kind of sequester what you think is the possibility. And that's how we learn, is the different perspectives and the different timelines that we're all on, which is what this is about today, and bringing that information back to timeline prime, where we sit with each other and we start to merge and we find our timeline and we start to merge with the people who reside within that timeline. So, Constance, I just want to say hats off. It's always an honor and a privilege to speak with you, but that was just incredible. You gave us so much information. So much information.
Thank you. My pleasure. It was fun.
I really liked, Constance, how you began your lecture with the fact that there was no moon in the beginning, and that the moon is not a 4 billion year old companion to the Earth, and the fact that that myth carries on today, that the Earth or life would have never gotten a hold here on this Earth if it weren't for the moon, and we would have tsunamis that are like as tall as Mount Everest rolling over us all day long. We know that's not true because we have plenty of evidence to tell us from our deep past, as you were mentioning about the Arcadians. And in my opinion, I would say the Arcadians that they're speaking of, right? From my understanding, they are the ancestors of the modern Greeks, right? And they were living off of acorns and berries, right? And they were quite wild, but still had enough intelligence within them enough consciousness within them to be like organized and to be able to understand as to what's going on. And they could also possibly even belong to the original people of Australia, the Aborigines, and they could very well have been a part of that group that was spread out across the world, right? And then you mentioned South American Aboriginal tribes that tell us that there was no moon and that one day it just suddenly showed up. And when it did show up, it created a mass havoc on this planet, obviously, right, through gravitational pulls and tsunamis and earthquakes and kind of what have you. And then it all settled down and the earth went into this wobble that we're currently in. And from what I'm catching, right, back in the day before the moon showed up, the earth was like on a 1 or 2 degree angle, right? It was kind of like a top. When you spin a top, it always wants to right itself, right? And the earth was kind of like that, where it had like these 2 polar caps, very small polar caps in the north and the south. And the temperature of the entire planet was the same, right? There was no, extreme seasons like we have today, right? And this moon caused us to go into this wobble that we're currently in. Have you come across any information to that?
Yeah. So when I talked about the sun gate, the sun gate. Actually, I'm not a scientist, and I have a hard time explaining it as well as you just did. But yeah, it talks about that very thing, and I have it in my moon mysteries book, and it goes into how we had shorter days. There were less days there, and I don't know how to explain it as well as you just did, Omar. Sorry.
It's all good. I appreciate it. It's it doesn't escape the idea. It doesn't escape me when you were mentioning about nuclear weapons on the moon and here on Earth as well, and also on Mars.
On Mars,
understand that on Mars there's like 3 or 4 different impact zones where they have this radiation that you can only get from nuclear detonations, and then we have that also at Mohenjo-daro in ancient India, today's Pakistan, and as well from what I get at what are those 2 biblical sites, Sodom and Gomorrah, I believe.
Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah.
We're also nuclear detonations, and then we have. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was agreeing with you.
And then we have the stories that come to us in Indian epics, like the Mahabharata, in which it speaks of these floating cities, flying cities that were shooting, like lightning bolts and such at each other, and were able couldn't be in 2 places at the same time. And the Vimanas is what they call them, right? And it's quite possible that they were using those Vimanas to transit between Earth, Moon, and Mars, right? Kind of creating that triangle.
Yeah, there was something going on back then, and I certainly would like to know more answers to this mystery. It's just unfortunate that we had to, I think we started over and we lost a lot of information. I think there was a lot of information in the Library of Alexandria. That went down. Oh my God! We wouldn't be asking these questions today. I think they had all the information about the war. There was a war, and extraterrestrials, our origins. Anyway.
One of the things I want to bring up too is what Omar was talking about with Sodom and Gomorrah, and the fact that we know that there is some sort of nuclear reaction happening, because I believe it was Isaiah's wife, turns around at the very end to look back upon the city in which she lived and turned to salt. But it was
Yeah.
probably ash. She turned to ash
Turned
and
to
then
ash.
just disintegrated. They said it was salt because later on the wind would hit her and she would be taken away with the wind. So we see that happening as well. And, you know, the moon looks like a planet of ash. Right? Now, that's not to say that there wasn't anything on the moon. I'm not saying that there was trees or anything like that, but impacts with craters would cause tremendous upheaval, and with the small gravitational pull of the moon, that ash would fall right back down to the surface, therefore giving it that look of, some of it is like, looks like darker ash and regular ash, and the darker ash would kind of be indicative of biological matter of some sort, and the regular ash would be of earth, like of, you know, dirt. So, I mean, there's a lot of fascinating points you can really get into and truly try and break it down. And the thing about it is, unless we're there and we're testing the soils, we'll never get the straight answer, because NASA, of course, stands for never a straight answer. They've gone to the moon, then lost the technology to go back to the moon. And you would think that if we ever went to the moon, that technology that got us there would be some of the most sacred technology that would be guarded at every avenue to replicate and keep doing the same thing over and over until they found something worthwhile in the construct of what the moon is. You know, of course, you can go back to ancient Italian, you know, nursery rhymes where the moon's made of cheese. You know what I mean? It's really crazy. Why is it made of cheese? Because we're blowing holes in it. It looks like Swiss cheese.
Yeah. Well, you know, we have the you know, the Artemis missions going up. I wonder if they'll let us know if they find anything. I'm doubtful, but it seems like on every mission there's someone who talked. I'm hoping they'll come back and say something. Maybe it'll be different this time. We're ready to hear the news of not being alone in the universe.
That would be amazing. We have a comment here that I wanted to bring up. It says, the moon is an inorganic hollow satellite and has been used for eons against humanity as a mind control weapon. I do believe that the 30-dimensional matrix is projected from the moon onto Earth. Yes, I do believe that. And the fact that it's inanimate doesn't mean that there isn't biological matter on top of that inanimate object. If we look at the pyramids in China, they intentionally put dirt and trees over stone, a stone so heavy that they had to essentially run layers of earth to cover it up. So when we say that there's biological matter on the moon, we're not talking about in the sense of actual growing plants and things like that. It is put there, right? Or it could have essentially been bases that were on the moon that were imploded or destroyed with biological matter in them, right? So just to add context to what we're saying here, because that's a great comment.
Yeah, and also it kind of falls into the Saturn moon matrix concept as well, where Saturn and its artificial moons are harnessing and beaming a sound wave to the moon, and the moon is picking up that sound wave and then transmitting it onto the Earth to cause the Earthlings to be in the lower state of mind that it is in, with like you know, for instance, like a warlike type of mindset, and it's more potent. I guess I can put it as that, potent, or it's stronger when we towards the equator, because when we look at conflict in history, right, all the way through history, the equator, you know, and the countries that are around the equator seem to be more at conflict than the rest of the world. So I would assume that is beaming, and because the bulge of the Earth, right, because of the sphere-like shape, the equator is the most outer part, is being exposed the most, and then the sound wave, as it goes over the Earth, it just has less of an impact, right, as the longitude of it it goes above the earth, but the equator is getting it hard. And when we look at the Middle East, for instance, and Iran, Iraq, India, and Korea, and things like that, when we look at all around the central belt of the earth, then there's been ongoing conflict there, nonstop, right, for thousands and thousands of years, where conflict erupts in other parts of the world, happens for a few years, then disputes are settled and back to norm. But seems that on the equator there is no, that is the norm, right, of that ongoing violence. But
Wow.
it's very I like that comment. It rung me as soon as I see it. Now, Constance, you had mentioned the Anunnaki in your presentation, and our co-host Stone Hobbit was asking, Constance, are Enki and Enlil back, and who's the good and the bad in your findings?
Wow. I'm going to be honest. I get those two mixed up. If Inky and Lil, I believe that Inky was the good one. I think it was. Forgive me if I am not correct, 'cause I get them confused. Are they back? I don't know if they're back so much as if they have representatives, to be honest, or if they never left. I have a hard time thinking, though, that they, have been on the moon all this time when they had their home world. But certainly, I think they could have been sending representatives back and forth. There are all kinds of ships that have been seen up there and in and around Earth. I think the Anunnaki are about. I think that the moon could be used as a lookout point to see what's going on here before they make their presence known down here. But that's as much as I've got for you.
I think there's
Personally,
multiple stations on the moon. Go ahead, Omar. Sorry.
Right.
No, go ahead, Rob. Finish what you were saying.
Well, from my findings, I think Constance is right on the money when they're not so much back as in a sense of they have representatives. And one of the things that we look at when we look at these extraterrestrial agendas, to paint large swaths and say it's good or bad is almost it's almost not, I want to say disservice, but we have to look at things in shades of gray. We can't just sit there and say, hey, look, this guy was good, that guy was bad, because I would bet you any amount of money on every dollar that both have capitulated to good and evil. Just like people, they are agenda-driven Anunnaki extraterrestrial species. Therefore, the ends justifies the means. So no matter what is in front of them, it would be indicative of them to either be good or evil at that time. They've both played roles of both throughout ancient civilizations. So there is no good or bad. There just is. They were two entities that swirled around each other with a great disdain for each other. And I'm sure that one would smite the other's civilization to get back at the other. So it's this paradigm of, are they good? Are they bad? Who's this one? Who's that one? We have to get rid of that program. That program, they just are. They're just everything in a shade of gray.
I like that. Yeah. And there are different species. Not species. Different races of Anunnaki too. We don't know that all of the Anunnaki were ever involved in what happened here.
I would say that neither Enki nor Enlil are the good guys here. I just can't, look at it in a gray zone when it comes to those two, because those two were part of a mechanism and was part of an invading army that came to Earth and genetically modified us and genetically tinkered with our DNA to put us in the position in which we are today. They attempted to slave us. Even if one guy plays the good cop and the bad cop, at the end of the day, they were both part of a machine that came here and genetically messed us up, because who knows what we were like before they came here. Maybe these extrasensory abilities that we so remotely have now was possibly, the norm back then. And, reading through literature seems to be that way. And when they came here, they screwed us over royally, right? So in my opinion, neither one is a good guy here. And for us to, get entrapped into the mindset that this alien is good and that alien is bad, I look at it from the side is that, why are they here and what are they doing to us? And if they're not doing anything to us and if they're just observing us, okay, I'm comfortable with that. But as you were saying, and that, they could be walking amongst us, right? Put on like an AI suit and be walking amongst us. Or who knows, I've mentioned this before, there are sometimes you can look at people and you can say, hey, that looks like a human being, but right, there's just something weird about this person and the vibe of this person that doesn't, fit as a human. And then you question yourself, now if we have that going on and they're still continuing to mess with our DNA, then I would say that we are in a type of a situation of, when the old world came to the new world with chickenpox blankets. And that's really what could happen to us. I don't buy into, this idea that the ET is here to help us and that they're going to do this and they're going to do that, because if they were here to help us, they would have already done that long time ago. And as I mentioned, these thousands of years long wars would have been settled and fixed by now if they meant benevolence to us. But obviously they don't mean benevolence to us because they allow this to go on. But not only that, but I truly believe that they're on the moon, and when they travel from the moon here to the Earth, they deactivate our nuclear arsenals so that we can't use those arsenals against them. But as soon as they leave the area, that nuclear arsenal comes back to life, that we can use it against one another. Right. So if they were benevolent, they would just leave it off. Right. They would just wouldn't turn it back on after they leave. Right. So, I think we need to, really think twice. And when we think about these ETs, especially when we're shooting messages out into space, all willy-nilly and, hoping that somebody's going to respond back to us. Right. It is. I think we need to be more careful, and we need to investigate the moon, and find out why we didn't go back, right? And if we did go back, then why have they kept that from us, right? I'm sure they would have gone back if we made our way there once. It makes no sense to say, oh well, we've been there, we're not going back. It's just a dead rock in space. Right?
Well, they full well know that there's someone up there. All right. There are the stories. Oh, there's a story. Oh shoot, this name is going to escape me. Darn it. The man who started Mission Control. Did you hear about him? He came forward. After leaving, he worked very closely with the astronauts. He started Mission Control. It was his idea. And he said that the astronauts saw extraterrestrial ships on the moon. That rumor that we have been hearing is absolutely true. He wrote out a statement. It's in my book. And, I think his name was Christopher Kraft.
That's exactly what it was. I was just looking it up. I was about to tell you that.
Yeah, thank you. And that's what he said. Now, if you can't trust the man who started Mission Control, if you can't believe him that there are aliens on the moon, then who can you believe? How much more evidence do you need? I call that in my book, I call that my smoking gun. Mm-hmm. It wasn't the son of Neil Armstrong or the cousin of Buzz Aldrin. It was someone who was right there working with them who said this. How much more do you need? And of course, they're not going to tell us that, and that's why they didn't go back. Maybe they really were warned off the moon, and that's why they didn't go back. But they don't want to tell the public that. At least they did back then. You do know about the Brookings report, right? The Brookings report, was commissioned. Right. So NASA wanted some advice on what to do. They felt like, back in the 60s, they said, oh, we might run into somebody in 20 years out there. What should we do? How should we handle it? And they basically told them, don't tell anybody. Don't tell society. It'll wreck society. So maybe they're just still sticking with that.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't hide it forever.
No, and it escapes me when people always say, well, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? But yet you continue to provide this proof to these people, and they continue to ask for more compounded truth or, evidence on top of evidence on top of evidence.
It'll never be enough. There'll never be enough truth.
Yeah, exactly. When is it enough? Or is it just a tactic because of the fear of that confrontation, of that fear of being confronted with something so wildly out there in the world that their consciousness, their being just simply can't accept it due to their programming. So they just continuously hammer you. More evidence, please. More evidence, please. More evidence, please. And you continue to slap them with it. But yeah,
that's not peer reviewed. That's not accredited source. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, like what is peer review?
Right.
Really.
There is one other thing, and that is that the extraterrestrials themselves may be running things as far as what we call first contact. I really believe we've had lots of contact. If you listen to the contactees talk about it and people what they're seeing, on a daily basis out here, some of the tales. But anyway, so disclosure and first contact, maybe extraterrestrials, as on a mass scale, maybe they're controlling that. Remember that writer out of Israel, I think his name was Hassim something. He came forward 2 years ago now or something, and he wrote a book, and he's got a resume. He worked for the government and the military, and he's got a resume longer than my arm. And he was saying how there are, there's a galactic federation as on Mars. We have people on Mars. They're working with them. They're working with extraterrestrials. And he said that the extraterrestrials, yes, Leanne Curtis, Israel. He was Israeli. The extraterrestrials did not want us to know because they said we're not ready. Could it be that the extraterrestrials themselves are in the process of preparing us, and they will decide when we're ready to know that there are people for sure on the moon, on Mars, and that we're not alone?
I think there's a prime directive like Star Trek, and I think that prime directive is no contact, even at the damage. It's like we spoke to a woman last night on my channel named Gosia, who says that they're not supposed to overstep. Even the bureaucracy kind of clogs them up in the sense that they should have interfered a long time ago, but don't because of that bureaucracy. Just like here, just like governments here. But at the same time, there are small pockets of people that are out there that say, screw that prime directive. These people need help. We're supposed to be helping people. And that's where the contact, I think, comes in. And most of those people stray away from that Galactic Federation type of standard because these are the people who are engaging in that contact and kind of shoved all that nuance aside and said, screw that. We got to help people. Like, this is not what I want a fellow incarnation in this universe to go through. And we're seeing that more and more and more, whether, of course, there's always disinformation within the community and infiltrators, but at the same time, and this is where we get this agenda driven kind of contact as well, is who's the one creating the contact? What's their agenda? Is they with a group or a small group, a big group? Are they with a group of people who are trying to harm or service to self? Are they with a big group of people of service to others? And it's very convoluted and very difficult to know who's getting what and what's happening when, right? So we're all taking it secondhand at best. None of us are seeing it firsthand because we don't see other people's contact. We only see our own. Mm-hmm. So it's always convoluted, and that's how we kind of, we're stuck in this place, this gray area again, where it's like, well, Are they good? Are they bad? Do we do this, we that? And that's when the programs kick in. When we can't facilitate those understandings ourselves, the programs take hold and they start to gear us in a direction. And that is like, it's hard to get out of that position. But the deciphering and discernment becomes an ability that is utilized frequently when you get past that program phase too. And a lot of that goes with NASA and what they've done psychologically to people in the sense of MK Ultra style telling of stories that if you don't believe this story, now you're a conspiracy theorist, you're a nut, and the moon is this, the moon is that. It gets to be just you're drowning in adversity to information. And I think that that's something we have to really shake the world on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that we have to keep the conversations going. I think there's a lot more to all of this. I have a lot more to say. I've just kind of been not stuck in a bad way, but in this position where I'm talking about the moon all the time. I have a lot more stuff to talk about, but I think that little pieces like the moon is a piece of all of the equation. And we have to keep the conversation going. So I keep talking about it and hoping that more people will hear about it and think about it. And maybe it'll help them to wake up from the programming. I also think that there are people that are on Earth, like you and me, that are extraterrestrial in our, genetic makeup, in our DNA. And I think that we came in here. They're not we, but there are people that came in here, and I call them the ground troops, that maybe they were born in here. We don't know how that happens. And to just get in here and see what's going on and try to work with all of this, to try to wake up humanity, to see the obvious. And so I think that we have had direct contact with people that are here. Some of them may be extraterrestrial and invisible. I work with guides that I can't see. They are out there, and there are many kind of different beings. There are many beings in the universe of all sorts. Some I think have come in here born in.
Can you guys hear me? I think did we
I
lose
can hear
Constance? My screen's
looks like,
shaking right now. It's weird. It's like fidgeting out.
Yeah,
there we go. Constance is back. Go ahead, Constance. Sorry, we lost you for a second.
Did you hear all what I said?
We heard most of it, but we left off where, there's a lot of extraterrestrials that would be invisible and that are here.
That are taking on avatars. Maybe, I heard the term hologram, that there are ETs that have a hologram. Here to find out what's going on and go back and report or help, to get, because if we are being manipulated, maybe the best way is to come down and figure it out. And maybe that's why we have this expansive community now with people coming forward and giving, like you guys, giving out this information and keeping the conversation going. And more people are waking up to what's going on.
That's
Such a thought.
Yeah, absolutely, Constance. Thank you very much, my star sister. I sure appreciate you. And I've been sharing your link, guys. I've put it into the comments, but I'll put it up here again. Link to Constance's new book. I had to shorten the link down from using Biddy because, as you guys know, Amazon links are like 5 miles long and they never fit on a YouTube comment. But if you guys follow this link, it'll take you to Amazon, and you guys can check out Constance's new book. So before I let you go, Constance, any parting words for our audience before we bring our next speaker on?
No. I just want to say thanks for everyone for listening, and get out there and help wake people up.
Damn straight.
All right. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Constance. We love you, girl. Keep up the good work. You're doing amazing things.
Thank you so much. You guys too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Amazing. Bye. Love you. Have a wonderful evening. Happy evening.
Thank you. You too.
You know, something
And
she said
guys, again,
reminded me of an
here it's
exact Star Trek video. It was the one where they had like that outpost on a planet that was invisible, and then they threw a guy through the window, and it became uninvisible, and it like people were dying. It was just getting crazy, and it's kind. I like they set that as the precedent for what would happen if they expose themselves to us or they come out
mhm,
to us in the sense of like that. And I don't think it would be that way. I think that that's another program to instill fear that, oh, the world would go upside down if they were just a mass exposure of extraterrestrial life. And
yeah,
that, you know, we're all, it could be that we're in these communities and we're kind of talking about it a lot. So it's not so, oh my God, but some people would probably lose their shit, I would think,
I
but
think.
not in a crazy way, like you know, let's blow the thing up unless they were
Mhm,
aggressive. I mean, we've all seen movies where they were good, right? Or we've seen the movies that they were bad too. So it's like, oh
yeah,
man, like what really would happen? It's just
I
definitely
think
a
if
quantum.
personally, I think if a UFO showed up like right now and was hovering over the city, everyone would be interested. They'll come out, they'll have a look. You might have, a few tools in there that grab their rifles and shoot at it, right? But it'll be like throwing stones at it, literally. And and if they land, I really don't think there would be any type of hysteria. Um, you know, but I would, you know, advise caution to them because majority of the humans really are barbarians, and
That's true.
they shoot first and ask questions next, right? And I would advise to be very careful. And a lot of these ETs, like when we were talking about, when they land here and when they're walking amongst us, they're not allowed to carry weapons, and they're really taking their life and their safety at an extreme risk, because if they get found out, they can get shot, they can get robbed, hit over by a fucking bus,
Experimented
run
on.
over by a train, right? Kidnapped, who knows, right? There's variables that can happen. So they're really taking a huge risk when they come here. And earlier, Rob, when you were mentioning about the prime directive, I absolutely agree with you that there is a prime directive, and there's probably a very small faction of people within that group that is ignoring the prime directive, and they're making contact and communicating with some humans, but they're not. It's very limited contact, right? It's more like a conversation, telepathic conversation that's happening. And with the amount of misinformation that is in this community, 3/4 of the time, I highly doubt what I'm hearing, because how do I know that it's just not the voice in your head, and that you want to believe it so bad that you're conjuring up these stories, and that you're not lying, but you believe it yourself, and you're tossing out this information. That's the first thing that goes through my head, because just the amount of disinformation that's involved with ET. And then when I take a look around, these ETs that are contacting these people, they're not really helping. They're not really doing anything practical to help the human in that day-to-day life, right? It just seems more like a friendly conversation that's happening. And as I mentioned, when these guys show up, they'll shut our nukes off, but when they leave, they'll turn them back on, right? It's
Right.
almost like they don't care what we do to ourselves as long as we don't do it to them, right? And then that, to me, doesn't seem very benevolent or very advanced either, because they're supposed to be an advanced civilization, right? And then it's just very small group in there that's
It could
actually.
be a game to them too. Like they're
Yeah.
like, here's the other thing too, right? Like this is how I see it a little bit, and it might be a little bit different than what you're thinking, but I think that if they were to give some sort of like information that would have been altering or life changing, especially with some of these entities that essentially can see in timelines, right? So if they step outside of that and kind of give in on the timeline, what happens, right? They adjust history from that point forward by giving that information. And I think that they do that also because, let's say they do make contact and somebody
Mhm.
from, let's say, the Federation does find out. Next, they're going to go to, with the next logical solution would be, what information did you give them?
Yeah.
And then if they gave something absolutely insane, maybe they can get mind wiped. It could be, it could be some things that they do, but maybe they're kind of guarding their own ass by not giving that life-changing information, just kind of saying, hey, we're here, because if I gave you that information, that could totally distort the timeline that we're seeing for you. Like, let's say we're talking about Octurians who are seventh dimensional. They literally exist dimensionally, right? And their density can travel through dimensions and time in a like in a timeline style fashion. Now
Mhm.
imagine they go back to 1955 and they give somebody a modern day cell phone, or they give him something that is going to traject the timeline into a more transhumanistic future by
Mhm. From
giving
what
them
I
that technology. Maybe they feel we're not absolutely ready for that sentient AI that's going to adjust the temperature on the planet by itself, clean things up, because we would ultimately use it for personal gain and power, which is the
Mhm.
majority of this world too. So but I see what you're saying too, and I believe that there's both happening. It's not just
Yeah.
one or the other. I think it's both.
From what I understand, the computer technology that we have today was given to us from some ET, from what I understand, and I think it was the Greys, and the Greys are supposed to be us from our future timeline, and that they're coming back, and then somehow they gave this technology to someone back in the 50s and 60s that created this timeline that we're currently on right now. I don't know how much truth there is in that, but that's what I've heard on some talk shows and interviews and such. That
Let me ask you a question on that. What do you think the purpose was for them to do that if they're in our future? And I can tell you what my answer would be that they were trying to perfect that cloning that they were essentially, or that robotic physique that they've implanted, and they did that for self-preservation. It was nothing to do with helping us out. It has to do with them finding their answers. It's like that show. It's like in Doctor Who. They, he has a sonic screwdriver, and there's one episode where there's three doctors from different times, and they have to get through a wooden door, and their screwdriver doesn't work on organic material. So what does he do? The first doctor takes the reading and then processes the mathematics, and then the last doctor, that's the middle doctor, checks the work, it's not done yet, and then the last one has it done. And he's like, oh, now we can get out of that wooden door because we've changed the screwdrivers over.
mm-hmm,
Now that's the perpetual motion of how they would affect, and it would ripple. But
mm-hmm,
think about this too. It wouldn't just ripple in our timeline, right? So let's say they gave us a computer in 1925 and 1950. By 1975, we're jumping dimensions. And now we're affecting the multiverse. Like, it
mm-hmm.
could get really bad. And and I, I think humanity has a long way to go of getting out of that self-preservation mindset, at that survival 2D 3D into the 4D mindset, and then 5D comes along where we kind of inherently lose that survival flight or flight instinct and that duality, I think. So
Mm-hmm.
until we achieve that, I don't believe that there's going to be any technology shared with us that's going to be, I guess, groundbreaking or life-changing.
I think it could be something, them giving us this computer technology, it's not to benefit us. You're absolutely correct. It's to benefit them. But it could very well be that they were trying to change their timeline, right? By
Exactly.
introducing this technology to us, and then they can, change their timeline. Maybe they fucked up and they can't breed anymore or whatever. There could be a million different reasons, but they attempted to alter their timeline. and through altering their timeline, it's affected our timeline, right? It's had that.
We would do
ripple
the
effect.
same thing, wouldn't I? Mean, I would do the same thing if I made a mistake and the world ended tomorrow. The one thing I would really want to do would be to go back and change that one mistake, right? And like, or
Yeah.
do something that maybe butterflies to that never happening.
Then,
Like,
it kind of reminds me of that Star Trek episode on the Voyager, where Red from that 70s show was an alien, and he was in this quantum ship that was outside of time and space, and they would put in all these calculations because the guy wanted his wife back, right? She had died. And he would put in all these calculations. He would change up one planet, and the next thing you know, that would have a ripple effect throughout the entire galaxy, and
another
different
planet
things
would
would
be
happen.
gone.
That's
I
right.
remember that one.
Yeah, it's really amazing to the topics that we're touching on here today, and so let's make a bit of a transition here, and
Yes.
we'll bring in our next speaker. And guys, again, this conference, Magic Box Timelines, is sponsored by A Tale of Two Timelines. It is a Project Looking Glass webinar. And if you go to cyberhive.tv, put in the code timelines50 to receive a 50% discount. And Frank Jacob will be with us tomorrow speaking about the Looking Glass and timelines at 10:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's going to be a powerhouse day tomorrow, but we will continue with our exploration today. So we'll bring our next guest on, and he's a dear friend of mine and friend of the channel's. His name is Rodney McGilvery, and we've been working together for a number of years now, and I really love his alchemical knowledge that he's shared before on this channel, and he continues to upgrade his information and dive deeper and learn more. And every time he does, when we hold conferences like this, he comes on graciously to share his information with us. He's a lecturer. He is a the Jung Institute, I believe his papers have been submitted to, and he's going to be doing some work with them, and just a really, really brilliant guy overall. So let's bring our brother from another mother on, and we will get into it. What's going on, Rodney?
Hey, good evening, Omar. How you doing, Rob?
What's going on,
I'm
Rodney? We're ready for your plethora of alchemical knowledge, my friend. Your information is vast, and it literally touches on so many other subjects while talking about the alchemical, and fantastic. I'm really looking forward to hearing you speak today.
Absolutely.
Well, speaking of the magic box that you titled this conference, I am a classically trained ceremonial magician through the tradition of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. That's where I've obtained my alchemical knowledge. And then box, I'm going to be speaking of Saturn, which alludes to the Saturnal cube.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, Rodney, I'm so glad that you're actually doing a presentation on Saturn. As you know, I've been, done a pretty deep dive into the occult side of Saturn and the Saturn cult. And while I was doing that, I had a number of comments come to me and asking, for me to put together something that was positive about Saturn. As we know, in this polarity, there is a positive and a negative, right? Just because one thing is being highlighted as negative doesn't necessarily mean that's the only property that it holds. We have to look at the polarity of it, and there's a positive side as well. So I'm really glad that you're doing this to give us a different different information on Saturn than what people have received on my channel. So it's refreshing, right? It is. So I'm really looking forward to it. What are you drinking there, bro? Because I know last time you had some good whiskey.
Now I have some good Green Fairy, some
Green
absinthe.
Fairy, right on. And here's
Absinthe?
a cheers.
Here we go.
Here's
Now
a
it's
cheers
about to get
to
good.
There you
Cheers,
go, brother.
brother.
I told you I'd have a drink with you next time. So here we are. Cheers.
I got water, but it is pH balanced. So
It's the thought
Yeah.
that
And
counts.
it was probably nicely distilled as well.
yeah, it definitely was.
So, Rodney, are you going to be sharing your screen? Do we want to bring that on?
Yes, I'll bring that on now.
And then when you're ready for me to toss it on, just give Rob or myself a message, and then we'll toss it on. So, guys, I'm hoping that you guys are enjoying this conference so far today. After Rodney, we have John Shaughnessy that will be coming on, and John is going to be talking about the floods in the pyramids, and that is going to be our final guest for the day. And tomorrow we have another epic lineup. So I will hand it over to you, my brother, and just let me know when you want me to toss the screen up, and I'll do it.
Go ahead and toss it up now, brother.
Right on, homie. There we go. And then I will put you into this mode. I'll stop my cam, and I'll be just here in the background. If you need anything, just give us a shout. It's Leanne's in the house with us, as well as Rob and Stone Hobbit. So if you need anything, just give us a call.
Sounds good. How's it going, Leanne, by the way? So you speak of, you said you were presenting maybe the negative side of Saturn, possibly, or so to speak. Well, this might be the positive side, but it has to do with perspective. The positive could be a negative, depending on your level of consciousness and your experience in life, as well as if you're familiar with certain symbolism. The Saturn archetype is associated with the Greek mythic figure Kronos, the stern father of the gods, the Roman Saturn. He is a complex image because of the long history of God. In the Greek version of the myth, the oracle foretold that Saturn would be overthrown by one of his children. He tried to cheat fate by swallowing his children as soon as they were born. Thus, he is an image of the devouring father. From the first pages of Hesiod's Theogony, the poem about the genealogy of the birth of the gods, we meet Kronos. Kronos is the personification of time in Greek mythology. It's the equivalent of Saturn in Latin mythology, from which words like chronological come from today. With Kronos, Hesiod introduces the topic of time. He said in his Theogony, "But afterwards earth lay with heavens and bare deep swirling Oceanus, Coeus and Creus and Hyperion and Lepetius, Theon and Rhea, Thamius and Mnemosyne, and gold-crowned Phobia and lovely Tithys. After them was born Kronos, of her children the wily youngest and most terrible, and he hated his sire father." And that was back in 700 BC Greece. Kronos' time is thus born from earth and heaven, and it is considered the most terrible of all their children. The tale of Kronos is about destruction and death. The Kronos time leads us, his children, to death. Every birth's destiny lies in death. Kronos eats his children as soon as they are born, according to this myth. In the Theogony, time is cosmic, linked to the gods of the Olympus. Kronos is a primitive creature with frightening strength. While time is cosmic, it lays the ground to explain the human time, the irreversible escape of the human being from death. Cosmic time is both destruction and reconstruction. Time is dilated nearly to the infinite. It is not continuous and not predictable either. Kronos eats his children, and he is jealous of their power and afraid that one of them might overthrow him. The idea of becoming unifies the concept of destruction and reconstruction. Within the idea of becoming is the idea of transformation, of death and rebirth. And that is pretty much the whole philosophy of alchemy, transformation, becoming what you once were, eliminating the draws within, and becoming that perfected self. And it alludes to what Socrates said, know thyself, We live in a society right now that is contaminated with influences from television, media, and sources of disinformation, where the whole entirety of society has no idea who they are and where they came from. And through the processes of looking within, you can find who you are and realize that you are God, you are part of the entire unity of reality. At this point, though, human time does not lead to rebirth. This perspective will be developed by religions and faith. The human perspective in this case will lead to the idea of carpe diem, not to avoid death, but to alleviate the atrocities of the escaping time. According to Hesiod, the first human activity is exactly the clash with time, to slow down its destructive power. Zeus's attempt to neutralize Kronos has a positive outcome. Kronos is in fact a primitive creature and the great obstacle to the kingdom of Zeus, his son, which is the peaceful human world that we live in right now. Kronos will be isolated by Zeus, but not eliminated. From the Greek world, we thus see multiple perspectives in the interpretation of time. The time that escapes without coming back, and the time that returns, cyclical. The time that leads to death, and the time that brings back at each cycle the moment of life. Cosmic time thus emerges as discontinuality. Nature time takes a cyclical shape with the personification of the hours. Human time remains linear, hindered by death. Zeus managed to overthrow the evil Kronos from the throne. We like to think that metaphorically, each man can overthrow time from its power, dilating each moment. The ancient Greek then adopted two words from time. While Chronos signifies the chronological sequential time, the other word Kairos refers to the ideal, opportune time for something to occur. Kairos has a qualitative and positive nature. It represents a passing instant when an opening in time appears, which must be driven through with action if success is to be achieved. This is how you can manipulate time. If you can figure out each instant of that opening in time, you can manipulate that, go outside of mundane reality, and create the life you want to create. Again, carpe diem is always there to provide the answer. Take action, overthrow time from its power. Time is an illusion. He was also the first god of the capital, known since the most ancient times as Satirius Mons, and was seen as a god of generation, plenty, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, and liberation. In later myths, he became the god of time. His reign was depicted as the golden age of plenty and peace. The temple of Saturn in the Roman Forum housed the state treasury. In December, he was celebrated at what is perhaps the most famous of the Roman festivals, the Saturnalia, a time of feasting, role reversals, free speech, gift giving, and revelry. This is where the modern Christmas holiday comes from. Saturn is the lord of karma and the teacher. If we have failed to attend to an earlier stage of our psychological development, Saturn will ensure that we have another chance to tackle what needs to be done. He guards the gates of initiation, putting all who stand before him through the test. We are asked to take a hard look at the inner and outer structures upon which we have created our lives by. Can they withstand the tests of time? Are they still relevant? Do they still support our soul making? Or do they keep us stuck in our old patterns? Thus, we come to the alchemical Saturn, turning lead into gold. The astrological glyph for Saturn is a combination of the image for lead and a scythe. The latter reminds us that Saturn is also the god of the harvest. For the alchemist, lead was the prima materia. That is the first matter. It has been said that the first matter is both everything and nothing. It is the primal one thing that existed before time, as well as the primordial chaos that contains all possibilities. It is said that the first matter carries the germ or seeds of all things that ever existed or ever could exist in the future. In the Emerald Tablet, the one thing refers to the prima materia. This was then acted upon by the thoughts or word of the one mind to create material reality that we can observe with our senses. And the Emerald Tablet was created by Hermes Trismegistus, the Greek god of alchemy, who obtained alchemy through the land of Egypt by the god Thoth. There's also modern translations of this Emerald Tablet, Isaac Newton having my favorite translation. Thus, on the screen, we have a rendition of the Emerald Tablet, and here it is. If one can decipher this tablet and the words within and the symbolism hiding within, one can perfect thyself by creating the Philosopher's Stone, realizing you yourself can become the Philosopher's Stone. True without a doubt, certain and most true. As it is below, so it is above. And as it is above, so it is below. To perform the miracles of the one thing being the prima materia, lead, or Saturn. And as all things were from the one, by means of the meditation of the one. Thus were all things born from the one. This represents Saturn being the mother, the primordial mother that gives birth to us. Its father is the sun, its mother is the moon. The wind carried it in its belly. Its nurse is the earth. The father of all the world is here. Its power is whole if it has been transformed into earth. Meaning, this Philosopher's Stone needs an earthly vehicle to be consumed. That earthly vehicle is the perfected body. The father of all the world is here. Its power is whole if it has been transformed into earth. You will separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the dense, sweetly and with great skill. It rises from earth into heaven, and again it descends to the earth, and takes in the power of things both high and low. Thus you will have the glory of the whole world. Thus will all obscurity flee from you. All strength. This is true strength, as it will conquer all that is subtle and penetrate all that is solid. Thus was the world created. From this grew wonderful adaptations, of which this is the way. Therefore am I named Hermes Trismegistus, having the three parts of the philosophy of the world. It is finished, what I have said about the working of the sun. That is why Christ himself, when he was on the cross, said to the world, it is finished. The great work was completed at that point. The Egyptian hieroglyph for the sound also symbolized the concept of the first matter. It was the first letter used in the word chem, which means black matter, which is alive. It is also the root of the word alchemy. Other possible translations of this word are placenta, fertile dirt, or living black soil. And this alludes to the rich black soil there in Egypt. But it also alludes to the rich, fertile dirt within yourself that covers up the soul and the spirit. It can be thought of as unmanifest, the part of God or spirit that is all potential, that contains all possibilities. That's why in the Bible, God is known as omnipotent. He's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It is the substance that we start with, the raw material that is perfected through the entire alchemical process known as the great work. The ancient alchemists sought to turn lead, or Saturn, into gold, or the sun. This can be done with operative alchemy, where the alchemist utilized lab equipment and material from the plant, animal, or mineral kingdoms to create the alchemical philosopher's stone. Or it can be done with the speculative alchemist, where the individual utilizes the process of spiritual alchemy to perfect oneself. You are lead, you can become gold. It is very important, or is a very important psychological process that the transits of Saturn demand. Psychologically, lead is chaotic, emotional confusion, our immature selves, and the raw material of our personalities. This part of ourselves is also referred to as the shadow self, which Carl Jung spoke about frequently. Saturn has a nasty tendency to surface those parts of ourselves that we would rather not look at. Through the inner work, our task is to turn the raw material of our psyches into the gold of psychological insight and consciousness. Gold is the strongest metal and the stuff of the divine essence in all of us. Now we'll look at Saturn on the Kabbalistic tree of life, which will explain how we came from the one source and through various emanations of God ended up here in this dense material realm. The ancient Hebrews used a diagram called the Kabbalistic tree of life, which is shown here on the screen, to explain how material manifestation came from nothingness and the fall of spirit into matter, and by some accounts connected with the notion of original sin. Our very existence as physical beings is a separation from the unity of the divine, from God, and thus a sin. Notice the similarity between the word Saturn and Satan, which is essentially a condemnation of the material world. The Kabbalistic tree of life consists of 3 negative veils of existence and 10 sephirah, or emanations. Each sephirah corresponds to a planet, and the planet Saturn is attributed to the sephirah Binah, which is right here, number 3 on the tree of life. Binah is the 3rd emanation on the tree of life and means understanding, and is the head of the feminine pillar on the tree of life. We have 3 pillars. The feminine pillar of strength, the masculine pillar of wisdom, and also the middle pillar of divine essence and balance. The path on the tree of life that is represented by Saturn is the path of Tav, which is the middle pillar on this tree of life, which connects the Godhead up above in Keter to the material earthly sphere of Malkut here at the bottom. This is where mundane, dense, materialistic reality exists. The number associated with Saturn is 3, and the color associated with Binah is black and can be represented by the black cube of Saturn. The black cube symbolizes the 3-dimensional world that we live in as a symbol of matter. Interestingly enough, if you flatten out a cube and view it in 3 dimensions, you'll see a hexagon, which is the shape of Saturn's North Pole, which is shown here on this photo. The cube is a 3-dimensional version of the 4-sided square, which corresponds to the physical realm and material world. Nature itself can be represented by the number 4, such as the 4 seasons, 4 elements of air, fire, water, and earth, the cardinal directions, the 4 cherubic angels that represent the fixed zodiacal signs of Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. And the cardinal, fixed, and mutable zodiacal signs are divided up into 4 each. The tetracytes, or tetrad, is the triangular shape composed of 10 points, which was a secret mystical symbol of Pythagoras. It appears in various forms, one of which is the Kabbalah. The 10 sephiroth corresponds to the 10 points on this tetracytes. If you take the 7 out of the 10 points here to form a cube, right here in the center of the triangle, you are left with 3 dots that represent the ethereal and visible nature of the world. while the 6 of the cube represent the material three-dimensional world. And this kind of is represented by Tesla when he was talking about the numbers 369. Tesla thought the numbers 369 represented the spiritual glue, so to speak, that holds mundane physical reality together, which is corresponding to the other real numbers. When we are under Saturn's influence, we must, excuse me, we must learn discipline and perseverance. While Saturn transits create outer opposition and limitation, they also strengthen, forge, and force us to look at the reality of our inner and outer situations. It is a time to evaluate what is working and what is not working, and to reflect on the way we are playing the game of life. As Saturn rules our psychological structures, we confront ego identifications and attachments from earlier times that no longer serve our individualization. Saturn transits are often times of letting go of old internal attachments, forms, and structures that have fulfilled their purpose. Pretty much eliminating the draws of oneself, all the aspects of yourself that no longer serve as evolving and finding your true self. These are the aspects of yourself that hide your true self. It is quite possible to experience depression while in a Saturn transit. All the symptoms of depression have some aspect of withdrawal, fatigue, lack of appetite, reduction of social interest, and withdrawal into solitude. From a Jungian perspective, depression is functional and it has a purpose. Experienced consciously, we sit in isolation and ponder deep questions about how we lead our lives. It thus becomes an important exercise in soul searching and a reassessment of priorities, relationships, directions, self-image, spirituality, and values. From the perspective of the soul, depression is a natural human response to an endless variety of circumstances in states of unresolved suffering. While it can be debilitating, it can also have a creative outcome and necessary to retrieve needed wisdom and the healing gifts from the unconsciousness. The greatest trap that we can fall prey to is the belief that nothing will change. Inner rigidity and futility, also Saturn qualities, can quickly lead to melancholy and depression. We can then lose sight of the overall purpose of the transit. Now we enter Saturday school. Saturn represents the week or the day of the week, Saturday, which is tomorrow. Saturday is ruled by the planet Saturn and the zodiacal sign Capricorn, traditionally Aquarius. Its elements are air and water. The hour for ritual starts at dawn to support Saturnian influence. The god and goddesses of Saturn include Kronos, Hecate, Set, Sobek, Osiris, Dionysus, Azrael, Kali, Pan, Shiva, Harpocrates, Harpocrates is the god of silence in Egypt, and it's also a good representation of that silence that you get from depression when you sit in silence, don't want to be around anybody, and self-reflect. That is a great symbol of Harpocrates. And Ptah, the architect, Isis, the day mother, and Nephthys, the night mother. Saturn's ritual may include intentions to seal or intend long-term planning, career, ambition, law, order, death cycles of regeneration, transformation, fate, boundaries, limitation, obstacles, restrictions, reality, crystallizing, and structures. The basic quality of Saturn is loftiness. It is the force of constriction and crystallization. It is associated with discipline, structure, concealment, manifestation, death, and harvest. Saturn denotes how a person expresses the capacity for self-discipline and where and how they build structure in their lives. The lower aspects of Saturn are dense, dark, and murky. Higher aspects embody an expression of elevated spiritual force. Its elemental affinities are earth and water. Saturn can represent creation and the womb. The zodiacal signs for Saturn are Capricorn and Aquarius. Capricorns are ambitious, hardworking, and forward-thinking. They like to see their ambition realized in the material form. They have excellent intuition, and they tend to use their quest for personal, economic, and material security. More so than the other signs, Capricorns, Sagittarians, and Leos are capable of directing their energies and efforts toward the realization of goals and ambitions. Sagittarians have great organizational and executive skills. They have a deep spiritual understanding, and they are very aware of people's needs. They have a strong sense of good function and practicality in worldly affairs. They are intelligent and cunning. Although they exhibit loyalty, trustworthiness, and a deep spiritual understanding, they can be unsympathetic, secretive, dictatorial, and concerning the realizations of their goals, downright cutthroat. Capricorns make for great allies, but bad enemies. Aquarians think and live outside of the conventional box. They have a strong sense of individuality, and they dislike having their ideas and approaches reduced to a conventional framework within standard modes of interpretation that adhere in the general populace, or in society as a whole. Aquarians, above all other signs, are truly capable of original thought, as well as new and innovative ideas. Although they crave meaningful connections with other people, they frequently experience the emotions of loneliness and alienation, as we can see with the other attributes of Saturn. Aquarians feel deeply connected to traditions and personal origins. If you befriend an Aquarian, you can generally expect unserving loyalty. It is common for them to have eccentric temperaments, which really holds Aquarians back in their stubbornness. Once they accept a proven wrong, Aquarians generally have an intense humanitarian aspect. They are intelligent, but are also predisposed to various modes of escapism. They can be cold, aloof, and extremely self-absorbed. These are the negative aspects of Saturn. The compassion they exhibit toward humanity as a whole is not always translated into their interactions with individuals. The tarot cards that are associated with Saturn are the Devil, the Universe, or the World, and the Wheel of Fortune cards. The Devil represents ravage, violence, vehemence, extraordinary efforts, force, fatality, that which is to predestined, but is not for this reason evil. And that card reversed represents fatality, weakness, pettiness, and blindness. It's a card that associates with keeping yourself tied to this materialistic plane. The World card represents assured success, recompense, voyage, route, immigration, flight, and change of place. The reversed aspect of that card is inertia, fixity, stagnation, and permanence. And that is also a representation of the Saturnian force of time. Time can keep you stagnated. Time can keep you imprisoned on this material plane. The Wheel of Fortune represents destiny, fortune, success, elevation, luck, and felicity. The reversed aspect of that card is increase, abundance, and superfluity. That represents the manifestation aspects of the planet Saturn. Saturn is called the Great Teacher. We are asked to learn the lessons of time, patience, responsibility, and that whatever we want in our lives does not always happen as quickly as we would like. Soul never moves as fast as the ego. And like the latter image of Saturn as the farmer, we need to gently tend to the seeds of the internal change by watering and weeding until they are ready to harvest. And when the planet Saturn goes into retrograde, things tend to slow down. From first pass over the initial degree to the final pass, Saturn's journey mirrors the time that it takes to give birth of a child. Saturn's retrograde is about 9 months or 40 weeks, or the alchemical month of 40 days. The seeds sown in the first hit undergo a gestation, maturation, and eventual birth at the final passage over that same degree. Saturn delivers what he has entombed. Many stages of development and maturation of the seed idea transpire in the course of the retrograde time. So what actually does develop may not be at all what was projected at the beginning. And that, my friends, is my short presentation of Saturn. All right, so let me exit this full screen. There we go.
Right on, brother. That was beautiful. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Let's bring on our other. We'll bring on Stone Hobbit, and I believe Leanne is doing her thing, and Rob should be joining us pretty quickly. That's a pretty thick presentation, Rodney. I appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
No problem. Thanks for listening and paying attention. If you can understand the symbolism of Saturn, you can see really why some of these Saturnian cults are the way they are. They utilize the material plane and manipulate it.
So where did this trying to understand? You said farmer, right? Because of the sickle, right? So why have they incorporated the sickle in with the Grim Reaper? And the Grim Reaper, is the expression of death. How do we get farming to death?
It really has to just do with harvest. When you die, you're harvesting your soul, leaving behind the dead roots of self.
Mm-hmm.
That dead plant matter or that dead body is now laid to rest, and your spirit is harvested to go beyond into other realms.
Mm-hmm. We got this nice comment here from Triggerby. Says, think of it, how can you be born on a certain day and every year your day falls on a different day? Not right at all. I don't know I think what she means is that there's a 7-year turnover, right? So if your birthday is on a Friday this year, next year it'll be on a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and so on and so on. Rodney, why does Saturn have, whose reverb is that I'm getting? Is it from you, Rodney, or from
I don't hear any reverb myself.
Okay, so maybe it's me. Why does Saturn have this huge influence over the Earth when it's a planet so far away? What's special about Saturn and
Well, it's interesting because Saturn, especially in ancient times, without the use of telescopes, it was the furthest planet away that you can see with your visible eye.
Mm-hmm.
So the planets, or Saturn, is considered almost godlike because you can see it so far away.
I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, go ahead, Rodney.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say that also, since it was so far away, the ancients reflected that as being kind of the mother that gave birth, because it was so far away, and we see it from where we are. It had to have been where we came from, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Very influential on aspects of manifestation, due to we're here at the very final materialistic realm of Malkut, and then Saturn close to the Godhead, which is represented by Keter on the Tree of Life. Saturn being the third influence, due to it being that mother figure.
So what's the significance of Saturn eating its own children? What is that? What's the meaning behind that? Like a parent eating their own child. I'm trying to make sense of that.
Well, Saturn representing time, though. The children represent time running out. the children are Saturn thought that his children were going to devour him and overcome time and live beyond death, that Saturn started eating his own children to stop that process. It's just another representation of keeping you at a really mundane material level.
It kind of almost sounds like where they don't want you to have that that immortal life, right? Because if the fear was that children are going to outlive the Saturn himself, then and then he would devour them. That's showing me that somewhere along the line there's that fear of humans living that indefinite period, and that there's got to be some sort of a like a limit put on to the longevity of the human. Is that kind of somewhere?
Oh, definitely. Well, I think that also coincides to what was previously mentioned by the last speaker about suppression of information regarding UFOs. I think that suppression is highly connected to suppression of ourselves. I mean, most of us have no idea who we are. If we realize really who we are, we can live beyond death. We are immortal beings, and we are not told that.
Well, spiritually, we're immortal, right? But when physically, there is a limit that's being put onto us, but that limit wasn't always the same, right? Like back in the day, we lived an extended period of time, and then that kind of got shortened and shortened and shortened. And then who is that? Saint Germain? Is it Saint Germain that discovered the elixir of life and took it? And
he's one of the old alchemists that
yeah,
created the Philosopher's Stone, and some say he still lives to this day.
What do you think?
I think it's possible. I've researched the processes. I've delved in the processes myself, and I fully believe 100% that there are immortal beings that are here on planet Earth.
I believe that as well. When we look at the Bible, it says that Satan was banished to the earth, and that he has to stay here until the end of times, right? I'm assuming the end of times is the human civilization on this planet. So that would mean that Satan himself is immortal, and that he has an address somewhere on this planet, right? That he has a house, right? Because if he's banished to this dimension, he would remain physical like us and probably wouldn't.
Right. Well, within the Christian mythos, it's said that this planet Earth was given to Satan upon his fall. And I mean, if you look at Saturn, materialistic reality mixed with time keeps us imprisoned. And that's pretty much what that influence of Satan represents, the imprisonment of you. And following the path of Christ consciousness, you can break through that prison and escape.
So is that the reason why Saturn is connected with Satan?
Yeah, I mean, the name Saturn and Satan are pretty similar. I think the word Satan comes from the word Saturn, and that just represents the condemnation of the material Earth.
Yeah, and same with the word shaitan, right? Shaitan is,
the Islam faith, yes.
That's right. Shaitan is the Islamic Satan, right? And when you look at Shaitan and Satan and Saturn, right, they all seem to have that uniformity to it, to where they all sound
right.
Sound similar.
It's very true. And if you look at what Saturn represents, it represents manifestation, financial wealth, mundane materialistic gain. I mean, that's exactly what this world revolves around. That's what these powers that be, they're the most financially successful on this planet. And that is the furthest thing you can pretty much be for obtaining higher spiritual consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Stone, you got any?
And that's why everything too is manipulated as such. I mean, everyone wants to pretty much constantly consume everything on planet Earth, buy in nonstop. I mean, we're coming up on Black Friday, which is also a representation of the black cube of Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
This constant materialization, which keeps you from the source of God.
So it's obviously morphed into, like a cubicle type of religion, right? When we look at Islam, their holy place is a black cube, right? Mecca in Saudi Arabia. And then we look at Judaism. They were a thing called the Teflon over their third eye, which in itself is a black cube. And then we look at Christianity and we look at the cross, and the cross is a geometrical cube, right? So we have like these three main religions of the planet that seem to be in service to Saturn, right? When we look at Mecca, and when what is that holiday called there now? Or I forget now. I should remember. I was raised as a Muslim, but anyways, when they go on a pilgrimage, Hajj, that's what it's called. When they go on a Hajj, right, and when they're at the cube, right, they're going in concentric circles around it, right. And then when you look at it from, a bird's eye view, it has the similar type of perception as Saturn does, because that hexagon that you were showing in one of your slides on the north pole of Saturn, right? That is it's a cube. It's a flattened out cube, and then I lost my thought there. But oh yeah, when you look at people going in circles, it looks like the rings of Saturn that are going in concentric circles as well. Right? They could have gone clockwise in Mecca, but they don't. They go counterclockwise, just as the rings of Saturn do. So I'm not sure what the tradition Christianity or Judaism would have, within the ring structure of Saturn. But
well, you could create a hexagram or a six-pointed star, the Jewish star you could create within the hexagram.
Yeah, like when you look at the Star of David, right? The same thing inside there, and
but that's a very highly spiritual symbol, though, that represents combining all the elements and then adding spirit.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm being led to here intuitively. It's like, why has like such a spiritual symbol being hijacked like that to pervert it into something that it's not? You figure we would want to keep it to its original state, right? To keep it as pure as we possibly can. But it seems that everything that's connected with Saturn seems to get inverted into something opposite of what it actually used to mean. Why
Right.
is
I mean, that's what the powers that control the world do. They take spiritual aspects and reverse them into materialistic aspects.
Mm-hmm.
There's highly spiritual aspects of the Kaaba, or the black cube that the Muslims congregate around. There are highly spiritual aspects of the cube that's on the pineal gland or third eye of the mystical Hebrews. And there's also highly spiritual alchemical reflections of the cubed cross when the cube is unfolded.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about perception. If you understand these hidden symbols, you can utilize these for your own search for yourself, your own spiritual practices. You can utilize them to connect to Source or God.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could do the opposite and use these for influences to keep you tied here to the planet Earth, like the devil card.
Now, when we look at this on the alchemical level, do the moons of Saturn play any role in that, like Memes or what's that other one that they got? Oh, geez, it's escaping my name now, but you know what I mean, right? Like you got Mimas, and you got these other the walnut moon, and number Mimas is another one that looks like the Death Star from Star Trek, or not Star
Mhm.
Trek, but Star Wars. Do any of those moons play like any alchemical role?
Um, it probably ties into that prima materia and the influences. If it's got a magnetical field like our moon here outside of planet Earth has, I'm sure it definitely ties into how that manifests into that prima materia and how it reflects on our sense of unity and how we can dissolve our mundane selves to become that true spiritual source. I mean, because
Mhm.
the lunar cycles and the lunar magnetic force here on planet Earth totally influences the alchemical processes, especially the spagyric processes, creating herbal tinctures and metallic tinctures and whatnot. The main mixture is called a menstruum due to the magnetic influence that the moon has on the plants themselves to pull out the essence of that plant. I'm sure that the planets of Saturn are pulling out certain aspects of Saturn to give you a true essence of that prima materia itself.
Now, astrologically speaking, when I did my research on Saturn, I discovered that a lot of the things that we are that we're exposed to on a daily basis, like education, finances, politics, law enforcement, things like that, that they're all ruled by Saturn. Like
Mhm.
every single one of them is like education, medicine, all of that. Like astrologically speaking, like why is that? Why only Saturn? Like why not like Jupiter or Mars or Mercury? Like why Saturn? Like what's the energy of Saturn that's attracted to this? I know you mentioned this earlier, like the lower form density of this world is kind of connected to Saturn, but I'm just wondering like how education and astronomy, even all of that is under the Capricorn, Aquarius, Saturn type of effect.
That all just ties into the cyclical force or cyclical way that the planet itself moves throughout the zodiacal system and how the zodiac and everything revolves around the planet and around the sun itself. Um, when the planet itself passes through various zodiacal signs, it gives different influences, which off the top of my head, I can't really name a lot of these influences off because there's so many, and each
Mhm.
zodiacal sign has a different influences on the planet through that lens of the planet and the zodiacal sign itself.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, I don't know if you're watching the chat room here, but in the chat rooms, we've got like this um, epic conversation going on about calendars, right? Like a 28-day calendar, 13-month calendar. Um, you want to speak on that a little bit? Because a lot of people are like, I thought my birthday was the 8th month for August and thought I was a Virgo when my birth month is the 5th month. And then if it's on 30 or 31, you were born the following month on the 1st or 2nd. From what I'm catching over here are ancient calendars with like a 28-day month with 13 months. And in that 13 months, where would Saturn fall in? I don't know if you can answer that, but I thought I'd just throw that at you.
That's a good question. I'm not too familiar with the 13-month calendar. I know
I've heard of
prior
it.
I know prior to the Gregorian calendar, there was the lunar calendar. The ancients, like the ancient Hebrews and the ancient Egyptians, used the lunar calendar, which had different days. It was the 40 day month calendar.
40 days. Shit,
the 40-day alchemical calendar.
that's insane. Talking about
And it was all tied to lunar cycles.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you still see it like in the Farmer's Almanac. It tells you where the moon cycle is on the day of the each month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that too sometimes. The crescent and the toenail moon, or things like that.
Which the moon itself too is reflected in Saturn. That sickle sometimes is also symbolized as a lunar crescent on the symbol of Saturn.
Yeah, on the bottom. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting. I wonder, can you speak on like the Saturn moon matrix, right? On like this artificial reality, I guess is what we're talking about. Is the matrix and
Oh yeah,
Saturn.
that ties into the time itself. The
Yeah.
Saturn representing time. Time plays a huge factor in the matrix on this planet Earth and the false illusion that we live in. And even you can magnify an atom down to nothingness. The matrix is also tied to binary code. I mean, your DNA can be represented by ones and zeros, just like a computer can. We're pretty much living in a machine. Our bodies are not ourselves. Our true selves is our mind. That's why my main motto in life is God is mind, mind is thought, I am thought. You are not this physical reality. This is all the Matrix. You can really look at the movie The Matrix, and it is a great representation on how our reality is. Neo representing the neophyte, which is the first person or the first degree of initiation. One is the neophyte. You become aware of reality and how you're leaving behind your physical mundane selves to go on a spiritual journey, something of fruit and substance.
Mm-hmm. Just going over the comments in here, and let me hit up this over here. Now, this Saturn moon matrix, right? When we
Also, the moon itself, it has to do with the illusion itself. The next level up on the tree of life, which is actually the ninth sphere or ninth Sephiroth on the tree of life, is the sphere of Yesod, which is represented by the moon, or the ancients called Luna.
Mm-hmm.
The planet Earth itself is number 10 on the tree of life, or the sphere of Malkut. So the sphere of Luna, the next level up, or the next emanation of God, going back up the tree of life, finding God or your true self, is the realm of illusion, or the astral plane.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of phantoms and a lot of false ideas can be played there, but also within that, if you can bypass all the illusion, you can see the truth. It has to do with going through the chaos that you build up in your life to find that glimmer of light that is fractal, that is fragmented from that one eternal truth that is shown from the first sphere of Keter, the Godhead.
Mm-hmm. And that's where that order out of chaos comes from, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I thought.
Which is interesting that on the tree of life, it shows that the Earth was birthed by the Luna planet of Yesod, which is the ninth Sephiroth on the tree of life, which actually correlates to the 9 months of gestation of human birth.
Mm-hmm. And that's very interesting. It really is. Yeah, and you were mentioning earlier, I keep saying to myself, I'm not my mind and I'm not my body. Right? Am I off there?
Yeah, no. You are not your body at all, and you're not your mind. You can transmute all of that.
Yeah. I say that to myself when I go to sleep. I'm not my mind. I'm not my body. In attempting to get a good sleep, right? Because I sleep maybe a couple of few hours a night, and that's pretty much it. Now, a friend of mine, John Shaughnessy, he wrote a book called "There's Something About the Moon," and on it, he has suggested, along with his co-author Wendy Salter, that people had actually lived on the moon, and that's where our civilization started, and that Earth essentially was birthed from the moon because people were terraforming the Earth and trying to make it into a habitable planet as as we have it today. So I found that really interesting, your comment there, that that the Earth was birthed from the moon.
It's interesting. Like, I mean, you see depictions of the ancient gods, like in Mesopotamia, creating pretty much humans almost in the laboratory. And then you see them giving pine cones to humans, which represents implanting that pineal gland in the humans, which is the antenna to God or the higher source. Do you think, or the researchers of that theory, do they think like these gods came from the moon?
I would imagine they probably came from the moon, and then genetically, created us over here, or did something to us, anyways, for us to be, in this position that we're in, right?
Right. I
It's
noticed in the chat, Leanne just said Santa, which is interesting. Santa comes from the word, or Santa Claus comes from the word claustrum, which is the middle of our brain where the pituitary gland and the pineal gland reside, which if one understands the internal alchemical laboratory, one can see pretty much the theory of as above, so below, how you can create the Philosopher's Stone using that internal lab through the processes of your glands and the spinal cord. Those that are familiar with the Kundalini process know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you want to?
Pineal gland squirt. Yes, your pineal gland squirts manna from heaven that was referenced in the Bible.
Leanne's just laughing hard back there. Leanne, you want to jump on?
Here you go.
Yes, if you have encountered the manna from heaven, you've encountered true healing and true regeneration.
It's a very interesting experience, to put it mildly. I had no idea what was happening.
Rodney, I've been studying Saturn, and one of the key symbols of Saturn is a crescent. Right now.
Well, look at the over there in the Middle East. The Islamic nations use the crescent moon on their flags.
No, but that's where my thought comes in. Is it the moon? Because they claim to be in worship of the moon, right? But when we look at the evidence on the ground and see that the crescent in itself is one of the primary symbols, ancient symbols of Saturn, and then we have like this cubical worship that's going on, and then they're using the star and the crescent as their primary symbol. Right now, when in antiquity, when we looked at Saturn from Earth, right, it would appear to have that sparkle to it, that four corners. That's where the saying, four corners of the earth, or the four rivers of the earth, right, comes from. And I'm wondering if that crescent is involved alchemically somehow to interpret a message, right? Because it just
no, it's interesting. I'm thinking of it too, like that sparkle that you see far off in the distance. You could see within the sun as well, like the Southern Cross that
Yeah,
the sun
exactly.
is, which is the sun. The ancients considered God. That's why it's represented by gold. And then Saturn, on the whole other spectrum, can be seen as the opposer. But then again, I'm not sure exactly what the original Muslim tradition was thinking when they came up with their symbolism. But if they saw that planet they could see farthest away, I know they had to have considered that some sort of god.
Yeah, the way I'm seeing it is that number one, Saturn is considered the second sun, right? It's considered the dark sun, and a lot
Yes,
of
the
people.
black sun, which is highly seen through the philosophy of Gnosticism. You have the black sun,
Yeah, so
which you also have in Gnosticism. You have the Black Madonna, which can be represented also by Isis, which Isis is a main symbolism of Saturn.
But it comes to like sun worship is really is where this is at, right? When we look at it, when we just wipe away all the shit, the base of it is that it's the worship of the sun. And when we look at the Saturn effect, right, as I mentioned, number one is considered to be the black sun. Number two, the symbolism that goes along with Saturn, right? That sparkly star that we see as one of their symbols. But then, we see this star being used everywhere else also, right? We see it in law enforcement. We see it with sheriffs. We give stars to our kids when they do good in classrooms, right? You did good. Here's a star, right? So now, is this a worship to the yellow sun that we see on a daily basis, or has there, been information that's been lost over time, and that these people were actually worshiping the black sun rather than the yellow sun that we have today? And because we know the story of Christ is much older than than Christianity. Christianity just pretty much adopted the much older story, right? So when we go back into the older stories, right, I wonder that if this was worship to Saturn rather than the yellow one that we constantly keep on seeing, because all the fingers continue to point at Saturn, right? Like everything points towards Saturn.
That's a good point. I mean, I think there's some truth in what you're saying. Considering all the symbolism of Saturn represents the material aspects of this planet, and the sun itself kind of represents the opposite spectrum, salvation, living eternally. But then again, if you go in ancient times, you can look at the sun itself. I think, is a representation of Christ biblically. And there's another star outside of our solar system, the star Sirius, which is, I think, the true God. Because our solar system with our sun rotates around the star Sirius, and that one rotation of that is our great year, which is cyclical. That is, each age of the Earth is one rotation around Sirius.
I heard the same thing about Nemesis, right? There's this whole theory around the Anunnaki where the Earth has that it's a binary star system, and that to our star is the Nemesis. Nemesis is a brown dwarf star, and it has a 3,600 year orbit. And just like Mars, right, every 18 months we come really close to it, and then we can transit between planets, right, in the shortest amount of time. And Nemesis kind of seems to be working at that same level, to where this, I would say that our star is orbiting the brown dwarf, but the brown dwarf would be much older, much denser, and it would have a much denser gravity, and that it's going around it, and that possibly the Anunnaki are coming from there, into our system here, and that's why the the longevity of these Anunnaki appear to be almost immortal, right? Like we have that King's List where it spans like 450,000 years, but if we take that 450,000 years and divide it, right, essentially with 3,600, and then that will gives us pretty sound math to show that that these Anunnaki kings that lived on this earth actually only were here for about 5 or 10 of like their years. You know what I'm saying? Because they're biologically connected to their star system, just like we're biologically connected here on Earth. Now, if I was biologically connected, let's say, to Pluto, and I was born on Pluto, right? Biologically, I would be connected to Pluto and its cycle around the sun, and that would mean that every 72 Earth years, I would turn 1 year old. Right now, with the Anunnaki, it would be the same thing, because if their planet's taken 3,600 years to go around the sun, or it has a 3,600-year orbit, then their 1 year would be our 3,600 years. And then, so when you take these Anunnaki kings, and if they were here for 10 of their years of their lifespan, then over here it would appear to be tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. And then that's the perception, I guess, the fallacy that we're stuck in. But it takes me back to again, to the symbolism of this Saturn and to this black sun, right? Because we know that it's the black sun. It's being worshipped by the Illuminati, and it's being worshipped by the Saturn cult and kind of what have you. It's pretty enrooted and ingrained within their philosophy, and how we've been hijacked by that, right? It's it's the density of this world. It's a death planet, and obviously it's very, very dense in energy. And from what I understand, these like you just mentioned, the Gnostics, I wonder if the Gnostic, the demiurge, right, or the Archon, if they're coming from Saturn, because we have that storm that's happening on the North Pole of Saturn, which appears to be a hexagon. But then again, we have another storm that's happening on the South Pole of Saturn, which appears to be an eye, and then that eye is the eye of providence is what we're calling it, right? We see it on the dollar bill. We see it as the all-seeing eye. We see it as the
with the eye of providence, though. Here's how I see that. You got the dollar bill with the missing capstone on top, with the eye where the missing capstone is. If you look at the pyramid in Giza, it lines up with the Orion Belt star system. Right beyond Orion's belt is the star Sirius that I mentioned. That eye is the Sirius. That is the all-seeing eye, which represents the all-seeing God. That is the all-true God right there.
It makes sense. It really does make sense. I've interviewed some people here on my channel, and some of them have suggested that we started off in Lyra, and then from Lyra we migrated to the Pleiades, and then from the Pleiades system we migrated to the Sirius star system, and then from the Sirius star system we migrated to over here, and essentially we're just colonizing like all of these solar systems and such, right? But again, it brings me back again full circle back to the black sun, right? I wonder, because it has so much influence on us, and because Saturn is so ingrained within our astronomy and our astrology, and our way of life on this planet is ruled by this planet.
Right. Well, think about it this way too. The black sun can be a symbol also of the shadow self. which is what Carl Jung was talking about. And if you look at it as a planetary thing, look, I don't really have to go into complete detail about this, but I'm sure you're familiar with some of the hardcore negative evil aspects that the black sun had on different times on our planet.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, I just got a message. My next speaker. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's Saturn is you know, it's negative, right? It's very negative. I've tried to find the positive in this.
Well, the positive is the transmutation of the negative aspects of Saturn. I mean, you could take aspects of manifestation and use that in a positive manner in your own personal lives. You can take that sickle of Saturn and cut out the draws of oneself and rise above the material plane. It's all about perspective and consciousness. If you expand your consciousness, you don't need to see a narrow view of Saturn.
Yes, you're right, right? Like, I'm still kind of just stuck on the.
You're what?
I'm still kind of stuck on on the idea of the black sun. What if, Rodney, Leanne, what if we actually had two suns, right, in our deep past, when we had the water canopy and kind of what have you, before the moon even showed up here, right? What if there were two suns and Saturn just burnt out because what's his name? An author, I forgot his name. I tend to be forgetting a lot of names, but he was saying that there was an ejection, a mass ejection that came out of Saturn at some point in the remote past, and Saturn was like really huge. He was saying, like literally, it was like really, really huge. And what his theory was is that the reason why it looked really huge was because of the water canopy. And the water canopy worked as a magnifying glass, and because it worked as that, it made it appear to be much closer. But Saturn was much brighter as well. And then when this ejection of material came out of Saturn, it gave it this, this cloudy haze around the entire planet. And that's kind of where the crescent came from, because as the Earth would shift through the seasons and as it would, tilt back and forth, that crescent would appear to change, right? Now, the primary crescent was on the south, right? Just on the south like this. But then, throughout the year, it would change. It would be on the east, it would be on the north, and it would be on the west. But the south one was very clear. So I'm wondering, because you're saying is that, it was really, really super bright, that it was visible even during the daytime on Earth, that, what if it was a working sun and it just simply burnt out because it didn't have enough fuel, or, whatever the case may be. And that's why it has such a huge effect on us, because we in fact were worshiping that sun and not the one that is sustaining us right now, right? Because I just
well, it's interesting, but what about the planet Jupiter, though, which is right next to Saturn? Why didn't they worship that as a sun? It's a much bigger planet, full of watery elements as well, and
it just boggles the mind. It's a really interesting topic. That's why I love talking about Saturn, even though it's got a lot of negativity attached to it. But
actually, I have a theory too. This is, I think, the reason why, like, wedding bands, which I got one here, is used, which was a symbol of Saturn's rings. Because it binds you and your significant other to this material life, and that's why you have that oath, until death do you part. When you die, you are not binded or bound to this physical realm anymore, so you're not bound to your significant other anymore, so that those rings pretty much come apart at that point. It's about binding, restricting, confining yourself. You're confined, just like you are on this planet. You're confined into that relationship as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. All of the rings are connected to that as well. Yeah, go ahead, Liam.
I think it all goes back to frequency and vibration again.
Go into a little bit more detail on that.
Just meaning,
because I'm all about frequency and vibration.
Well, Saturn has its own vibration and its own frequency. All the planets have different vibrations and frequencies, and within that, different energies will be attracted to and be in reciprocity or symbiosis with different planets. So, I guess based on an individual's vibrational, I don't like to use the word level because it's like, leveling up, which is sort of what we're doing. But at the same time, like, is there a level that's better than another? Are they just different from one another? Are they just vibrationally, completely, frequentially on different?
I personally think there is a hierarchy. There's lower nature frequencies, higher nature frequencies. And I think this is how you pretty much become in tune with the higher self.
Yeah.
And there's different ways to say the higher self, but it's that higher frequency, that higher source. And it's almost like we resonate almost like a radio where we have antennae.
Sure. But like, when I say level, I almost feel like the spin or the movement is faster. So faster, higher. I guess, it's all about levels. I don't know why that's bugging me right now.
That's a valid point. Like, I wonder what the rotational spin of Saturn is, because that would give you a great idea on the frequency of Saturn.
Right.
Which is probably a slow frequency, since loftiness and density is a really high attribute of Saturn. So it's probably a really low frequency.
Well, and they say that the Earth is trying to raise her frequency, and that we're moving through that field of effervescing space that's just more bubbly and lighter. How can that not affect frequency? And I guess here we go again, Leanne, up level everything, like all the galaxy up leveling to a higher frequency.
Well, we are definitely about ready to level up, I think, here on planet Earth. I mean, I think that's a reflection on why the world is so grim right now, because we're on the precipice of a new age of enlightenment, I personally think.
I would have to.
Which you would have to eliminate all the draws of the world to really get to that next level, and that's what we're doing right now.
I think so. Like making ego less in charge, making the observer more in charge.
I was just looking this up. Sorry, Rodney, I just muted you, brother. I got a reverb coming back from you. It takes Saturn 10.656 Earth hours for Saturn to spin about its axis. So it is spinning very fast, right?
Okay.
So it makes pretty much like two spins compared to R1. So it's moving twice as fast.
But moving twice as fast on an axis, like, I could take my body and go ice skating and take a chair even and spin really, 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 really fast. But that doesn't necessarily raise my frequency.
No, I don't think. I think the way you would raise your vibration and your frequency is simply, working through the heart space. I don't think there's a magic trick or anything where, all of a sudden we're going to start vibrating at a higher distortion, right? For me, I think that the more you work from your heart space and the more you employ heart math, I think it's through that you can raise your distortion, and then that's raising your frequency and kind of what have you. But could it be that we're tapped out, that there's like a governor that's attached to our consciousness or to our frequency, to where we can only go so high, and that's it. Like on a car, you can put a governor, and say, okay, well, this car can't go no faster than 60 miles an hour, and you can put the metal to the pedal to the metal. It doesn't matter. It's the fastest it's going to go is 60. And I wonder if humans are kind of locked into that same type of governor. And as the Earth ascends and as the Earth's frequency changes, so will ours, right? I wonder if there's something to that, because we do have to remember that this third dimension is ruled by the laws of physics, right? There are rules in this dimension that just simply can't be broken, right? So if we come in, if this is an antenna, right, which I believe is an antenna, and that we connect to our memories, we connect to consciousness, we connect to that, particular frequency, and as the Earth would change, and as our perception changes as well, as I'm saying, if we work from the heart space, then we're working from the love vibration, and that love vibration could possibly increase that governor or increase that distortion level that we are on. What do you think, Rodney?
No, that's interesting. I wonder if what you say is a governor, maybe it has to do with some of the like the DNA that is not active. And there's some researchers out there that
Just gonna say.
that research like the Mesopotamian gods when they manipulated our DNA and they deactivated a lot of our DNA. So that is somewhat disconnecting us from the higher vibration as well. I mean, I think if we were actively fully at our full capacity with our DNA and we're fully using all of our 100% of our brain and our DNA, we would have all these healing abilities and psychic powers, and we'd be extraordinary.
I agree. It's just dormant.
Yeah. It's like we were literally disconnected from source at that point.
I believe so, and I believe that was the whole intention. Because when we look at the, Gnostics, right, and then we look at the demiurge, and we look at the archon, it tends to make sense that they would tinker with our genetic code and to change it to benefit them, so that we would be disconnected and then we would be vulnerable, so to say, and our defenses would be down, dumbed down, and that we could be taken advantage of, right? And this archon force, as I was mentioning earlier, could very well be coming out of Saturn because of the fact that we have this northern storm, the southern storm, the eye on the south, we have a hexagon on the north. Now I wonder if Saturn is not like an interdimensional stargate of sorts, because if it is a failed sun, let's say, and it just wasn't a sun in itself and it was just a failed sun, but when we look at our yellow sun, the black holes that we see in there, right, those black holes, could literally be the wormholes that are connecting one star to another star, and we have like all these spacecrafts that are coming out of the star, our yellow star, and then going into this yellow star, right? So I wonder if Saturn is working at the same level, and instead of spacecrafts coming through, what if it's like interdimensional beings that are using Saturn as a stargate to come into this dimension, and then and then using us as fuel to keep them going, right? That's
No, that's possible, and there's a lot of truth to that I think, and I think like UFOs that are real are interdimensional beings. I don't think they're really these physical crafts that people do see. I think those are military operations.
Yeah,
but and there are stargates. There's a theory that there is a stargate in Iraq, and that was one of the main reasons that we went to Iraq to obtain, so the U.S. had full control of that stargate, possibly.
I feel like nonsense because the Giza Strip, there's a stargate under there too. That's what they're arguing over. It has nothing to do with that strip. It has to do with what's under there, dude.
And I also heard that they found a stargate. Sorry, Rodney, I had you, bro.
I was gonna say there's a theory that You can only get out of this planet or this physical realm if you go through these stargates, and they will take you to those wormholes in the sun, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I watched my mom go, when she took her last breath, I know something happened. Like I saw some like brain activity going on because her eyes started like twitching and stuff, and the breaths were really shallow. And then out of nowhere, she goes and looks up, swear, like she sees something, and then exhales, and her eyes close, and there was a little tiny breath, but like I felt like in that nano, like she and like I'm telling you something, because I'm feeling goosies, but you know, it's some I watched something happen. And I think it has to do with what you just said.
This is an interesting comment that comes in here from Common Sense. When DNA got changed, maybe the junk DNA was added. Yeah, that's possible. That is really, it's a possibility for sure. Right on, Rodney. I got you muted again, bro. So I'm just a rude host. Fuck me.
Cheers to that.
Yeah, brother.
How long was I muted for?
Just a couple of seconds, because every time Leanne talks, I'm picking her up in your mic or in your speakers. So when she's speaking, I just mute you. I don't know why it's not happening when I'm speaking. Who knows? It's
like it's been alternating. First it's you, then
maybe it's one of the archons playing a trick on us.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Those fuckers are always constantly attached to us, and they're like octopus. They got their tentacles inside of you, and they live with you, for the rest of your life. And if you get rid of them, hope to God that you don't lower your distortion, because if you do, they're going to come back with friends. And they're going to be, they're going to be worse. And I'm not even bullshitting here. I read this.
No, I know it becomes a party.
Yeah, it's funny.
I read this in Don Juan, right? I don't know if you guys know who Don Juan is, but I read this in Don Juan, and Don Juan was saying that if you're able to detach yourself from this archontic force, then if you keep your vibration high, if you keep your distortion high, then you have this shield around you to where they can't penetrate that. But the moment you let that shield down, right, they come in with droves, and then they'll attach themselves to you by the dozens, right? You may have gotten rid of like one or two, but when they come back,
I practice certain techniques where you build up your light body. And I think if you activate and charge your light body, that is a shield as well to the archons.
Absolutely.
And I believe if you don't build up your light body, which is I think your vehicle that you use after your physical body dies, that's very detrimental to your soul living beyond this plane.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the rainbow body for sure. Yeah, that actually does make sense, right? Man, that's a deep subject. This Saturn is a deep, and I could talk on it for like hours. It's a thick subject, and I enjoy it, and I enjoy you too, Rodney. And I appreciate you taking your time and coming on our conference and giving us this epic download and raising our awareness on this planet, alchemical planet. I just appreciate you, my man, because every time I call you, you're like, yeah, let's do it up. Whenever you got the next conference, hit me up, and I always do, and you just always come through. So I just truly appreciate you, my friend. And before I let you go, any words of wisdom, any parting words for our audience?
Well, first off, I want to say I appreciate you as well, Omar. It's always a pleasure being on your conferences. And I'm going to leave you with these words of wisdom. Do not feed the archons.
I love that.
Very well said. Very well said.
They have signs like that up at the Bronx Zoo. Don't feed the archons. Oh wait, no, maybe that's the animals. Never mind.
And guys, Rodney is a published author, and he has a book. It is
Yes,
called
it's right here.
Order Keeping the Gold Within. Here, let me put that on full screen, Rodney, as I speak. Oh, my mouse is jumping around.
Yes, the book is titled Seeking the Gold Within, an Alchemical Explanation of Self. And I explain the internal processes to find the gold within, as well as I do a short talk on spagyrics and how to create the Philosopher's Stone using traditional plant alchemy. And this is also, you can find this on bookpatch.com/Rodney McGilvery, or you can go to the Carl Jung Institute in Zurich, Switzerland. You will find this in their library.
Beautiful. And I changed up the link here a little bit because it was a pretty big, pretty long link, guys. So I've shortened it by using Bitly, right? So if you follow this link, it will take you exactly where Rodney was saying, and you can download the book, order the book, do what you like. And as well, Rodney is not a one-horse pony show. He is also a musician, and Rodney has played music on our conferences before. It's beautiful music. I've really enjoyed it, and you can also follow this link and download Rodney's music. Maybe just give us a quick download on your music, Rodney, and so people have a better understanding. You could probably explain it better than I can.
Full reflection. I use my music as an external way to take what I have within, externalize it, and manipulate it, and create new realities. I have a few albums. I have on an Italian record label called Alienated Records, which you could find on my Bandcamp page there. You can search it on facebook.com/Showgothaminta as well. I got links to my music on there. I go from ambient all the way to hardcore experimental. It's pretty much a musical art project.
Beautiful. That's great stuff. I recommend that you guys check it out. And if you guys want to learn more about Rodney, you can go to my website, projectionofyou.com/Rodney McGilvery, and it'll pop you up on the page, and all the links are there. There's a bio, there's connections to Rodney's book as well as his music. So check that out. And again, Rodney, thank you very much, brother. I truly do appreciate you. And I wish you a happy night and safe journeys until our next meeting, which I don't think is going to be too long. I'll be sending an invite to our December conference coming up, which is the final installment in our 3-year Magic Box timelines conferences. And that will be happening on December 19th, 20th, and 21st. So, look forward to seeing you then, my man. And until then, love you very much, and lots of respect and kudos to you. Oh, fuck, I was a bad host, man. I'm just horrible.
I said likewise, Omar. It's always a pleasure being on. I appreciate you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. All right, guys. Let's.
Thank you, Rodney.
We are about.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
just smile and nod, Omar.
Good morning and good evening.
Just smile and nod. All right, guys. Okay, Rodney, I'm going to take you off the screen, and I'm going to bring our next speaker and our MC on. So let's get ready for this. This is something which I've been looking forward to for a little while now. And if I can find it right here, this is my brother from another mother, John Shaughnessy. John Shaughnessy, he is a author, a lecturer. He is a speaker. He is an engineer. He is a all-around nice guy, and just don't piss him off, right? And,
Also known in some circles as Big John Stud.
That's
just say
right.
that.
You know, and
He
he
owes
is
me a
also,
bagel with the schmear, just saying.
and he is also an author of the book that I just mentioned a few minutes ago called "There's Something About the Moon." He co-authored that, with his buddy Wendy Salter. And recently, John has published another book about pyramids and the global floods. We did a short go just a few days ago, just to try to understand the theory in behind what John is talking about. And this is going to be emceed by our brother from another mother, our hairy buddy, Greg.
Harry.
The born scheme.
He's not as hairy as a Sasquatch, okay? Just stop.
Look,
No,
Our hairy
his
brother
beard is
from Open
is
Loop.
immaculate. His beard is
this
immaculate.
is what happens. Omar has his first haircut in 15 years, and then he's just crapping.
That's
on
right.
all the
Now
hair.
you're hairy. Now you're hairy. It's
That's
the born
yes.
scheme.
I was
My
hoping you
gosh.
wouldn't mention that.
Mr. Open Loops himself.
Oh my gosh! What a great talk that just was. Holy crap! Fascinating.
It's been a wonderful day so far, guys, and I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for the day, and of course everyone in the audience that has been in and out and watching and liking and sharing. I appreciate each and every single one of you. This morning we started off with Patricia Corey. We had a wonderful discussion with her that lasted a couple hours. And then after that, it was Leanne, Stone Hobbit, myself, kind of just going back and forth. And then Leanne and I went really back and forth. I really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. And then we had Constance Victoria Briggs come on and talk about the moon timelines, and really gave us an epic download on the moon. And now we just finished up with Rodney McGilvery. And now coming up is John Shaughnessy, which is going to be emceed. I know Greg loves John Shaughnessy and Jerome Calvar, right? So this time I decided that I would bring just John on because I don't want to get Greg too excited, right?
last time Jerome and Greg were on the stage together, Greg was recontemplating his entire life. It was literally a recontemplation of every small thing that had happened to him over the course of the last 30 years. Jesus.
And it's still happening because I see the questions coming in from Greg almost on a daily basis on his social media. And he is really questioning reality. And, and I love that, right? I love that. I'll give you guys a little background on how Greg and I met. Greg and I met a couple of years ago, 3 years ago maybe now, through a mutual friend of ours, Stephen Erdman. And Greg had invited Mr. Erdman onto his Open Loops for a conversation. And Mr. Erdman had asked Greg if I can join in on the conversation. So, I was sent the link and I joined in and we had a wonderful conversation. And then after that, we've just been friends. And, Greg has helped MC a number of our conferences now. And I just love his interview style and, the questions that he asks. That's why I thought that, I was hoping that you would come in for John's presentation. I mean, you would miss it anyways, but, I thought that you would be the, absolute best person to interview John and to get information out of John, because you just have that way with your personality and with your words and your energy. And, and I think it's the best fit, right? So,
Thank you, Omar.
John has a PowerPoint presentation, Greg. So, John will go through that. And then once he's gone through his PowerPoint presentation, I will toss you on to the screen with him and watch you guys go back and forth, because I know you're going to have a lot of great questions to ask John. And look at John. He's all laughing and smiling in the back there. And there he is. John,
hey, guys. Good to hear you guys. Y'all sound great,
Coming at you from
I'll have what they're having.
John Shaughnessy coming at you
Kind of
guys
spring
from
water you guys drinking out there, anyways.
It's alkaline water. I promise.
That's what
It's
it is.
9.5
All right.
pH. It's alkaline water.
touch of
Sweet,
vodka in
sweet,
there.
good to
All right, guys. So
well,
I'm gonna take Stone, Leanne, and Rob off screen, and I will leave Greg and John Shaughnessy on there. And John, if you want to share your screen, bring that up, and then when you're ready
yeah.
to share, when you're ready to bring that screen on, let me know, and I'll toss it on. Maybe just for a few minutes in the beginning. You and Greg can go back and forth and maybe explain your theory to him, and then we'll jump into your PowerPoint presentation. Remember how to share your screen, right? You go down to present.
I don't. I was trying to remember going back and going. It's simple. It's simple. I already have the PowerPoint up. I have it up.
Okay, it's open in the background. Menu. So go to your share screen, right? Go to present and then hit share screen.
Okay.
And then once you hit share screen, you'll see three options up top: entire screen, window, Chrome. Hit the window, and then your presentation should be there in the background.
It says share screen, share screen. Okay, I'll hit click share screen.
Yeah, hit share screen, and then up top in the middle, it'll be highlighted. It'll be window. You want to click the window, and your presentation will be there. Yeah, click that.
Can you guys see it? Yeah.
Not yet. I don't see it just yet.
Okay. All right. Let's just click that. Share.
There we go. I got her up. Let me see if
I see it now.
I do it. Let me talk it up on. That's what I see. I got a white screen. So bring your presentation up.
Okay, I got God's source of water for Noah's flood.
I don't have that. I don't got it, Johnny.
All right, hold on.
Nothing yet.
All right, hold on, man. It was something that we did differently. We didn't.
Yeah, you opened up.
Let's see, present, and then what do you call it?
Share screen.
Stop. It says stop screen. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you want me to stop it?
Okay, stop the screen.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? Now make sure that your presentation in the background, your PowerPoint, is maximized.
Oh, okay. All right. There it is.
Make sure it's maximized. Now come back into the studio. Right? Don't minimize it. Just come back into the studio.
I can't really
hit your control bar. Right? That Windows symbol on your laptop or your computer. It'll open up your taskbar down below, and then come back into the studio.
Yeah. Right there. There. Now this is way too complicated than last time. Hold on a minute. All right, share screen. And then I hit, and then it says share screen again, right? So
that's right. Click that share screen.
Don't show okay. Now I'm seeing, some open stuff.
Yeah, go.
I think I went through Chrome tab, didn't we? I think I went through Chrome tab or something last time.
Yeah, you did. Go to.
We'll skip Windows and go to Chrome. Do you see anything now?
Not yet.
Oh man. Hold on a minute. All right, let's try. How about entire screen? Let's see if this works. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, go the entire screen and then open up your presentation. Right, maximize it, and then I think I should pop up. Right. Yeah, share your entire screen. And then
I got it.
And then maximize your. I still don't see anything coming up here from you, John.
All right, so let's back up again. All right, so I'll hit Windows one more time.
Do you see your PowerPoint there? You should see it.
No, I see Toshiba. Okay, here, then I'll hit share. And it comes up now.
Okay, go to your PowerPoint and maximize it, because I'm still seeing only just a white screen here from you.
What is going on? This is unbelievable. Yeah. All right, stop sharing. All right, let's go. Here we go. Share screen.
And let me just say, any question you've ever had about the construction of the pyramids, their purpose, the Great Floods, start letting those themes brew in your head now and put them in the chat, because John always has a pretty great answer for them. So yeah, if you've been wondering about the pyramids as you're waiting out there, or any of the other wonders of the world, John's come on my show a lot and we've talked about different things, Oak Island and just lots of strange things. John's a great guy. It's great to pick his brain. So
sorry, Greg. John, I see your entire screen. Now maximize your PowerPoint presentation, and then I think it should pop up on here.
Okay, it's maximized.
Okay, I'm not. I don't got anything then.
Nothing there, huh?
You want to email it to me, and then I can bring it up?
Something the other chairman. You're in the show. Well, at least I'm in the show anyways. Share screen. I'll go to Windows. We'll go to Windows again. Should I click on the flash? Yeah, click on the flash, Shiba flash card. And then nothing there. Share.
Yeah, white screen.
Anything yet? White screen. What is going on with that? That's weird. Beyond everything. I got two John Shaughnessy's here now. Yeah, you got me on two. I got two John Shaughnessy. Let me shut this one here.
You got to stop sharing your screen, John.
Stop sharing. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's see. Settings. Stop cam mute. I think it just came on before without anything. Yeah. I'm clicking away. Just give me some time, man. We'll get it.
So how is everyone's blood moon? Just gonna kill time here.
All right. Nothing. Anything there?
No, I'm not getting anything going. Okay, go to present, right? And then up top you'll see slides. Right? Click the slides. Right? Click the slides. And then go to your computer, because your slides are on your computer, right? So go to your computer, and then it should pop it up.
Yeah.
You see your presentation?
How about that? Good there?
Let's see. I don't have nothing popping up just yet.
Yeah, I think that's what we did last time. We went to my computer. And that's going to something else. Yeah. I see. Probably let me try it one more time. Slides. Video file? No, it wouldn't be video file.
No.
Tap a Google Slides. Add Google Slides. No. No, I don't have any Google Slides. Yeah.
Do you want to email it to me, and then I can load it up here on my end?
Yeah, I could try that. Share screen. Got that there. I mean, it's like I could see it right there on this screen. Entire screen, share screen, Toshiba. It's saying Toshiba flashcards for some reason.
Is that where your presentation is stored?
No. You see anything now? Or?
I do not. I'm not getting anything coming up.
Okay, hold on a minute. All right, select a tab to preview. I'm gonna share tab. Maybe just gotta wait a few seconds. Maybe we're going too fast.
I put my email in private chat if you want to email it to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to like grab it and put it somewhere.
AI can't keep up with John.
This is brutal, man.
I got a screen here, but again, it's a white screen that I'm getting, a total white screen.
I see a John Shaughnessy white screen, and I see myself.
Yeah, the white screen is your share screen.
And they'll just drag it over. No, that ain't gonna do it either. Yeah, it's like John Shaughnessy.
I think we're going to spend our entire time just trying to figure out how to share screen.
Edit name, stop screen. Stop screen. Here we go. I don't know. We'll try it anyway. Let's give it one more round around here. Share screen. Share screen. Auto windows. Ah, there it is. What I do with the
let's see. I still have a white screen, John.
Wait, we see it. I see it.
There we
see
go.
it.
No way.
There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna minimize it. I'll let you guys
what
go
it was.
one-on-one.
But did you figure it out?
Minimize it now?
No, you don't have to. I'll minimize it here on my end. Maximize your screen.
Oh, what just happened?
You're getting nervous. We just got it on. Now we're shutting it off again.
I know.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I'll go like this. We'll just leave it there.
Saturn's black cube just came through.
I'll let you guys go back and forth for a couple of minutes. And John, when you're ready to bring the screen up, just give me a shout out and then I'll toss it up.
John, are you ready to bring the screen up? What's up, my friend?
Oh, I'm
What's
looking
up?
right at the PowerPoint. You want me
Yeah,
to
no. I'm very curious. No, keep everything there. I'm very curious. You know, Omar just wanted us to give a proper intro to you. For those that don't know, John Shaughnessy, author, inventor, engineer, lecturer, visionary, researcher, and he is he brings, this is what I love about John. He hates quantum physics. he is a proponent of the lost theoretical physics, which we'll get into all of that. You know, Omar, you were talking earlier about his book about the moon. And he's also, pyramid gravity force. There's something about that moon. There's something about that moon. There's something about the moon. Yeah, it's very interesting stuff. And I know you just came out with a new book, right? Is that what this talk is about?
Yes. Yeah. Pyramids and the Great Floods.
Oh, interesting. How did you, before we get into this, I'm curious how you built off of, like, why this idea? Why now? How did it come to you?
Well, it was, it's like 20 years of just reading and, you know, digesting and studying at the time, which seems like incoherent and, you know, just a waste of time, just things, bizarre topics that you're looking at and studying. And then, over a period of time, you know, ideas start to formulate in your head, you know, and I've always been, more or less like stuck on GP1, like what is all that stuff doing inside there and why, you know? And then I had an epiphany, and with a combination of a video I recently had deleted on YouTube. I don't know why it was deleted, but it was it's the name of this PowerPoint: God Source of Water for Noah's Flood. I think I uploaded it like I don't know, a year and a half ago. And it wasn't like breaking any records, or anything. It wasn't going viral. It was just plugging along. So it was just the oddest thing, It's been on YouTube for over a decade now. It was the first time I had a video completely missing. And then so I was getting into conversations and going just asking the common sense question about where does this water come from? Like with the Bible, I mean, it's a major flood, and I'm an armchair geologist, not even an apprentice, but I can follow along, and there's been a lot more studies coming out about the whole landscape of the planet. And nothing that they've been studying makes any sense except for the Great Flood, So again, I go full circle again and go, well, where did this water come from, And lo and behold, there's a place in between the upper and lower mantle.
Yeah.
It's called the transition zone that actually.
By the way, John, are you able to drop your camera a little bit just so we can see your gesticulations? I want to see your face.
I didn't even know you could see me, but okay, all right.
I mean, you seem very relaxed. It was nice. But yeah, no, we want to see you. So keep going.
Okay. So anyway, lo and behold, I'm like, well, what's going on? It's like, okay, here's the water. All right, now how does the water get up and out? And then I started, I've always had a hunch that the bottom of the pyramids, I've been studying the pyramids for quite some time now, and they all have a subterranean, what do you want to call it, a chamber, or something like that. And it's always the deepest, dankest place in all the pyramids in Egypt that nobody's actually gone in and cleaned out, And the thought that I said, okay, what if Noah's floods coming up, up out of the ground? What if just a common sense thought going, well, what if there's thermal vents all over the planet, right? Hydrothermal vents. And they don't have magma coming out of them, but they do extend down to this transition zone, because this is where diamonds are made. Blue diamonds is, the diamonds are all over the mines all over the planet. And everybody knows about De Beers in Africa and things of that nature. So anyways, long story short, I said, what if the water's coming up? What if this high pressure water, we're talking, 7, 10,000, 20,000, maybe 50,000 PSI of water coming up from the ground here. That was the source of Noah's flood and Suicidra's flood from the Anunnaki. Going back to the older text there. But anyways, long story short, I started looking at it, going, everything just fell into place on the whole functionality of GP1, GP2, Menkura, and the other pyramids, but especially GP1. Like if you have a large volume of water coming up through the subterranean well shaft, if you will, a well rather, place down there at the bottom of the pyramids in the grotto, and that water comes in at a high pressure, and it goes up the descending passageway. Okay, and all these pyramids have these check valves in them, and I'll show you when I get into the presentation. And they're at the end of these descending passageways, and the water, comes in at a high volume, high flow, and it hits these check valves that'll, they're in the order of 5 or 6 tons. So you need some extreme water pressure to move these things, and they're pinned. They're actually hinged today. They're hinged in place. Some of them are gone. They're missing, but they're giant granite check valves, if you will. And if for whatever reason these wells get pressurized again, the water comes into the pyramid, blows all the debris and everything up the shaft. It hits that check valve, and it opens it up, and it blows out north. The 3 pyramids on the Giza Plateau are on the north. facing north. And north of the Giza Plateau pyramids, just so happens the Nile takes a hard left. It's going north, right? I mean, it's on the east side of the pyramids, but it goes up about a mile or so, and then it takes a hard left. And then before it takes a hard right and going north again, it actually goes in front of all three pyramids. So if all three pyramids got hit, do you want me to go into the slide by any chance? I mean,
I mean, if you think it's a natural, let's go into it.
I can just go into it, and then we could bang some questions off after it. But
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's like, I mean, unless you want to, continue, just stop here and.
No, John, you naturally led into it. Let's go.
All right. Well, okay, all right. So, but because I'm it's a lot easier if I can just pop up the pictures and I can dispense with about a lot of verbiage here, and people get the the gist of what I'm talking about. So, anyways, God's source of water for Noah's flood, right? It's from the transition zone. The firmament, the volume of water in this location can cover the entire planet with water. We're talking the top of the Himalayas. And there's some quotes from the scripture, Torah, the Bible. You got Genesis 1:7-8. God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from waters which were above the firmament. And it was so, and God called the firmament heaven, right? So, and the other one's kind of the same thing. But what it was is when he divided the firmament, the flood waters went down, right? I mean, there was no land. It was he just, the Spirit of God was traveling across the ocean. And then when he split the firmament, so in my mind, it's like, well, where's the firmament and where did this water go? So I'm getting into the mechanics now. So, because that's my thing. I'm an engineer. It's like, okay, let's look at the mechanics of where this water could go so dry land could be available, right? And this is what happened when, he split the firmament, divided into two. The water's drained, and all of a sudden the land rose. Well, it didn't rise above, but it might have. It rose above the water level, and we have the continents and islands and so forth and so on, right? So the mechanics behind that were intriguing. It's like, well, okay, so let's see how the planet's constructed. Okay, we have, and this is relatively new science. We're talking the last 5 years, maybe, or a decade. And according to the Genesis creation, God created the firmament to separate the waters above the earth from the waters below. So what I somehow, all this water in the transition zone, if you can look at this screen here, it's blue. You see it, the blue zone there? That's a transition zone. This is made up of water. This is a major water bearing layer rather. And this was on the surface of the planet. If you read the book of Genesis, all the water was on the surface. So somehow we managed to split the upper, the mantle, and create an upper and lower mantle, and put this transition zone in the middle there, between the upper and lower mantle. And I'm like, okay, all right. So it receded. It was, now if you go back to the flood, the origin of the flood, it was Noah's flood. So this is the flood, the beginning of Adam and Eve, and then there was Noah's flood, where it was 40 days, 40 nights. The water actually continued to rise for 150 days. And then on the 150th day, it stopped rising, and then it was like a month or so that it started to lower, and then it receded over time. So there was some kind of, obviously there's high pressure dynamics. You got to the ocean would be technically 5 miles higher than it is today. So we're talking at least 12,000 psi more pressure on the floor of the ocean. To my surprise, the floor of the ocean is not lined with a blue vinyl pool liner, so it's pervious. It's not, you know what I mean. So it's water can drain down below the crust And what it does, the geologists surmise that this high pressure of the water actually goes down with the crust at the subduction zone. So you have the ocean floor, if you will, or the ocean crust, and that's more or less saturated with water. So when this crust moves, the water impregnated crust goes down underneath, and somehow it gets there's a stratification of the elements, and the water ends up in this transition zone. So for a flood to happen for Noah, right, going forward to Noah's time, we're talking about somehow this transition zone has some kind of a meltdown or a break or catastrophic failure, and it ends up rising above the upper mantle to the Earth's crust, and more or less bleeding out of every orifice that it can find to push the water up into the surface of the planet, above the crust where everything gets covered again. Just hang in there with me. I know it's a little deep, but
that's where we want to go.
So so in essence, I'm just throwing up some other pictures. This is where the diamonds are made. This is the water. They call it the wadzolite and the ringwoodite transition zone. And just give you an idea of the mechanics, where you can see the ocean and the water goes down in the subduction zone. So there's a flow going on as we speak. There's a flow. This is a clock. The water's continually to flow down into these zones, and at some point there's you hit a water maximum or a transition, water maximum in the transition zone, and I'm theorizing that there's some kind of a break, some kind of a disruption where the water goes on top of the mantle, and it just bleeds out of every orifice on the planet until it completely gets emptied, and then over let's just say 150 days for it to bleed out, and then 2 or 3 months it starts to go back down into this transition zone again. I'm just using a little bit what's left over with the ancient texts and the things of that nature. Now this is a screen where you have these diamond mines. Now these are vent tubes that come up from that transition zone, because that's where the diamonds are made. This is so these things are, so there's a connection to that area, where, or location where these things come up to the surface of the earth. Your mines are I don't know, some mines are a mile deep. This right here gives you a little visual of the water rising above from the transition zone, rising above the mantle, the upper mantle, and obviously it's going to start. It's going to pressurize and just come up into the Earth's surface, the surface of the Earth rather. And we have a little sister planet, if you will. It's called the Moon. It's on Jupiter. It's called Europa, and it doesn't have a split in the mantle. It's got a warm core, and it's just a mantle. It doesn't have an upper and lower mantle like with a transition zone. It's just one big molten magma core, and above that is the water of Europa, and the plumes actually shoot 120 miles into the atmosphere of Europa on a regular basis. So this is what happens when you don't have a transition zone to tuck the water away. You're just in a continuous environment of huge geysers just shooting up, day in and day out, year in and year out, until somebody can get up there with some geoengineering and split the firmament there, and get some of the water underneath the crust and create an upper and lower mantle. That's a little ways away, but so we get a little bit of the fountains of the great deep broke apart. So we're talking about in the books. I mean, in the Bible there, and it talks about the water coming up from underneath. I mean, it's multiple times in different ancient texts, the water comes up from underneath. And then it gets into, how many days and months and all this stuff. And, the proverbial 40 days and 40 nights. And then it was 20 feet. Let's see, the highest place was covered at 20 feet. So the top of the Himalayas, they must have had, I don't know how they come up with that. It was the highest place on Earth. Now, this could be just a local record, you know what I mean, where this, these things happen, like Mount Ararat, things of that nature. But for the most part, it would just, I find it much easier to not get caught up in the dates and the numbers in any of the ancient texts, because you'll just be chasing your tail and going insane. So if you try to stay out of that, stay out of the number game. I mean, you can bring it up and use it, but don't ever have it back up a theory, because it's going to crash and burn. Right.
Oh yes, I love this.
So you just forget about it, right? I mean, it's just insane. So, but I mean, you can follow it loosely, but don't put all the money on it. You know what I mean? Anyways, top of the mountains become visible. So 150 days, and then it starts to recede. Thank God, try land again and get off this boat. And there's the ark. Now there's a play on words with the ark, and it's in my book. There's a little bit more to this. The word ark, the 3rd century Bible, Greek. It's in Greek and original Greek language, and the word ark is actually pyramid. Okay, so it's theorized. I theorized in the book that it's not an actual ark that God asked Noah to build. It was more like a ziggurat, another pyramid in the Euphrates. I think he was in the Euphrates Valley somewhere, and he might have had him build like the first ziggurat. The Tower of Babel type of thing. Excuse me. But anyway, it was a ziggurat. So it's possible that he told him to build this pyramid over an ancient vent that was going to be pressurized, and more or less put the pressure on it to lower the impact of the surrounding community with this ziggurat when these geysers do go off. And the flip side of that is, with the enormous size of these pyramids are enormous, and the ziggurats are big too. But you're going back to Giza and everything, but it's actually terrifying to think of the destruction the Earth goes through. I mean, it actually scares me when I think about this. How insane it is, right? And you have 5 miles of water on top of the planet, trillions of tons, and so you're literally buckling tectonic plates, right? And one of my theories on this, building these pyramids over these geysers, is when these geysers come up, they're holding back a lot of pressure. 100,000 psi, 20,000, whatever. I'm still working on the maximum allowable working room, area for the blowout plugs that are actually the vents that are inside the 2 king and queen's chamber, the shafts there. So I've nailed it down. If you can figure out the maximum allowable working pressure, destructive tensile strength of those 5-inch little granite blocks that actually block the vents, those were your relief valves to protect those chambers from over pressurization. I'm going off topic, but anyway, long story short, if you build these pyramids over these ancient vents, I call them hydrothermal vents, and you don't allow, you keep the pressure underneath the pyramids, even though the whole planet is going to be covered, the area that these pyramids are built will rise. Okay, we're talking about huge movements in the Earth's tectonic plates, and that area. So the pyramids themselves, the Giza Plateau from Saqqara to Abusir, all these other places where the pyramids are, just reflecting on Egypt right now. So they could actually rise up while this enormous, earth-changing event is happening. Okay, so I mean, I'm just throwing out different scenarios here, but okay. So, anyways, getting into the pyramids now. Every one of these pyramids have a subterranean well shaft. Okay, so what I'm saying is like these things are tied into. There's underground caverns. They've done ground penetrating radar. There's a lot of cavities that are underneath these pyramids, that way below the wells themselves, the lower wells inside these pyramids. And they did actually, the one well they did excavate, well, not excavate, they dug into, was the subterranean chamber of GP1 Cheops, and they only went down 37 feet because there was no end in sight. So, it's just all debris, chips of stone and gravel and crap like that. So, they'd still be digging, I think, if they kept going. But when the waters do pressurize up underneath them, they were going to blow straight out. So that's a and like I said, I got the feedback that I was on the right track, because once I cornered this theory, saying, okay, these are more or less they're relief valves for these subterranean vents, the hydrothermal vents, and that go way down, down below the crust of the earth. So, anyways, long story short, like I said earlier, I knew that that's how the pyramid works. I mean, this is how it works. It just takes it, shoots it straight out when it gets to a high pressure situation. Now, like I mentioned before, you have these check valves at these pyramids. All these pyramids have these check valves. They're doors. They're hinged doors. This is open right now. Now, if you can imagine it, you can see the cut in the stone where it's tapered. It'll fall back down on itself. These things open from the inside. They're not meant to be open from the outside once they're made. So more evidence. We're dealing with plumbing, right? And I mentioned the guys that went down the water route with the pyramids, is the pump guys, and the chemical guys, all the other people that were involved in the hydraulics. But so they did a lot of work for me over the years. So I still keep up with what everybody's doing. So they kind of they knew, a lot of these guys knew that the internal structure of these shafts and chambers in the pyramids were built to withstand very high internal pressures. They got girdle stones that they wrap right around these shaftways, these passageways, like a hose clamp on a radiator hose on your car. I mean, these things are enormous. We're talking like 8-10 ton slabs of stone that are carved out, square holes in them, that they build the tunnels through, and these prevent the tunnels from blowing up inside the pyramid because they're exposed to some extreme high pressures. And a lot of the pyramids are if you go in there with a level or laser beams and measure the tops and bottoms, a lot of the pyramid chambers are bowed out, like they were under extreme pressure. So there's more evidence that these things are built to deal with high pressure. And there it is. It's all right there. People just figure it out, So I do a little bit of let me see a graphic here for you, and the water flow coming up out of the subterranean chamber. It goes up, it takes a right hand turn, and it just shoots right straight through. You see the little red check valve I just showed you. That's the check valve, and it opens up and just lets that water fly out. And the well shaft, the water goes up and down, steam flow, steam and water, air. And the chambers, the king chambers, the queen chambers, that acts just like a cushion chamber. A lot of times you'll have them on your washing machine. You'll have these little blank pipes that go up that fill with air to prevent water hammering. So when these things take off, you're dealing with a lot of pressure, and it absorbs the water and the air and the gases, whatever else is coming up there, and they go up into the chambers. And ironically, not ironically, but as fate would have it, they've done a lot of digging and tunneling around these chambers, and they've come to find that there's huge cavities of quartz sand, sand crystals, and it's not like your beach sand. It's not going to pack. And what's paramount importance or the function of quartz sand is it doesn't clump up. If water comes into it, it's just going to drain right out. It's not going to clog up or anything like that. So it stays pure, and it's a bleed off technology. So the water, I mean, these things aren't watertight. The King Queen chamber, the Grand Gallery, the relieving chambers, they're all going to let water and high pressure air and steam through, and it's going to bleed out wherever it goes throughout the whole pyramid back out again. So it's just more evidence that this is set up to deal with a high pressure system. Plus, you got if you look at the ascending passageway that connects into the descending passageway, you got it only shows 3 granite blocks. There's a lot more, but there's 3 of them there, and the girdle stones there's I don't know, there's like 10. They're not on this picture. There's girdle stones leading to the outside of the pyramid, and with about a foot apart from each other, because you don't have the pyramid superstructures pushing up against these shafts. When you go closer to the outside of the pyramid, you need more structural integrity around these shafts so they don't blow up. And anyway, so you got this system, and this is why I got really excited about the theory. I'm like, okay, this is starting to make sense here. These things are built to deal with an extreme high pressure, high volume source of water. Now here we go. This is where we're really getting someplace. We got the proverbial Orion configuration, right? Like I alluded to earlier, before we jumped into the pictures, that these white lines going north of the pyramids, those are the check valves from the ascending passageway, descending passageway. Actually they've got them written wrong, but anyways, labeled wrong, because they're actually, the water's coming out. But anyways, this water shoots straight, and like I said earlier, the Nile River goes on the right. It takes a hard left, and it goes all the way in front of the northern trajectories of these water flows, and then once it passes GP3, Menkaure, it goes north again. So they just discovered some tunnels, Alexandria. They think there's something up there that goes all the way back here. Some of them go back, they're in front of the pyramids, I think, possibly. I don't have that much information on that discovery. They think it's Cleopatra's, possibly Cleopatra's tomb, but it goes to the Mediterranean. Now, when these things used to let off the pressure, the high pressure water, there's canals, there's ground penetrating radar and all this other stuff that shows, waterways. And I'm sure that, when I do more and more research, I'll be able to hopefully find, these aqueducts that actually went right to the, went right to the river, the Nile River. So the whole idea is water management. Like if you had this stuff going straight up, just say, maybe it's like 2-3 years of these things popping before you get this enormous surge of all the water. It might not be like the big flood every time these things pop. It might just be a burp, you know what I mean? But if you didn't have these things on top of these hydrothermal vents, these pyramids, and you had this water shooting straight up into the local environment, going 100 miles in the sky, you would be raining down. You'd be raining down hail the size of, refrigerators. They would literally be 150-pound, 40 kilos, whatever they are, pieces of hail, and literally destroy everything around. So I think, just adding a little, the mechanics, like why shoot it to the Nile, why do it this way, that way. But if you just look at the common sense, now this is the reason these pyramids are set up in the Orion configuration. As you see, the water jets miss the pyramids. I know it's a downer. I love the stars. I love Orion. I look at them all winter long. But this has a functionality to it. Okay, there's a functionality to this, and that's why this set up in that dogleg Orion configuration. All right, this going full circle here, kind of give you a little bit of the dark lines of the freshwater oceans. There's an actual freshwater ocean under the Sahara Desert, under the pyramids. And, with heat from the upper mantle, there might, like I said, it might be some other sources of water coming into these things before you get the Noah's flood. You might get the warning for a couple of years or a decade, who knows. But anyways, you can see the arrows, and you can see the big arrow going to your left that just shoots straight out towards the Nile River. And this is Menkaure. Now, there was some caliph there, and I think it was like 1088 or something like that. The word has it they were wanted to prove the superiority of Islam, so they got together, and it was in between the Crusades. They were bored, and they said, "Well, we're going to take these pyramids down, right?" And show who's the all omniscient, powerful God there. Anyway, so I guess this is the story. They spent a couple of years trying to take it apart. Now right off the bat, being a structural guy, I built some houses and some decks and things of that nature. A couple of go-karts when I was a kid. If you were tasked with taking a pyramid down, you wouldn't be burrowing into it. On the side, you'd go to the top of the pyramid and just start kicking blocks off. It's pretty simple, it's a 2-year-old could figure this out, and it wouldn't take you, 3 years to figure out how to do it. So my evidence and what I'm looking at is this is the northern hole. This is where the check valve was. This was a failure of the structural integrity of the inner chambers. This thing was overpressurized, and the pyramid got blown out. Like all that stuff blew up because it couldn't deal with the pressure. This is what I'm talking about. We're talking about some very, very high pressures here. So I'm theorizing this thing just got blown straight out north. We're looking at it from the north, but it's more evidence that these bizarro tales from the past just don't make any sense. So anyways, that's what I'm going with. Now on the western side of the Sahara Desert is called the Rikat structure, the Eye of the Sahara. I think that's what it is. Now this could be the big zit. You know what I mean? I mean this has all the markings that it could be a massive dump valve for these major floods. This major Noah flood that comes every once in a while. No, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm kind of muddying the waters here a little bit, going all over the place, but I'm just throwing this one out there because it's pretty famous. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of these types of structures. They're not impact craters. They're not volcanic craters, but they look like water eruption craters. Like water come out of them. So they're around the planet. It's not. It's not just an isolated incident here. And here's a little something just to cool you off. The waters are receding or going up. Who knows? But it's another thing. It's water, man. This is water. Unbelievable amounts of water. Whether or not they get this high, like I say, it's who knows, Now going back to geology here, it's got the Grand Canyon, and the the 100 years of going the wrong direction, like most of the mainstream sciences have done when they threw the Bible under the bus or the ancient texts under the bus and went down their own merry way. Nothing makes sense except the you go to a geologist. They're going to tell you that this is erosion. Now this might be this is erosion, and the only thing that makes any sense is a global flood erosion. And it's not just this place; it's around the world. I'm just throwing this as it's a pretty familiar place. But there's the stratification marks and the erosion of this place. Now we're all taught the Colorado River just dug down over hundreds and thousands of years, and this is just like stop. You know what I mean? It's all wrong. Everything is wrong. What this is caused by is a flood. We have 1 mile to 5 miles of water over land, and then it starts to drain off. It goes back down into the transition zone. Then you have these massive currents of water that actually rip apart the landscape. It explains the horizontal and the vertical erosion marks, where I'm not a geologist. I'm kind of mucking this up, but I have to bone up on geology a little bit. But anyways, none of the science that they throw at us can explain all the erosion marks around the world, on the Great Plains or wherever. So it was caused by a giant flood, a massive global flood, and huge amounts of movement. I'm talking incredible amounts of movement. You wouldn't want to come back at that time. You want to wait until everything calms down. Incarnate back. So, anyways, this is the side of the Grand Canyon, and it's not the Colorado River. I'm sorry. The end.
Is that the major concern of the public, that it's the Colorado River? My gosh.
That's what they've been telling all of us for 50 years in school. Colorado River did that. What?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that's sort of the sentiment in the chat. Everybody is saying the lies, everything we've been taught is a lie. Why aren't they teaching us this stuff? I mean, let me ask you, let's start there. And feel free, if you want to stop sharing your screen, you can, John.
Oh, okay.
But
it'd be nice to see somebody else, so it doesn't sound like I'm talking to myself,
what do you think? Do you have any thoughts on why did you have to come up with this? Like, why this other narrative about the way these pyramids work in the history of the Great Flood?
Oh yeah. Well, it's just it was more or less, I was down with the NOAA water supply. I said, okay, that's definitely coming from below. That's enough water to cover the planet.
Right.
And I'm like, and I'm still like, well, what are all these pyramids doing?
Yeah.
But if EP1 didn't have the infrastructure that it had, I never would have been able to, drag the pyramids into it. So what I'm saying is, everywhere these pyramids are, there are hydrothermal vents. They're inactive, but they're underneath these pyramids. And on the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, they have discovered an ancient vent, thermal vent under the center, underneath that pyramid. It is, you can go down and see it. It's there. So so there's a connection there. It's like, okay, so these things are, more or less, they're corks in a wine bottle. Just trying to hold this stuff down. Keep it down, dude, and it'll raise the land up, because we're talking about some major deformities, in the plate tectonics of the whole planet. We're talking that kind of weight and mass. I was thinking it'd be cool to ride this flood out, get on a boat and just freaking ride it out for a year or two, but It'd be a freaking horror story, man.
Tell me, could you engineer an ark that would host two of every animal on this planet?
Yeah,
And
no.
would it be safe? Would that even be a possibility?
I think with today's geneticists, I think we could do it in that technology, not and get all the DNA and the test tubes and all that stuff, and maybe get down that road. But to actually grab 2 of every kind of animal, I don't. I think locally, I'd definitely be down with some chickens, some goats, a couple of cows,
Yes, Noah's flood, folks.
Plants,
it starts
you'd
local.
have to bring some plants, and you got to survive for a year almost. So,
oh my
what's
gosh.
that?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's very interesting stuff. There were some very great questions that came in from the chat. Let's see. Someone said, "Oh, very interesting. What's up with Yosemite? You think?"
Yeah, Yellowstone. Yeah, there's a geyser every hour. Old Faithful blasts off, but that's from groundwater. That's not coming up from underneath. And yeah, it's a frightening place. I mean, there's a giant 1,000-mile, I think it's like 1,000-mile diameter plume that has actually come off the upper mantle and just like sitting on its own little world. Just hovering. And it has its own current and it has its own thing, but that's a super caldera. Yeah, that's a super volcano. But hopefully that thing doesn't blow. So
yeah,
you might want the water. Water is brutal. You try to flood. You're wet. You can't light a fire. There's no food. It's tough. I mean, volcanoes you can run out of the way, and survive, come back in a couple of days or whatever, but weeks or months. But global floods, it's a game changer. You're going right back down to hunter gatherer. Even if your ship hits Mount Ararat, you get out, you got an axe, whatever's food left over. You gotta wait for something to grow. You gotta have seeds. I mean, you gotta bring seeds, man. You gotta have seeds.
Yes, John Shaughnessy's survivalist course.
You're talking about starting over. The good thing is everybody says that God won't kill us all by flood. Right? The next time he said he wouldn't kill us all by flood. Key word is all. He said he didn't kill us all last time either. He left a few around, So it's the ALL in there. So he won't kill us all, right? Yeah, he's not. But he's going to kill 99% of you with flood, or us.
Yeah.
And,
how'd he do?
Like Roy Snyder and Jaws. You're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Let's see what else we got here. I mean, someone said that I heard the waters flowing up from the inner of the earth. One idea I have is that the outer core of the earth is actually a smaller planet that sunk into the larger original oceanic planet. What do you think of that?
That's deep. Yeah, I've never heard that one before. Yeah. I mean, it's like there's a core. I mean, these guys do their sound waves through the planet, and they can decipher what things are made out of, how low they go, and what the material is, the molten core, and things of that nature. But it's possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah.
What about keep an open mind, man? You got to keep an open mind.
Yeah, bro. When I listen to you, my mind is like, my mind is. I got hit by a geyser.
It's like, well, where do these floods come from? Like nobody asked that question. Like, well, where does this water come from? I mean,
dude, if getting stoned with you in college must have been fascinating. Now here's what I want to know:
right?
the salt in the pyramids. Do you think the water below the mantle is salt water?
Well, the salt. There's definitely salt. Because the crust, at the subduction zones, the crust comes down, goes underneath the what do you call it? The continent. that's all salt water impregnated crust, you know. So the salt's going down into the upper mantle. It's going down into the transition zone. So yeah, I don't think it's fresh water down there, completely fresh water. I mean, you know, you get into heat. Heat does weird things to things, to elements. So the salt could get trapped before, you know, it might get boiled out or processed out of the water before it goes lower. You know, I mean, the transition zone. You're in the order of 3 million psi in the transition zone. We're talking like some extreme pressures. You know, the upper mantles. You know, it's like the bottom of the upper mantle, the top of the transition zone is like 2 million psi. You know, at the bottom of the ocean, I don't know, the 10, 20,000 psi. But it would be 5 miles the deepest ocean, I think. So 5 miles. So it's 5 miles. That's 5,000 feet, just say, and then 5 times 5, it's 25,000. You're talking 12,500 psi at the bottom of the ocean. And the Mariana Trench there, or wherever the lowest part of the ocean is, the deepest part of the ocean. So, you know, talking some extreme pressures there. So, and you know, so there's a lot of, and then you get the thermal activity of the planet. It's always moving and grooving and, you know, pushing things around. So, there's a lot of things going on. So, it could be that we're in some kind of like if you did have these floods, you know, if you did have a flood like coming out of these, the transition zone somehow burps and gets above the upper mantle and just starts oozing out of every orifice on the planet. It's high temperatures. You're going to have a lot of clouds in the atmosphere. You know, you're going to have a lot of water. It's going to be raining, like they said, 40 days, 40 nights. You're going into an ice age. Literally, you're going right into an ice age. Like, granted, around the equator, as long as the planet doesn't shift and move around, you're going to be somewhat temperate down there. But the poles are definitely going into ice making mode. Glaciers are going to start coming back because all this water's got to cascade, come down in rain and freezing rain, hail, you name it. You know. So it's not going to be a pretty environment. Now, if you go back to the Anunnaki, it was like Enlil and Enki. They knew the flood was coming, and Enlil wanted to kill off everybody because they were bitching about working conditions in the mines. They wanted, weekends off, health insurance, retirement fund, 401k.
Oh gosh!
So on the clay tablets, he called it noise. He didn't like the noise coming from the help. So he was going to wipe them out, and he's going to wipe them out and do another genetic, masterpiece. But Enki was the donor DNA for what we are today, supposedly modern man, with the same people. So he kind of like had a soft heart, and then he get Zia Sudra, which is the Anunnaki's Noah, or the Sumerian culture's Noah, and he told them how to survive the flood. The thinking, he told them how to build a boat, put some chickens on it, just settle down for a couple of years, grow some food, bring a couple of beers, whatever, and then the word has it. So Enki and Enlil went up to the space station, and they just waited out. And then when the floods receded, they came back down again. And Enlil, the bastard, he was pissed when he found out, some of the humans survived. He was like, how they survived? They got pissed at Enki for, giving them the technology to survive the flood. So who knows? Maybe he gave him a nuclear submarine. Who knows what he gave him? But you got to wonder why all these people are interested in putting space stations up lately, Do you know that super yachts, the biggest sales in super yachts were like between 2021 and 2022 were a 70% increase in sales of super yachts. It's like 800 units. A super yacht's like 400 feet, 500 feet long, helicopter pads, boats, you name it, So he's talking, maybe somebody knows something out there. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know.
This is the
somebody get on a super yacht. They don't care what's going to happen. They just ride out the storm,
Oh my gosh. This is the closest to doomsday I've ever seen you, John Shaughnessy.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, this stuff, and I think there's multiple floods. I think it's like, I don't think it's just one global flood. I think we're on a 13,000 or literally a 6,000 year time cycle of a global flood that just wipes us out and puts us back into the ice age again. Like everybody's talking about, the climate, cataclysms, this cataclysm, that cataclysm, this cataclysm. Well, the Bible's got the best cataclysm there is. You can't beat a flood.
it's true, man.
Asteroids, comets can't come. You can't hold a candle to the flood. I mean, you just, the whole planet's just covered in water. You're done. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you are just preaching the scariest word. Do you sleep well at night, John?
Yeah, I laugh myself to sleep.
Just oh my.
No, when I was writing this book, I swear to God, I was like, "What are you doing, dude? You got to stop writing this stuff down." It's like I wrote this book in like 34 days. I just hammered it out. I mean, it's a hot mess. I still got to get it professionally edited, but I say, well, I'm not going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a professional book with editing and great script and pictures and everything just to sell 10 books.
Oh man.
Then they're done that. You want to edit it, grab a pen while you're reading, fix it as you go along.
Totally. Yeah, this is such an interesting. What? Okay, look. Why does it seem like you're always? Are you catching up with them? Do you feel this way? Like you are doing the work of figuring out the brilliance of these engineers and physicists from beyond our time? Do you look at them as superior in intelligence to even our time?
Yeah, like I felt like I was, I got a glimpse of their brains, how they, when if the Great Pyramid is the way I surmise it was built and for the purpose it was built, I was just blown away by the knowledge, like, wow, like these guys are controlling the flood. Like they're like their technology, like, oh no, you're not coming back. We're stuffing every hole that's in the planet with a pyramid on it, and it's not coming up. We're just gonna stuff it until things cool off or whatever. Or you can push the water back out into the ocean where it doesn't do any harm. And I think this is where the technology's left off from. And I think we're just stuck in this literally 6,000 to 13,000 year cycle of stupidity. The lack of a better word, because we can't think our way out of this, because we're not who knows what's going on. But I think we got the smart. We're smart enough. We can do it. But I mean, you got to like collectively get on board and say, hey, this stuff happens, and that's the thing. It's the thing. It's just you go around telling everybody, hey man, the flood's coming. Better build a boat. They're gonna just laugh at you, throw you in a loony bin. You're done, dude. And then when it comes, it's always the craziest guy in the movie, right? Like Woody Harrelson there with the big destruction and what's his name? Zach,
Totally.
That type of thing. It's always the craziest guy in the movie that's right at the end of the movie. But anyways, going full circle, I think we're trapped in this this cycle, and we have like maybe we got 13 years to figure it out, or 6,000 years to figure it out, and there's a lot of evidence out there that this is just a reoccurring event. And I think this technology with the pyramids was put down by an awakened people to stop this flood from happening, manage it. Let's not have all this 5 miles of water come up every 6,000 years. We get blown into the Stone Age, then we crawl back, and then finally the end of the cycle before the flood starts again, We can do ice core samples. We can break the language barriers. We can understand the ancients and all this other stuff. And then it just happens again. That's what I think. It's more and more. The more and more I think about it, I think we're just caught in this endless cycle of, flood, ice age, flood, ice age. It's nice, it's beautiful, the weather's great. If you're incarnating here at the tranquil times, but it just seems over and over again. We just keep repeating it over and over again. That's kind of where I think that's the only thing that makes any sense, because we have, it's like Graham Hancock, Velikovsky, or a species with amnesia. We're just walking around, just clueless. Now, granted, there's some theories out there that there's got to be some people that are on board with what's going on, on the planet. Possibly, maybe you'd hope, but maybe not.
Do you think so? I mean, even when you were talking about geologists before, you were talking about geologists, and I've heard other. Oh, I am actually curious. What are your thoughts on Egyptologists?
Egyptologists. I mean, in my book, I thank Egyptologists. I thank everybody that's even had a thought of the pyramids, and they all have their functionality. Unfortunately, the paycheck is based on a narrative. If you don't follow the narrative, you're not getting paid. Tourism is key to survival. You know what I mean? You want to go hunt for Cleopatra's tomb, get some tourists over here. So, but we're in a dire state. I mean, all those pyramids are wide open. Just you get this flood thing is like a 6,000 year cycle, 13,000 year cycle, whatever, and they're all open. Every pyramid around the globe is open for tourism. Well, you ain't gonna stop much flood now, are you? It's just gonna come up.
Oh my God!
It's gonna come up, and it's gonna come up with at least path of resistance, and it's gonna cause some damage. It's gonna, you're gonna go back into this, hunter-gatherer mode. It's gonna be a major loss of life. I mean, talking.
Yeah.
99% of the life on the planet, things of that nature. But who knows?
What about
I mean, go ahead. I mean, the Anunnaki, did they kill each other off? It's like everybody you talk to, every the Hindus, the Veda text. I mean, all these ancient societies is either two brothers or somebody didn't like somebody, or somebody ran off with somebody's girl or guy or whatever, and it's like, and then they killed each other. So it's like, you have to wonder, it's like, well, is anybody out there actually keeping an eye on us? Did they kill each other off, and I was stuck in a stupid cycle for forever because we can't figure out what these pyramids are for?
Right.
Yeah, like, so some of the bigger the pyramid, the bigger the hydrothermal vent. You know what I mean? Anyways, go for it.
No, I'm trying to read this other question. I don't really know how to pronounce this, so I apologize. But someone asks, any thoughts on the Thonis Heraclean discovery? Do you know that at all?
Is that the one where they think they found Cleopatra's tomb? I think is that the one?
Yeah, put that in the comments if that's the one.
That's the temple. I think that's a temple under the temple. And then I talked about this earlier in the presentation, that this tunnel, I think, goes north of the Giza plateaus and goes all the way to the Mediterranean. And so it goes to the Mediterranean. And what do you call it? So I think it's part of an aqueduct. I mean, I worked in hydroelectric plants. I've managed like 6-7 hydro plants on rivers, and so I got a little bit of getting my hands wet type of thing. working with working with water, So I think managing water, ponds, raceways, making things go roundy. I mean, it's just moving electrons. But the thing is, it's like these are causeways, aqueducts, methods of dealing with high volumes of water, for purposes. So
this is you got a complicated question, Omar?
I got a complicated question here. Okay, so let me go into my notes, right? Because every time John talks, I got to take notes. Now,
we got to write a book together.
Yeah, a couple of things that that I'm thinking of, and I've touched on this issue a number of times over the years. Now, Egyptologists, the old narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They've always said that the ancient Egyptians never had diamonds. Right? That's the hardest stone that possibly.
I think that's an absolute lie, man. But go ahead.
I would say that as well because when we there's Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and then when there was Upper Egypt, that was connected to Sudan. Now, when we look at Sudan, you can literally walk into the desert in Sudan, kick some sand around, and you can grab fistfuls of diamonds. Like literally, you can grab lots and lots of diamonds.
Yeah.
Right now, if the pyramids are like some sort of a valve control and they're built on top of a fissure that is coming from below the mantle and is shooting water out, right?
Yeah.
Then that would, clearly would dictate the fact that before the pyramids were put there, diamonds would have shot out of there, and there would be diamonds like literally all over the place, right? Now, secondly, the salt that we find inside the pyramids, right? Because there's a thick layer, you've been there. There's a thick layer of salt inside the pyramid that really, explains what you're talking about as to, the water would come out, the entirety of the pyramid inside would have vapor, water, and then the salt would stick on the walls. It totally,
high temperature steam.
It totally makes sense, and I'm down with that. Now, when you were mentioning the moons on what was that, Jupiter or
Jupiter's moon, Europa.
And then now
water moon.
And those fissures shoot out to like 150 200 miles out, and then the gravity brings it down. That snow, it packs, freezes, and the whole thing starts all over again. Now, what I'm wondering is that we know through literature and stuff like that at one time there was a canopy, a water canopy around the planet. And I was speaking about this with Rodney earlier, where I was saying that there was this water canopy around the planet, and that worked as a magnifying glass where it, if you looked at Saturn, it appeared that Saturn was like right there because it had that effect to it. Now, if we, take your theory into play here, and then if we got like these fissures that are shooting out, every 6,000 years or so, and if it's shooting out 150 miles out into, into space, and it's only 8 miles to space, right? From where I'm sitting right now, right? Where you're sitting right now, it's only 8 miles to like, low Earth orbit. Right now, if we got 150-mile things that are shooting up there, and then we got these 150-pound chunks of ice coming down, you would figure that some of that mist would get trapped around the Earth, and after numerous cycles, God knows how many, after going up, and then the water stays, some comes back down, another one goes up. And do you think that may have caused this this canopy, and once in a while that canopy collapses, right, under heat, pressure, whatever the case may be, and then it rains down and the water drains back into the lower mantle, and then we start this shit show just all over again?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about mass and gravity at that level. Like what part of the I mean, you get into weightless. I don't know if it's 100 miles up where you're completely weightless. I mean, space starts when it's a complete vacuum, and then you get into the weightless part. Maybe it's 8 miles, like you said. I forget. I forget the numbers. I used to remember them, but anyways, I know them. But I mean, for anything of any mass to hang up in the atmosphere, you have to have a escape velocity. Otherwise, the Earth's gravitational field is going to pull it right back down again. So if we take the space station, it's like 30 tons, you put it up into, weightless orbit. If that space station isn't cruising at over 18,500 miles an hour, the Earth's gravitational field is going to pull it right back down again.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the, a crystal or an ice canopy couldn't survive up there if it was some kind of a ring. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Or, you know, it's possible, but yeah, I mean, you know, it's got a lot of hurdles to explain the physics for staying aloft. You know,
Mhm.
like staying up there. But
Yeah,
you know, it's not
I
to say
get,
it
I
can't
get what
happen.
you're, yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, I just wonder, you know, if you know,
Excuse me.
if the geyser shoots up, and then, you know, it's kind
Yeah.
of like a hose, right? When you shoot a hose up, then
Yeah.
it kind of just rains down on you, right? So I wonder if you
Right.
got this
Right.
pressure that shoots it straight up into the atmosphere, and then in our stratosphere and magnosphere kind of just like hovers there, and
Yeah.
then just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, and then, you know, it just becomes
Yeah.
that massive canopy around the planet. It
Like,
doesn't actually leave the planet, but it's within, you know, the
Yeah, I mean,
stratosphere.
absolutely, it's possible. I think you know, because our gravitational forces, you know, we're about 5-6 times probably more than Europa is. So we might not have geysers going that high up. I mean, yeah, 8 miles, no problem. You know, maybe 50 miles. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah. So you know, I don't. You know, I think that could happen. But
yeah, in Europa, you don't have that friction,
Yeah.
right, of that atmosphere that
The
fights, so
atmosphere.
it's just freely going up there. And then with us, you got that friction, right? It's, as soon as it
Yeah,
goes up,
yeah,
it's
you
gonna
got
like
the
really
friction,
hit it,
and
right?
it's like 1/5 the gravitational field of Earth. So
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
there's a lot of things that allow it to get that. But 120 miles straight up is just crazy. You know, I mean, that's
Mm-hmm.
but again, it's, you know, a low gravitational field. So if we cut that by 5, what's 5 divided? So maybe 20-25 miles up. That might be
Yeah,
our
okay.
geysers if it's gravity that's governing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you go up a mile or two, you're below zero. All this stuff is
Yeah.
freezing, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's coming down like this. And I got the size of the hail from some part of the Bible. I can't find it anymore, wherever it was, a text. But it's, I mean, they said that the you know, it's 150 pounds of size hail that rained down on the local areas that you know, just had open geysers. There's in Yemen, there's the well from hell. It's in my book. And that's like 350 feet deep, 100 feet in diameter. All sorts of, you know, scary stories behind it. And I mean, it looks like a geyser. I mean, it's got all the signatures, the water erosion, the whole, you know, it's all, after these things blow up, they don't remain open. All the crap and crud just falls back into it, and it plugs itself back up again. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's a good point.
Yeah,
Point, Omar. Good point. You know, a lot of good theories here.
I think you're speaking of Revelations 16:21, and then also
now I remember. You know,
it's also mentioned in Joshua and Ezekiel. I believe in the Revelations it says, and huge hailstones, about 100 pounds each, came down from heaven upon men, and men, you know, did something or other, and then God was of a plague or something, hail, and because it was like a hail plague, if my memory serves me correct. But, right, I'm not sure. I've studied the Bible quite extensively, and when you mentioned that, I was like, hey, I know what he's talking about. It's in there, and very 100 pounds
the
each.
Bible,
maybe.
The Bible, the Torah, the Quran's got a lot of little nooks and crannies in there that are pretty good. I got a lot of it in the book, but yeah, that's exactly okay. So you got it from was that Revelation?
I believe it's Revelations. Yeah.
Geez, if you started talking this way like 10 years ago, if you started talking Revelation, Genesee, I'd be running for the door, man.
I was gonna say,
here we go.
I'm gonna Google it. Just give me a second. I'm gonna Google that and find out if I was correct, Amundo, on this.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, I was just wouldn't hear it, you know. Yeah.
I mean, what do you make of this? What do you think about this biblical connection? It is a lot of people say that the Bible itself is filled with false narratives. So if that has a false narrative, but then there's some things we can get from this that support your theories. I mean, what from the Bible can we take here that's worth considering?
Right. Exactly. I mean, I reference a lot of Genesis and what do you call it there? Revelations, different parts of the Bible and the ancient text, Anunnaki clay tablets. Yeah, clay tablets there, and the lights.
Hold it. Oh yeah, we can see it now.
There you go.
Pyramids and the Great Floods.
Light, the Great Floods. There's a crazy guy in the back. There he is. You see this guy run? Yeah.
Here's the link. Here's the link, guys. I've shortened the link again. As you guys know, the Amazon links are like a fucking mile long, right? So it's a bargain price on this book. It's like $4.85 US, and you guys follow this link. It'll take you directly to John's page on Amazon. .com. I found it, John, and it is and I was correct. It's Revelation 16:21, and
I'll write that down.
I'm impressed with my brain. It says, and huge hailstones, about 100 pounds each, came down from heaven upon men, and the men blasphemed. They blasphemed. Yeah, that's right. The men blasphemed God because of the plague of hail, because its plague was extremely severe. And then also it's mentioned in Joshua 10:11. It says, as they fled from before Israel, while they were at the descent of Beth Horon, the Lord threw large stones from heaven on them as far as Azekah, and they died. And there were more who died from hailstones than those whom the sons of Israel killed with the sword. And then in Ezekiel. And then in Ezekiel 13:11 through 13, it says, so tell those who plaster it over with whitewash and that it will fall. A flooding rain will come, and you, O hailstones, will fall, and a violent wind will break out. Behold, when the wall has fallen, will you not be asked, where is the plaster with which you plastered it? Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will make a violent wind break out in my wrath, and there will also be in my anger a flooding rain and hailstones to consume it in wrath. And then in Job 38:22-23, it says, have you entered the storehouse of the snow, or have you seen the storehouse of the hail, which I have reserved for the time of distress, from the day of war and battle? And then I won't do them all, but I'll do this final one. Is from Psalm 105 through 32. It says, he gave them hail for rain and flaming fire in their hand. And that sure sounds like, what you're talking about, John, is it sounds like it's organized, and they know that it's coming and that is going to happen, and they're preparing, right? They're like, do you know about this? Do you know about the snow? Like, what would people in the Middle East know about snow unless they went to a mountain in Lebanon and climbed it and would understand that snow? Like, how would they know that it's snowing? Because it doesn't really snow all that much in Egypt, right? Like once, maybe every 25, 30 years, you get light dusting, and that's it, right? So like, how would they know that? And this language that they're using is quite incredible as to what you're speaking to. So that's what we can take away from the Bible, Greg, is that they're giving us the goods right there.
Yeah, it's a history book. There's a lot of history in it. Bottom line, there's a lot in there. And then you get Dead Sea Scrolls. They're a lot of that's coming out. And little tidbits here and there.
Yeah.
But, So I mean, it's like the hail. It's only when these geysers go off, you're gonna get the snow. You're going into an ice age. You're gonna block out the sun. You're gonna get the hail. It might not last that long, and in the Middle East and that part of the world, but you're definitely gonna feel it anyways, I would think. if you did get these type of guys just blowing out. It's all we can do is speculate and wait for the science to get better and better and better, and but for whatever it's worth, it seems that it's all going full circle back to the Bible, and they're saying, yep, this is what caused it. I mean, you got like hardcore 30-40 year geologists, 10-year, and they're coming back full circle saying, yeah, we've been going down the wrong road.
Now, speaking of geology, John, let me hit you with this one.
Yeah.
Right? I posted it in a private chat, and I was hoping that Greg would have hit you with that, because that is a total mind bender right there. And I know how much Greg likes mind bending.
Yeah.
That's why he's always interviewing me.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yo,
I love it though. We jive. You two get me going. Yeah, that's good.
I've been. I read some literature, and then and then I went and did a little bit more research and watched some videos and kind of what have you. But I'm still in the research phase of this. But from what I am understanding, that every I guess every few million years or so, I guess something happens, and there are layers of sediment that simply disappear from the geological records. Like when you were showing the what's that called, the Grand Canyon. Right, the Grand Canyon, and we can see the layers in that, right? You can see the layers of sediment. But then there's this one period in the Earth's time, right? Now, this happens every few million years, to the point where an entire sedimental, record is lost. It's just not there. But there's this one part, right? There's almost like 1 billion years worth of sediment that has just simply disappeared from the geological records. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Like, how would we, even to lose just 1 million years, right, is quite something. But to lose 1 billion years is, it's pretty phenomenal. But if you can touch on either one, 1 million years or 1 billion years, it really doesn't matter. But like, how does sediment, just like records, just disappear from side of a hill, right?
Right. It's I think I heard an explanation, and it was the the global flood, the erosion, the absolute. I mean, there's so much crap floating in this water, and it's an enormous volume of water, very powerful. And it could it'll erase any geological record in a matter of a couple of months or a year of just water flow. I'll just completely erase it.
Yeah.
So I mean that's possibly it. I mean that possibly could be the different floods, different types of floods on the on that particular area. The what do you call it? The Grand Canyon. And then you got these ice ages too. You got these ice ages of these giant glaciers that just heave like whole 1,000 square miles of debris. You just heave it right off the plane.
Yeah, the insane thing about this is that the sediment that's missing is just not localized to like a particular area. This is like a global phenomenon that happens, right? They done core samples in North America, and then they'll go do a core sample in Australia, and then they'll do a core sample in, say, China.
It's everywhere.
And they'll come up with the same evidence that there's this layer that's missing, and it seems like it's a repetitive thing that happens, because there's 1 million years missing here, and then some time passes, another 1 million years missing, and some more time passes, 1 billion years that's missing, right? That to me, I could see that a glacier could wipe out a few 100,000 squares of land, but to actually wipe out 1 billion year layer of sediment, that's or even 1 million year worth of sediment is just insane globally, right? So that's only I'm saying is that there has to be a
That's-
global flood that's going on.
That actually in and of itself proves the global flood theory.
Yeah, that's right.
That right then and there, because it's the once if you go to the Bible, it rises for 150 days, right? It's there, it peaks out 150 days, and then it subsides. Now, when it starts to subside and it starts to drain, that's when you have these massive torrents, these massive currents, that just ripping everything away, just going across the flat land. I mean, it's the you'll see like you go out in the plains and you'll see these rolls and these hills, and Montana, wherever.
We have that
And
there
that's
too in
the
Alberta
same
and the prairie.
signature. That's the same signature you'll see in the bottom of a lake bed, in the bottom of the ocean, like these rolls. So it's they used to think it was wind, but it's not. It was water. Water carved all that, carved all the prairies, the rolling hills, and then some places have higher velocity of runoff when these just because of the nature of the location. They have these massive, it's like I guess you could liken it to the energy of Niagara Falls, right? Just the water pouring over that 24/7, 365. But instead of just falling into water, it was just ripping across, the tundra globally, just based on where the biggest hill is and which way the water's running off.
Yeah, kind of
There'd
like
be nothing left. Like if there was a society like ours, and you had a global flood, and 2 years later, you get out of your space station, you flew back down to Earth, there wouldn't be anything
Yeah,
left.
reminds me of
yeah, it wouldn't be much left at all.
reminds me of that television show, The 100. You ever seen it? It's on Netflix. There's like a global disaster on the planet, nuclear disaster, and they're up in the space station, and then they choose like 100 people to come back down to Earth to recolonize.
Oh wow, they didn't know the flood's going on, man.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen
The
it.
one thing that really raises my flags is that if this event is happening every 6,000 years, then how is the Earth replenishing, life? Right, because if the entire planet is covered in water, or 90% of the water, is covering the surface of the planet, then you figure that you would have like a mass loss of animal life and insect life. But yet, after 6,000 years, we got like 100,000 different variants of ants, 50,000 bees, 100 different kinds of horses. Like how, how is that even possible? Like if there's a massive extinction event.
Well, that's why you got to take it. That's why you got to take it with a grain of salt, because when they talk about it, it covered the highest mountains. They're talking about locally. You know what I mean? Noah didn't have GPS. He didn't have GPS, but you could be even 100, 200 feet above sea level.
That's a lot of fucking water, man.
30 or 40 years, it's going to mess everybody up, but you're going to have a lot of animals and things, that could survive, and then come down and repopulate. I mean, so but here's the thing. The flip side of that is once you have, just say you have 140, I talk about that in the book. Like it's tough to dial it in, but that's good common sense.
Another thing I can attest to this, John, is that, all over the world, we see salt flats, right? Where,
that's where the water was. Yeah, that's where the water was. It evaporated.
Yeah, and just covered with salt. So that also indicates that there was a global flood, salt water, and either the water evaporated or
well, the source dried out wherever the water was the runoff. Once the runoff stopped, it was like an inland ocean. It was geologically trapped from the rest of the ocean. It's only a matter of time for the water evaporates, and then it's just one big flat surface.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got like these saltwater lakes all over the planet as well. Right? That doesn't make any sense. That's like, how did this saltwater lake, end up on top of a mountain that's 1,000 feet above sea level? Like, how does that happen? And that really, explains that's what you're talking about. That this flood would happen, and then there would be a salt covering. water recedes, evaporates, whatever the case may be, leaves all the salt behind. Event happens again, and then after so many events, it just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates, and the next thing you know, you have like all these, where is it in Utah that you have those salt flats? Or
I think it's Salt Lake City. I don't know. Yeah, is it Nevada?
Yeah, Salt Lake City, Utah, or something like that. I'm not sure. Map of
Good
the
point. I
states.
should know this, but I always watch the land speed records down there. But I don't know where is this place.
I think it's
New Mexico or someplace down there. I mean, it's possible that it's not going 20 feet over the top of the the Himalayas, because the Himalayas is 36,000 feet up, the mountain out there. So could be just locally. But again, once this happens, just say it's 140 feet, 200 feet of water, from where we're at now, you automatically go into an ice age. So running up a mountain, you're just going to be a block of ice. You know what I mean? So the only place you're really going to survive this kind of disaster is in a boat, close to the equatorial zone, the equator, and or your thermal currents in the ocean, because those all get disrupted when you have this massive flood. It crashes the thermal conveyors. I mean, the ocean conveyors. Sorry, the jet stream, all the normal temperature patterns that temperate Europe and all that stuff just gets wiped out overnight. It's like within 30
They say
days.
if the salination of the water it drops, that's when the conveyor.
You're gonna crash the conveyors. You go right into an ice age.
Yeah, and then I also heard that there's like this long vein, of salt brine that goes from Antarctica and right up the mountain chain in the Atlantic Ocean and comes almost up to where France and Britain is. And it's that salt water, that saline, that's keeping everything cool. Yeah. And because it's keeping everything cool, it's allowing that conveyor to continue to operate. Now, if they think if that saltwater vein, it just disappears, then the conveyor belt in itself will stop, right? Then they'll flip the entire planet over, and next thing you know, the currents are messed up, and north is south and south is north, and
the bottom line is the bottom. I mean, at the end of it all, the book, at the end of the book, it's just there's a shutdown mechanism on the planet. I mean, if you look at the planet, you see everything's overheating, everything's just stressed, and you need to shut it down. It's like your garden. It has 4 seasons. Fall comes around, you get your last harvest, then you nip everything to the bud, and then you go through the winter. So the flood would be like the winter, and it shuts it down for just to give it a good scrub. Needs a good wash. The planet is here for us to grow spiritually. That's the bottom line. You can't come back with all this technology. You're not going to feel the pain. You got to come back, and it's and have something to do. If everything's figured out and invented, and is what's the point? So I think
exactly.
And I think the bottom line is. Like I've always talked. It's like Greg was saying. I talk about the doom stuff and pyramid gravity force, and then the moon. I talk about how the moon controls the ice ages, and now I'm thinking, well, maybe it's not the moon at all. It's just the it's just this transition zone with a massive ocean just sitting under our feet that burps up every once in a while, and it's like the infamous. George Carlin, the planet's not going anywhere. We are.
It's a big
Don't worry about the planet. The planet's going to be fine,
It's the people.
It's going to shrug us. It's just going to shake its shoulders like it's getting rid of a bunch of fleas, See ya,
George Carlin. He did
George Carlin,
he did quite the service to humanity. And I think my favorite line from him is, "It's a big club, and you ain't in it."
You and I are not in the big club, and they're gonna get you Social Security. You know why? Because they own this fucking place.
Yeah.
He was getting angry towards the end. It was no.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But it was so real, and you had to laugh. It was so honest, you couldn't help but laugh. You know, it's like.
Yeah, exactly, and that it's too bad he's not around anymore, because he sure had a lot of truth to spread around. And I'm glad that we got to experience George Carlin and raise our awareness, because really, when you listen to him and you think about what he's saying, it's 100% truth. There's no comedy there, right? The only comedy there is the way he's delivering it. And the truth hurts so much that you just have to laugh at it and say, "Oh my God, that's gonna fucking sting," but I'm just gonna laugh at it just out of defense, right? Of self-preservation, I guess. You're just laughing at it.
It's just amazing. I bought a few of his books over the years and stuff. It's just a brilliant. He had a delivery like a freight train. He just set you up. Bam,
just punch you right in the nose, and whether you liked it or not, it didn't matter. We are at 7 o'clock, and it's been a pretty solid day. And John, I want to thank you. Right, really, I want to thank you for the bottom of my heart, because you've been itching to talk about this and to show your presentation for the last 3 weeks. And I'm really grateful that you decided to do it here on Watcherstalk, and that you held out and gave us this epic upload and an awareness too. Because really, what I walked away from this is one thing that really stood out for me is the Mankuru pyramid. As you pointed out, that you go to the top and start dismantling. You don't go to the middle and try to pull stones out. Obviously, you have all that pressure and that fact that it was an internal combustion that happened and blew out the rocks. I never thought about that until you mentioned it, and then now you're mentioning it. It really does truly make sense to me. So that was one of the biggest awareness that I took away. From this presentation. I took away a lot more, but that one point that you made had really hit me at home, and that's when I threw in the comment that everything that we've been taught, it has been a lie, right? If they told us exactly what had happened, instead of coming up with some fairy tale of these Muslims going there, they're mad at whoever, and they want to show that Allah is the all fucking mighty God, and they have the power to rip apart this pyramid. It doesn't make any sense. Napoleon tried to. It didn't make any sense. It seems to me that they're just all stories. But what you just explained there definitely makes more sense to me in my mind after having talked to people like yourselves that are pyramid researchers and giving all this data and all this information. As you mentioned, it's bulged out. The GP1 is bulged out. So when you look at GP2, obviously the same thing would be happening inside there, and then that blowout, right? It makes sense, and I appreciate you coming down and sharing this information with us, and then to Greg to come on and to interview and to have this dialogue with you. I really appreciate that.
Greg's dynamite
to watch and listen to. And I was laughing my ass off. Like, really, I was just sitting here and just laughing at the shit. I was like, oh wow, man. Let's bring all of our other hosts on. Bring on our beautiful Leanne. Rob Yox is on a hiatus, and I guess Stone Hobbit has left the house.
I'm here.
Rob Yox is right here, baby.
Yeah. That's right. I was just waiting to click on. I was enjoying the conversation and just letting it all progress and taking a back seat and just listening.
Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed it. And guys, again, this conference, 3 days, Magic Box Timelines, is brought to you by A Tale of Two Timelines, Project Looking Glass webinar by Frank Jacob. Please visit cyberhive.tv and put in the code Timelines50, and you will receive a 50% discount on the asking price. It works out to something like $10 Canadian or American, I'm thinking, and it's a wonderful presentation. If you guys have been following
Well worth
the
it.
looking glass that we've been covering since April, this presentation goes in very deep. It talks about the digital ID that's coming out, digital currency, transhumanism. Social credit scores, everything is kind of like tied in to the looking glass, so it's worth the watch. And go and check it out, and please subscribe to our channels. And we got Full Spectrum Universe, Writing the Frequency, and Open Loops podcast, and of course Watcherstalk, and John Shaughnessy. Please go and check those out. And Stone Hobbit, she's not with us, but check out Stone Hobbit. All the links have been put into the comments of this stream, and after we're done here, I'll take all of the links and I'll put them into the description of this video as well, so you guys can follow and raise your awareness and do your investigation and do your research. And when you find something new, hit us up and let us know on what you've discovered, so that we can all raise our awareness together, because that's what seeing in the comments, we're all in this together. We're in the same boat. Some of our currents may be going that way and that way and that way and that way, but at the end of the day, we're still on this earth sphere boat, and I have to say sphere.
like a pebble in a pond.
Earth sphere boat. That's what we're on. So guys, I appreciate you guys for hanging out today and watching, and everyone in the audience, thank you very much for coming out to play. Thanks for liking and sharing and commenting. And before we close this out, maybe we'll get like a couple of minutes closing remarks from our hosts. I'll start with Rob, jump over to Leanne, and then to Greg, and then we'll get final remarks from John, and then we'll close it off. So shoot away, Rob.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, first off, we're YouTube heavy over here. So please definitely go subscribe, like, smash all the buttons you can, the bells and notifications. Leave a comment below. It really does a lot to work the algorithm and help us get more views, to bring more people into the collective and raise our energy, and really, it really helps us absorb other collectives, so we can become one gigantic community that's information sharing at a drastic rate. Because if not us, then who, right? And we always talk about what we've been waiting for, and information is the activation. So we have to be the foot soldiers. We have to be the ones on the ground putting in the work and really trying to create this new earth with our intentions and our actions and our motives and our thoughts. And as you can see, all the people on this stage have pure hearts and pure minds, and we're trying to do our best to really bring the realization of what's the next level for humanity. So, help us help you, and help us help others, and raise the frequency, riding the vibrations, so we can be that pebble in the pond and really create that ripple effect that exponentially goes out and changes lives and helps people. We're swirled around by a ton of darkness, but we seem to be these shining beacons that absorb light and give it off to others who are waiting to receive it. So with all that, I just love everybody. This stage is full of people that I have worked closely with for a very long time. We just went over our 2 years this year, so I'm very thankful and very appreciative, and have a ton of gratitude to everybody. So thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks.
Wow. Well, I don't know, other than to parrot most everything that Rob just said. I really feel so privileged and honored to be able to hang out with you guys. Even more happier and more privileged to do it on camera. And thank you so much for inviting me to hang, because it's always a blast. And I always learn stuff and see people that I don't always see every day, like Greg and Mr. Moonman, John. You owe me a bagel.
Yeah, we do the bagel for sure before the flood, definitely.
I have a bagel before the flood. Well, maybe we can just stock the ark with lots of bagels.
There you go.
Seriously. But thank you, and I look forward to the next 2 days. They should be pretty freaking fabby.
Leanne, tell me about your SoundCloud.
Oh,
you have lots of music on there. I know you have lots of music on there. And
I do. I have music. It's tri-generational music of all things, my mom's and mine and my daughter's. But if you go to www.soundcloud.com, Vulcan-A-music, right in that little linky that Omar put up, there's a song called Lunatics, which I think is pretty apropos for today. If anybody wants to flip over there and spend 2 minutes and a little bit, it's a fun song.
And give it a share as well. Share it with your network and get the word out, because Leanne's a professional, guys, and she's an actress, a musician, and her music is it's really good, and she's created music for me before, and I really appreciate it. And then, least but not last, our brother Greg Bornstein.
Brother Greg, yes, I am here. My gosh, I think, as everybody in this audience could tell, I did not know half the stuff that John and Omar were talking about in that last thing. I was like, oh my God, am I undereducated? Am I the problem in this country? Yeah, no, I mean, it really, amazing conversations happening here. I want to thank Omar. Thank you always for inviting me on. Always to being supportive. I think in general, it's amazing to have curiosity, and it's strange to me that, like, I hear people say, oh, I like learning, or I like reading, or yeah, I'm a very curious person, as if it's not something that comes naturally to people. And in a way, it doesn't. There are a lot of people out there that you meet that wouldn't even entertain the concept of a different narrative, a different perspective. So to be in a conscious place where we can cultivate curiosity from an open-minded and open-hearted place, I find very special. So I want to thank Omar. Obviously love being with Leanne, love being with Stone Hobbit, John. Always a pleasure. I can't wait to see what the rest of the weekend brings us.
Sweet. Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. And before I let John do his thing, I actually want to close with John. So let me give you guys a quick itinerary for what is happening tomorrow morning. So tomorrow we will be opening up the room at 10 o'clock. And then we'll start off with Frank Jacob at 10:15. And then after that, we will have Brad Olson at 12 o'clock p.m. And he may have a guest with him, actually. And I'm looking forward to that. And then at 1:45, we have a panel discussion. And in the panel, we have Nori Love, John Shaughnessy, Michael Feely, Marlon Cox, and Frank Jacob. And then after the panel, we have Paul Anthony Wallace that will come on at 3:30 p.m. And then after Paul, we'll have Salrita Antaria. We'll close with her she comes on at 5:15, and then we'll close again at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. So the day, it looks like an amazing day tomorrow. A great lineup of speakers with an epic panel set up for us to just toss ideas around and really have a dialogue into this very, very fascinating subject. And to answer your question, Lee, I am just east of Vancouver, Canada. So, John, your closing arguments.
You're gonna need a bigger boat. You gotta go get a bigger boat. That's all I can tell you, man. Get some canned food. I don't want to be the one that told you so, but hey, I might have told you so. Trade in that camper, the car, the hotel, the apartment, wherever, trailer, go get a boat, live on it, just live on it, get used to it, fish, do some fishing. But no, I appreciate coming on. You guys are great. I mean, 30, 40 days of writing this stuff down. I call them downloads. They come in and not able to share it with anybody, and just hammering it out and seeing if it flies. I was looking at the back door to make sure nobody was walking on it that were knocking on it, dressed in white clothes. You know what I mean? The men in the white coats are showing up. Come here, Johnny. Anyways, I want my shoelaces back. Anyways. No, not my belt.
Right on, brother. Thank you very much. And lead the lineup and all of the guest speakers. They are in the description of the video of day 1, day 2, and as well for day 3. And guys, go and visit Amazon and order John's new book. Show the support. And let's get this out there. Let me toss John onto the big screen again, and let's get this out there so that people can start talking about this, and we can create dialogue and conversations around this. And if you guys know podcasters and such, and you want to see John on their podcasts, reach out to John. He's on Facebook. If you guys use Facebook, just punch in John Shaughnessy. He'll pop up. Maybe shoot him a friend's request. And
YouTube, on YouTube.
Yeah, say hello and subscribe to John's channel. Just like all of us that we're in this boat. John's channel is being harassed. Just as much as mine and all of our channels, because YouTube doesn't like this type of truth content going out, raising awareness. So they try to suppress us as much as they possibly can. So please go and subscribe to John's channel, all our channels. Show your support. Purchase his books.
Backups. Go to the backups too.
Yeah, and along with
all the backups
speakers that we've had today. You guys may resonate with some, may not resonate with the others. You may not want to read this person's book, but you may want to read that person's book, which is fair. Everyone has their own flavors and tastes, but support is always appreciated. And these two books, I would highly recommend. These two books, where did I put them? Right here. I got so many of them. I would highly recommend checking out this book right here. From what I'm understanding, from what John's talking about today, I'm looking forward to reading the new book, but it kind of falls in line with gravity. It ties in. It really does. For you to understand what John's talking about in this book, grab this book. It's an excellent book, and if you guys have interest in the moon, right? John's written this epic book with Wendy Salter, and it's got like pictorials and stuff in it, and it's a really well written, detailed book. And so check that out and show your support to our brothers from other mothers. So guys, with that being said, we will close the stream out today. I love you guys very much. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from the west coast of Turtle Island, designated British Columbia by the illegal doctrine of discovery. Be happy, be well, stay safe wherever you are, because you are important. You are the ones that we've been waiting for. So let's keep that in mind.
We've been fighting a long time, and we have all lost so very much, so many loved ones gone. But you are not alone. There are pockets of resistance all around the planet. We are at the brink.